Racing in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2. Look to be the crew comfortably out in front. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 3, and Caulfield Grammar lane 4. The 4 boats across the course. A little bit more of a gap between crews in this race, it does appear. Our race leaders have about 350 metres still to travel. That's the MLCQ combination on lane 2. Lucy Stubbings, Eleanor Love, Charlotte Wallace, Olivia Apostolou, and Alexandria Tasevsky, the cocks of that crew from MLC. In second place, about 2 lengths behind them, would be Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Annie Briggs, Freya Pangborn, Ines Papp, Stella Capilla, and Noah Lane Smith in that boat for Melbourne Girls Grammar. And I'd keep a watch out on that crew on the far side too. Still Caulfield Grammar, about a length or so for a qualifying spot, but do look to be moving through late in this race. That's Grace Agg, Luca Haberfield, Emmeline Terry, Ruby Siakis, and Gabriella Farah, coached by Alexandra Ferguson. At the line approaching quickly for our leading couple of crews here, and it certainly is MLCQ clearly out in front, around about a 2-length lead it would be. It's been closed up slightly, that margin, in fact, by Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who've seen the challenge coming from Caulfield on the far side too, and they are rapidly closing up on our race leaders, but MLCQ will still have a bit over a length when they get to the finish line. So they'll go through comfortably as the first crew from this second semi through to the A final, and second place holding on by just under a length in the end. It will be the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School ahead of Caulfield Grammar, who will finish third and race in the B final. And also the other crew in the race here from Gippsland Grammar, just having, may in fact have had a breakage in that boat, it does appear, rowing home with just the 3 athletes now, the Gippsland Grammar crew. Here comes the crew from Gippsland Grammar. Just a couple of strokes to go. Well done to Eloise Tavaski, Lola Daly, Liddy Bramwell, Alana Crawford, and Emma Masaryk there. They will race again in the B final of the Year 9 Division 7 at Cox Quad Skull. Next race on its way down the course, the first of 2 semi-finals now in the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull. Again, top 2 will go through to the A final, the remaining 2 to the B final. And the race being led, as was the previous one, by an MLCQ combination racing in lane 2. And again, they would have a lead of a bit over a length on Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Here comes the crews in this race, still MLCQ in front, but they're being challenged by both Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar School late in the race. Loretto certainly coming home quickly there on the far side of the course, but MLCQ will just hold on and take the win there on lane 2. Clem O'Brien, Tilly Ellis, Isabel Yo, Sienna Kafas and Eddie Donovan, the winning crew there for MLCQ. Tight for second, but Loretto Turak will go through to the A final as well over on the far side, beating home Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So a strong finish there from the Loretto Turak combination of Millie Island, Georgie Leach, Lulu Noonan, India Johnson and Anna Moore. Third goes to Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They'll go to the B final along with Wesley College in fourth place, about to come across the finish line now. So MLCQ from Loretto Turak in the opening semi-final of the Year 9 Division 6 Coxed Quad Skull. Important notice for all schools, please. You are reminded that as per the regatta bulletin, balloons are not allowed to be in the regatta venue. There are no balloons to be present here at the regatta today. So if you do have balloons, you will need to remove those promptly. It was advised in the regatta bulletin sent out before the event began. Can be a waste hazard. So if you have any balloons, please arrange to promptly remove those from the venue, not just pop them and leave the mess around, but please take any balloons away outside the regatta venue. It is clearly listed in the regatta bulletin that balloons are not allowed, so we do ask for your cooperation in ensuring that is the case. Very quickly revert to the first two races of the day too, where times don't always mean a great deal in rowing, but it's interesting to note that Kate McNeil of Haileybury won the very first race of the day in the time of 4:16.78 and by a substantial margin too. And the second semi-final won by Emma Peel of St Catherine's in that tight photo finish, a time of 4:42.47. So a substantial difference there of about 26 seconds between the two heats. So Kate McNeil certainly in very good form in the opening race of the day with that strong win for Haileybury. And then Emma Peel of St Catherine's winning by a second over Aurora Shields of Clonard, and behind her just 0.05 of a second back to Sienna McFarlane of the Scott School. So some interesting times and margins there. A reminder, of course, as always, that the full set of results is being uploaded virtually live to the regatta website or the Rowing Victoria rowing manager page as well. So if you want to pore over the times and margins and placings from the entire regatta, then that is the place you can find all of that information. Second semi-final now of the Year 9 Division 6 Female School Cox Quad Skull has once again a field of 4, as in fact do pretty much all of our semi-finals throughout this morning's program. And from each of those semis, 2 will go to the A final and 2 then to the B final. We have semi-finals until 9:03 this morning, and then our finals begin after that. So our first final coming up at 9:06 is the D final of the Year 9 Division 9 Coxed Quad Skull. But this semi-final continues down the course, well past the halfway mark. Now a clear leader once again in this race is Furbank Grammar in lane 2, but the full field is Caulfield Grammar in 1, Furbank in 2, Loretto Ballarat lane 3, and Strathcona lane 4. They're also doing quite well. The two crews on either side of the course probably fighting out second place here, which is a little unusual in these seeded semi-finals, with the higher ranked crews from the earlier rounds going through to the middle lanes. Certainly Furbank one of those, but Loretto Ballarat in lane 3 back in 4th place at this stage. So the Furbank crew on lane 2, Priscilla Bainon, Miller Ritchie, Georgia Rao, Ruby Leibovitz and Amy Summers. And then across to probably Strathcona in second on lane 4, Charlotte Wood, Amelia Allen, Zoe Langlands, Julia Stepanatos and Alessandra Vey. They are coached by Angus Farrer, the crew from Strathcona on the far side of the course. But they've still got to watch out for Caulfield Grammar. Right across on lane 1, Amanda Gobbo, Madison Fall, Georgia Matheson, Grace Honig and Julien Petit-Pierre in that boat for Caulfield. So they're the two racing for second place, Strathcona and Caulfield Grammar, with about 180 metres to go as they come under the Harrison Bridge. But Furbank Grammar well clear here, and Loretto Ballarat in 4th place. The interest in second and third, but Strathcona do seem to be moving away from Caulfield Grammar in the closing strokes of this race, and they'll get within about 2 lengths of our race leaders as they approach the finish line now. So Furbank Grammar will be the next crew through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull, and by 2 lengths they will hold off Strathcona, who are comfortable in second place. So Strathcona go through to the A final as well, and they've got about 2.5 lengths on Caulfield Grammar lane 1, who will finish 3rd. And then back to Loretto Ballarat, the crew in lane 3, who'll finish in 4th place. So Loretto Ballarat and Caulfield Grammar will race in the B final, race 386. At 9:45 this morning, that race will be. And our A finalists, Fairbank Grammar and Strathcona, will go through to the A final. So first semi-final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull now on the course. Ballarat Grammar racing in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in 2, MLCQ in 3, and Caulfield Grammar in 4. And this race certainly very close as they go through the halfway mark now. It'd be a narrow advantage to Melbourne Girls College on lane 2. In fact, about probably 2/3 of a length on the rest of the field, and then very hard to separate the other 3 crews, Ballarat Grammar, MLCQ, and Caulfield Grammar, as they head now underneath the McIntyre pedestrian bridge. Still a small crowd there in the early races of the day. As I mentioned a few times yesterday, it is a great place to watch the racing as the crews race towards and underneath, and then out the other side. Certainly a different perspective on the boats watching them from above, and a great look there at the 4 crews as they do pass underneath that structure now. It being led by Melbourne Girls College still over in lane 2. That's Stevie Malpelli, Clementine Huon, Jessica Jennings, Mimi Kersner-Reuten, and Maddie England. And then probably second place would be MLCQ, although it's fairly tight still. MLC, Caulfield, and Ballarat Grammar, the remaining 3 crews all looking for one qualifying spot. The MLCQ crew is Scarlett Ramsdale, Bella Jovanovic, Ella Kitts, Bonnie McIntyre, and Freya Kuznandar. Ballarat Grammar, we have Ellie Mason, Stella Kwan, Ella Devon, Lucy Dankert, and Kate Crilly. And on the far side from Caulfield Grammar, Kathleen Din, Zoe Leffler, Isabel Wilkie, Annabelle Manley, and Zara Appel. A boat on the far side of the course, but it's Melbourne Girls College who continue to lead, but they haven't broken clear of the rest of the field. MLCQ trying to move up into a clear second place. Ballarat Grammar just steering a little off course down lane 1, which might cost them a half a length or so in terms of race position. That probably opens the door also for Caulfield Grammar on the far side of the course. So it's Melbourne Girls College who lead here on lane 2. MLCQ certainly coming quickly at them now in the closing strokes as they try and secure their top 2 spot, and they are in the process moving away from Caulfield Grammar, and Ballarat Grammar still there fighting out 3rd and 4th, but MLCQ have just about moved up alongside Melbourne Girls College. These 2 will go to the line almost locked together, MLCQ and Melbourne Girls College stroke for stroke with 1 to go. It'll be Melbourne Girls College who just gets there by about half a canvas. The crew in lane 2 beats home the crew in lane 3, but they will meet again in the finals to the A final to come of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull, and then Ballarat Grammar and Caulfield Grammar, the remaining 2 crews across the line. They will race in the B final later on today, but a good race there between Melbourne Girls College and MLCQ, and they'll resume hostilities in the final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. That is race 390, which will take place, in fact it's race 467, the A final. It'll take place at 18 minutes past 2 this afternoon. Melbourne Girls College beating home MLCQ there, 0.41 of a second it will be in the end. The margin between those 2 crews. Third place also will go the way of Caulfield Grammar over in lane 4, and then 4th was the crew from Ballarat Grammar in a pretty close opening semi-final of the Year 9 Division 5 Coxed Quad Scull. Second semi-final is on its way down the course as well. Loretto Toorak racing in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2, Furbank Grammar in 3, and Strathcona lane 4. And once again, it's the lane 2 crew that's gone out to a good lead at the halfway mark. That is the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination there of Sarah Blennerhassett, Alexandra Chan, Eileen Damonte, Charlie Evans, and Poppy Noxon for Melbourne Girls Grammar. And they would lead by close to a length over probably Furbank 2nd and then Loretto Toorak 3rd. Furbank crew, Chloe Rollerson, Zara Fife, Catherine Bloomfield, Willow Hunt, and Dana Lee. Loretto Toorak, Matilda Clooney's-Ross, Tilly Hume, Tiffany Dodwell, Bella Hines, and Millie Noonan. And on the far side from Strathcona, Leo Liu, Isla Fittle, Lara Sticker, Juliet Stamby, and Shalina Balashankar in that boat from Strathcona. But it continues to be Melbourne Girls Grammar School who lead. And Furbank and Loretto Toorak fighting out for second spot. Just looks like one more qualifying spot to go after Melbourne Girls Grammar School have got still over a boat length lead. And Furbank certainly winding up now what's on terms, it would appear, with Loretto Toorak, but still about 200 metres to go for those two crews, and then about a length or so more back to Strathcona over on the far side. Again, the lane 1 crew just zigzagging a little there as they come under the bridge, and the river just widens a little here in the closing section. And Loretto Toorak probably 3rd behind Furbank, it would seem, with Furbank really attacking the final strokes of this race. They moved up to about a length and a half behind our race leaders from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Strathcona too finishing strongly with plenty of noise there on the far side of the course, but they'll end up possibly in 3rd place. The race win will go the way of Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They come across now, beating home Furbank Grammar by just over a length, so they will be the clear top 2. 3rd will go to the crew from Strathcona, and unfortunately for Loretto Toorak, they've come unstuck just in the last few strokes of the race. They will get across now in 4th place, however, and they will get the chance to race again in the B final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. So Strathcona 3rd, Loretto 4th go through to the B final, and our top 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Furbank Grammar, are into the A final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. They will join Melbourne Girls College and MLCQ in that race, which again is coming up at 2:18 this afternoon, the final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. A finals beginning on the new draw at 2:06. The first A final at 2:06 p.m. And the last 2 hours of racing is all of the A finals from Year 9 through to Year 10, and then the open races to conclude the day. The Open Division 1 Cox 4 is the last race of this year's regatta. The Open Quad, the penultimate race, and the Open 8, the 3rd last race. They all promise to be some pretty exciting racing based on what we saw in the semi-finals yesterday, certainly in the case of the Quad and the 8 especially, but still a long way away to get to those last few finals. Plenty of good racing to fill the rest of the day, and we now see the semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull on the course. Of course, these semi-finals being held this morning because of the huge number of entries in these events. 20 plus quads entered in a number of these Year 9 categories. 28, I think it was, in Division 3, which will be the next event after these 2 semis in Division 4. So in this race, it is Strathcona in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Melbourne Grammar School lane 3, and St Catherine's over in lane 4 as they do race up towards the halfway mark of the race. And the lead looks to be with the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School there on lane 3 in race 349, the first semi-final of the Year 9 Division 4 quad. Melbourne Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College, the top 2 there in relatively similar colours there between our leading 2 crews, but it is certainly lane 3 and lane 2. Probably best part of a boat link still between those 2 crews as they do go through the halfway mark and head under now the McIntyre Bridge. Also Strathcona and St Catherine's opposite sides of the course, but that'll be sitting back in third and fourth at this point of proceedings. So our leaders from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Lily Ebbels, Romy Smythe, Lucia Alexander, Isabel Thomas and Yen Lay. And beside them from Melbourne Girls College, Ruby McMenemy, Madison Bushney, Matilda Wright, Zara Lanigan and Sophie Bryant in that second place crew. Looking to also move through to the A final of this event. Strathcona Lane 1, Maddie Pascoe, Abigail Morris, Isabel Christian, Ella Fotheringham and Olivia Nick Fargem. And St Catherine's on the far side, Isabella Suter, Giselle Upton, Emma Peel, Ava Murray and Isabella Wang. And they are coached by Georgia Deacon. A lead of a length or so to Melbourne Girls Grammar School still here in lane 3, Melbourne Girls College lane 2. And Strathcona lane 1 certainly still pushing that Melbourne Girls College crew. Not quite comfortable yet in a top 2 spot. Of course, these crews required to race 2 races today, so I don't want to expend any excess energy in these semi-finals if they don't need to, but certainly in the case of Melbourne Girls College in second place, they'll need to keep racing right to the line to stay ahead of Strathcona and St Catherine's on the far side of the course. A little bit easier for Melbourne Girls Grammar School, it would seem. It's maintaining some pretty long strokes there with a Clearwater lead on the second place crew from Melbourne Girls College. So Strathcona within a length of second, but I don't think it'll get much closer than that, and it will be comfortably in the end. Melbourne Girls Grammar School going across on lane 3 to take the win in race 349 by about 2 lengths. It will be Melbourne Girls Grammar School first, Melbourne Girls College in second place. Third, in fact, will be very tight between opposite sides of the course. Strathcona and St Catherine's, the 2 crews who'll hit it very close together, and the win will narrowly, I think, go the way of lane 1, or third place at least I should say, will go the way of lane 1. Strathcona unofficially ahead of St Catherine's, who will of course check the photo for this result as we do for every race over the course of this regatta. But little doubt about our top 2. It was Melbourne Girls Grammar School beating home Melbourne Girls College, and they will go through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox to Quad Scull. Second semi-final is race 350, the second semi of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox to Quad Scull. So still 151 races to go for this regatta. Our last race today will be race 501. A huge number of races over just 3 days when you consider the national championships coming up over in Western Australia in a couple of weeks. We'll have around about 600 or so races over 7 days. But here in Geelong, we've done will have done 501 races in just 3 days. It's certainly a remarkable regatta, this one, with racing at 3-minute intervals right throughout the program. The second semi is being led by the crew from MLCQ over in lane 3, ahead of Loretto Ballarat, it seems, in second place. So the 2 middle lanes would be in the qualifying spots. MLCQ comfortably clear, a fair bit closer to them, but for second place. Our lead crew from MLC, Talia Walker, Ella Inoda, Arabella Beniti, Zoe Jackal and Isabella Gregory. In the race for second, Loretto Ballarat, also Ballarat Grammar out towards the far side. 2 of the crews from Lake Wendouree looking for 1 qualifying spot, and then also Kera Grammar lane 1, who will be back in 4th place at this stage. So MLCQ comfortably clear. They've got several lengths on these 2 Ballarat schools who are fighting out now for 1 qualifying spot, and it's starting to get interesting as they close in on the final 150 metres of the race. Far less than that to go, but for our race leaders from MLCQ, the lane 3 combination has this race in their keeping, and Ballarat Grammar may well be moving up into second place now, just ahead of the crew from Loretto Ballarat, as MLCQ come across and take the win. Ballarat Grammar and Loretto Ballarat respond and try and hold on to that second spot, but the crew from Ballarat Grammar out on the far side of the course will be a little bit too good, and they'll take second place in a couple of strokes time by about half a length. Ballarat Grammar, Soph Reed, Millicent Usher, Mia Matthews, Alice Booth and Kenzie Deacon there finish in second place. Loretto Ballarat will finish in third, and 4th place will go to the crew from Carey Grammar. So it's MLCQ and Ballarat Grammar through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull, when they'll race against the top 2 from the previous race, Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Melbourne Girls College in the Year 9 Division 4A final. And that race is at 2:21 this afternoon, the A final in Division 4. We move straight on with Division 3, and you can see there in the great split screen action too, if you're watching on the live stream, that Semi 2 has just begun at the 1,000-metre start, and Semi 1 is passing through halfway, or has in fact gone through halfway, about a third of the race now in fact to go. And there's a field of 4 here. Wrighton Girls in 1, Loretto Ballarat lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 3, who may be the narrow race leaders, and also Strathcona in lane 4. Not a lot between these couple of crews, and Wrighton Girls down the inside lane are having a great go here, as well as we look for crews to fill again. Just the 2 qualifying spots. It'll be difficult for Loretto Ballarat from there, I would think, with the other 3 crews in with a chance here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Alexandra Duncan, Ruby Cheatham, Olivia Jane, Caitlin Anthony, and Lily Roberts. Brighton in 1, Mia Hoyle, Freddie Phillips, Pippa Addison, Zara Grogan, and Olivia Thompson. And Strathcona in lane 4, Saloni Gunasekara, Annabelle Howell, Ruby Gibson, Sharon Zhu, and Eloise Allen. The crew there from Strathcona on the far side are moving up alongside the race leaders from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They look to be our top 2 from Wrighton, and then Loretto Ballarat, with Strathcona finishing very strongly on the far side of the course. May well have the race lead now with only a few strokes to go. They look set to go through those 2 crews on the far side. The order yet to be completely determined, but it looks like Strathcona will get the advantage in the closing strokes here, and will go through narrowly in front. It is Strathcona by just over a canvas from Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place. Third then will go to Wrighton on the northern side, and just under a length then margin back to Loretto Ballarat, who will finish in 4th place. So Wrighton and Loretto will go to the B final, and Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar School race in the A final of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. And our next 2 A finalists about to be determined, as well as the second semi-final we saw the start of earlier, is through halfway now and being led pretty comfortably by the lane 2 crew there from MLCQ. Renato Turak doing well on the far side of the course. And also Furbank Grammar closest to the northern side. Our race leaders, MLCQ, Sienna Fitzgerald, Imogen Grant, Alice Van Onselen, Alice Newton, and Charlotte Lowe. And it does look to be Loretto Turak in that blue boat in the far side in second place. Annalise Ralph, Grace Kennedy, Lucy Woods, Luca McComas, and Violet Sandwith there for Loretto. Narrowly ahead of Furbank Grammar and also MLCQ. MLCQ continue out in front here. They've got a couple of lengths on a very good race for second place still. Loretto Turak, Furbank, and also still Carey Grammar. But it looks likely at this point it would be Loretto in second place ahead of the crew from Furbank on opposite sides of the course. But MLCQ clear by a couple of lengths, and they look to maintain that lead all the way down to the finish line now. The crew on lane 2. Just a couple of strokes for them in the second semi-final of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull, and they will be through for a 2-length win. MLCQ finish in first place. Second will go to Loretto Turak over on lane 4. They will be the next 2 A finalists in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. Third place goes to Furbank, and 4th to Carey Grammar. So from a field of 28 quads who began this event 2 days ago, we now have just our 4 A finalists who will race again later on today in race 469. The top 4 in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull from Semi 2, MLCQ and Loretto Turak, and from the first semi-final, Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar School will decide our medalists in the Year 9 Division 3 event. We do have 2 more semi-finals to come in Year 9 Division 3, but these are CD semi-finals. So the winner here will go through to the E final. First and second to the E final, third and fourth to the F final. Although I suspect it may in fact be the C and D finals would make more sense as far as the progression is concerned. So these are the minor semi-finals in any case of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. And we've got our A and B finalists already sorted. In this race, we have PLC Melbourne in lane 1, Caulfield Grammar in 2, Toorak College in 3, and the Geelong College across in lane 4, who'd be up in the top 2, Geelong College, along with Caulfield Grammar. Those two with a clear lead, certainly back on the other two crews. PLC Melbourne and also Toorak College. So the race lead probably narrowly with Caulfield Grammar, Grace Moore, Lily Jean Glenn, Ava Lee, Amanda Gobbo and Matilda Randerson. And the Geelong College crew on the far side, Anna Beach, Alice Steele, Caitlin Russell, Clementine Tyrrell and Emma Hunter. And they will certainly qualify in the top 2 spots. You would think the order yet to be sorted out. The Geelong College may well have their boat ahead of Caulfield Grammar here in the closing strokes now of this race. They go past that new spectator structure on the far side of the course. Some great viewing there from the elevated platform as the Geelong College crew do power away late in this race, and they will eventually get out to a clear water lead over the crew from Caulfield Grammar. But both will qualify together for what I believe will be the C final of the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. The Geelong College win it, and they win it by a couple of lengths in the end, so a very strong finish indeed for the crew on lane 4. Second goes to Caulfield Grammar, and those two will race again in their final race. Toorak College and PLC Melbourne fighting out 3rd and 4th. They will also go through to the same final, and Toorak College will take out 3rd place by around about a length ahead of PLC Melbourne. Semi-final 4 here again for spots in the minor finals. Corowa lane 1, Wesley College lane 2, Gibson Grammar in 3, and Lowther Hall lane 4. Of course, one of the great features of the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, and indeed most school regattas in Victoria, is the full exhaustive set of finals that's raced. So every competitor gets the chance to row in multiple events at every regatta, even for those crews who don't make the A final. Still a chance to row in a B, C, D, E, F, or even the G final, I think, coming up later on today in this regatta, which is something you don't often see, but there is a G and H final required, in fact, in the Open Single Scull Division 1, so a big field of entrants in that race. I think it was 35 scullers. So a lot of races required to sort out just our 4A finalists, but the others also getting a chance to row on finals day. And a commanding win coming up here to Wesley College in lane 2, Saskia Romney, Francesca Rose, Poppy Van Hove, Remy Clark, and Julia Milson, the crew there from Wesley, ahead of a tight battle between Corowa and Gibson Grammar. Maybe Gibson narrowly in second place here. Emma Kewish, Tessa Jackson, Zara New, Anna Taylor, and Taylor Island. But Wesley College will certainly go across and take the win. And they should go through to the C final with that result. Gibson Grammar will finish in second place. Third will be Corowa, and fourth will be Lowther Hall. Crews from these 3-4 semi-finals, of course, coming out of the quarterfinals yesterday afternoon. So from the quarterfinals, 4 quarterfinals, the top 2 from each went through to the semi-finals, at least the A-B semi-finals, and the bottom 2 in each quarterfinal racing in the 2 semis we've just seen. So hopefully that's as clear as mud, but with a big field of crews to progress, it does take a lot of races to sort out the eventual order and ensure that all girls get the chance to race in a final today. Year 9 Division 3 Quad Scull actually has down to a G final as well, so there are 7 different finals required, A, B, C, D, E, F and G, to sort out our final classification in the Year 9 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. But those semis now concluded, we move on to the Division 2, and this is a semi-final 1, so again racing for spots in the A final here. The top 2 will go to the A final. Furbank Grammar Lane 1, Wrighton Girls in 2, Albert Park College in 3, and Caulfield Grammar in 4. And a bit of a more traditional progression here, it looks like, with the 2 crews in the centre lanes showing out in front, Wrighton and Albert Park. The Wrighton crew, Anna Truong, Saya McIntyre, Valencia de Bossian, Letitia DeBossian and Lulu Spinks, coached by Louise Chi and Grace Jansen. And Albert Park College about a length and a half behind them in second place. Isabel Perkins, Eliza Voss, Coco Jones, Michaela Stemlezief, and Indigo Brown, coached by Eric Schrader. Furbank narrowly back in third, and Caulfield Grammar in fourth place. But the top two only will go through to the A final later on this afternoon, and it continues to be the crew from Wrighton Girls. So strong, of course, in quad scull racing, Wrighton all the way through to the open level as well, and they will secure a centre lane here for the final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull with about a length and a half win as they come across the line ahead of Albert Park College, and will finish in second place. About 2 lengths then back to Furbank in third, who will race in the B final, and Caulfield Grammar will finish in fourth position. Very tight in Division 2 as they come through the halfway mark to the MLCQ crew on lane 1, and certainly had a very strong opening 500 metres, and they would be the race leaders at halfway. So it's MLC in 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2, Ballarat Clarendon lane 3, and Loretto Toorak lane 4. And chances right across the course in this next semi-final with just 2 more A final spots on offer in the Year 9 Division 2 at Cox Quad Scull. Now MLC, the inside lane, Amelie DeBanks, Emmy Catugno, Emily Tian, Madeline Turnham, and Lucy Chin. Right alongside them is Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Hannah Kasnitz, Stephanie Speller, Georgia Harris, Addie Dean, and Ellie Polglazy. And Loretto Toorak in 4, Jemima Perry, Isla Quick, Zara Brakovic, Mimi Tucker, and Greta Hardwick. And next to them is Ballarat Clarendon lane 3, Zara Ambrose, Sinead Houlihan, Ashley Moffat, Sophie Cardoso, and Sienna Ward. But some work to do for that Ballarat Clarendon crew. It looks like the race leaders still are on the northern side. MLCQ certainly shading Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Loretto Toorak across on the far side will still have designs on a top 2 spot certainly as well, as our leaders head underneath the Harrison Bridge, and less than 200 metres now to race in this second semi-final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, as Melbourne Girls Grammar School start to move as well and make up some ground on our early race leaders from MLC. They'll have one eye on Loretto Toorak over on the far side of the course as well, who are certainly not out of contention, but well clear of Ballarat Clarendon in 4th place. So a race in 3 once again. MLCQ holding on from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Loretto Toorak still pushing hard on the far side of the course. They'll get very close to second spot in a couple of strokes time. It's still MLCQ who'll go through in first spot. Melbourne Girls Grammar School holding on to second, and they'll get there by about half a length from Loretto Toorak. So they do finish in lane order. It is MLCQ from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and then Loretto Toorak over on the far side, narrowly missing out into 3rd spot. 4th goes to Ballarat Clarendon. So Loretto and Ballarat Clarendon will race in the B final, and to the A final go MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who join Wrighton and Albert Park College from the first two. The first two in the previous semi, who'll move through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 2 at Cox Quad Scull. As we move up towards the higher levels of the Year 9 events, the A final will take place at 2:27 this afternoon. We want to thank our officials for this entire regatta, and particularly those who are out on the water and engaging in the important tasks over the first half of today's racing. As always, our president of the jury for the entire regatta is Dave Grubitz. At the 1,500 metre start, Pollyanna Harvey and Ashley Dillon. 1,000 metre start, Ross Litchfield, Brooke Parsons, Terry Blythe and Barry Wright. Tony Lawless, the umpire supervisor. Pollyanna Harvey, in fact, is listed twice here. I think she is actually acting as the chief judge in the finish tower in company also with Barry Wright. So we do thank all of our officials for those various important roles right around the regatta venue, of course, with 2 start lines in effect at this regatta at 1,500 metres and also the 1,000 metre start. Our officials will rotate during the after the first half of the day, and the roles will change for the second half of proceedings. But we thank, as always, our volunteer officials for their work at this regatta and regattas right around the state, of course, racing yesterday at Lake Ngambie as well for the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. So a busy time of year for our rowing officials, and a number of them also will be heading across the country to Western Australia in a couple of weeks to race to officiate at the National Championships in Perth. But we continue with the third semi-final here of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull Cardinia International College in lane 1. Looked to be pretty well placed there as well, the Cardinia crew. Damascus College lane 2, Genazzano in 3, and Melbourne Girls College lane 4. Certainly Damascus back in 4th place. The other 3 crews are fairly close together. But Sacred Heart in lane 1, Ella Robinson, Imogen Hall, Maddie Dover, Emma Sexton and Esther Cameron. And then 2 crews close together on the far side. PLC Melbourne. It's Cardinia, I should say. Cardinia International College, Claire Jamison, Ruby Weatherhead, Molly Callahan, Ava Lyons and Hannah Lane. The crew here on the inside lane. The far side, Melbourne Girls College, Audrey Farina, Abigail Grigg, Ava Papucha, Sophie DePouche and Mia Shub. And they are our top 2. And it looks like Melbourne Girls College will just get the verdict over Cardinia as they hit the line very shortly. Melbourne Girls College by about a canvas. So lane 4 beating home lane 1. And then it will be the crew from Genazzano there in 3rd place. And Damascus College will finish 4th. So first and second will go through, I believe, to the C final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. That is Melbourne Girls College and Cardinia International College. 3rd place Genazzano, 4th Damascus. They'll race in the D final of this event. A good race between 2 crews on opposite sides of the course there. But it was Melbourne Girls College narrowly who will get the verdict over Cardinia. And they are through halfway now in the second, or the 4th semi-final, in fact this is, but the second of our CD semi-finals for spots in the C and D final. Happy birthday to Tilly Hume of Loretto, one of many who are celebrating their birthday here over the course of this weekend. So happy birthday to Tilly and all who are celebrating over the course of these 3 days. Not many better places you want to spend your birthday than a weekend here at Geelong. Here comes the 4th semi-final of the Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull, again for some of the minor final places, but a good race between 3 crews here on the northern side of the course. Sacred Heart lane 1, Finton lane 2, and Haileybury in lane 3, and then back to PLC Melbourne racing over on the far side of the course in lane 4. It's probably a lead narrowly with Haileybury, Eliza Kelly, Heidi Cracknell, Alice Cockram, Evie Arnold, and Holly Bastricki, but only just ahead of Finton and Sacred Heart. The 3 crews in contention here. Finton is Isabel Gale, Lucy Thomas, Lulu Lou, Georgina Lemon and Catherine Karamidos. And Sacred Heart, Ella Robinson, Imogen Hall, Maddie Dover, Emma Sexton and Esther Cameron. So Haileybury pushing clear here to take the lead by about a length. Very tight for second place, but Finton and Sacred Heart, the 2 crews going at it on lanes 1 and 2. The advantage narrowly with Finton still with only a couple of strokes to go. A win will go the way of Haileybury, who are out to a clear water margin now. So Haileybury first and Finton will hold on to second place by about 2/3 of a length in the end, ahead of Sacred Heart, who will finish 3rd, and 4th will go in a few strokes time to the crew from PLC Melbourne. So the top 2 there, Finton and Haileybury, will qualify for the higher final, and Sacred Heart and PLC Melbourne 3rd and 4th. So they are the CD semi-finals complete in the Year 9 Division 2 Quad Scull. Back to the A and B semis now. We do have Year 9 Division 1, the top level of racing here in Year 9. And a very good race as these 4 crews approach down the course. Lane 1, Ballarat Grammar. Lane 2, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Lane 4, Geelong College. Here on the far side of the course, who are a couple of lengths off the pace, but very tight between the other 3 crews. Ballarat Grammar in lane 1, Cleo Tyndall, Briley Walker, Lara Golan, that is, Olivia Beachy and Alexis Timms. Melbourne Girls Grammar School would be in the top 2 as well. Pippa Bisley, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Soffra, Grace Perrott and Camilla Rowe. And between those 2 sits Loretto Ballarat, Avery Clark, Neve Griffiths, Olive Lanyon, Mia Woodburn, and Tyra Slater, the crew there for Loretto, but they would sit probably close to a length behind the second place crew from Ballarat Grammar. So it's a Ballarat race off here for the second spot because Melbourne Girls Grammar School have cleared out on these two crews. And have a look at Loretto coming at Ballarat Grammar now late in this race as well. Still a few strokes to go for those couple of crews, and Loretto gaining with everyone they take. The race leaders with Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They will go through for a comfortable win by a couple of lengths, but Loretto Ballarat maybe just ahead now of Ballarat Grammar. These two crews from Lake Wendouree will hit the finish very close together, but Loretto Ballarat I think have got their boat in front, and they'll go through by a canvas, so a very strong finish by the Loretto Ballarat crew there on lane 2. They'll move through to the A final of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull, just edging out the crew from Ballarat Grammar on lane 1, and fourth place goes to the Geelong College, but a strong win there also to Melbourne Girls Grammar School. You shouldn't forget, in the excitement of second place, Melbourne Girls Grammar School will secure the centre lane for the final of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull, and Loretto Ballarat will join them in that A final. The second semi-final also on its way down the course, about halfway down, and it is Genesano in lane 1 in this race, Wrighton Girls in 2, St Catherine's lane 3, and Strathcona lane 4. The four crews in the race used to be Wrighton and St Catherine's, probably narrowly in the top two spots, so the two centre lanes it is. Wrighton crew is Bridget Luzis, Isabel Griffith, Cassidy Lord, Elizabeth Hereford, and Zoe Higgins, coached by Ewan Popper and Philippa Preston. And St Catherine's in lane 3, Amity Morris, Poppy Cashmore, Isabel Peter, Carrie Prendergast, and Syke McIntosh, coached by Alexander Clark. So in towards the finish now of this race, the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull second semi-final. Two more A-final spots on offer, and it's still tight with Wrighton, St Catherine's, and also Genesano on the inside lane, and within a length 2 also is Strathcona on the far side. So great racing as you'd expect in the Year 9 Division 1 level, and the race is still there for the taking. St Catherine's moving up on Wrighton, who led the race through halfway. Genesano trying to stick with those two on the inside lane of the course, and Strathcona finishing down the far side as well. But it's Wrighton and St Catherine's looking to be the two crews that will go through. They'll go to the line, almost locked together, these two, as they sprint for the middle lane in the A final to come. And St Catherine's might just get over the top of Wrighton. They have, I think. St Catherine's and Wrighton will go through. We'll await the photo for confirmation of first place there, but certainly our two qualifiers, lanes 3 and 2. St Catherine's and Wrighton girls tight for third and fourth as well between Genesano and Strathcona. Those two crews will race in the B final of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull. But St Catherine's and Wrighton girls are going through. They will race in the A final, race 471. And it will be St Catherine's who'll get the verdict here, so they will take the centre lane in the A final of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull. So a strong finish from St Catherine's. Wrighton looked to have led for most of that race, but St Catherine's were in front when it mattered, right on the finish line. Semi-final 3 now, the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull. Corowa lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, Haileybury in 3, and Shelford Girls Grammar School racing in lane 4. And it's Ballarat Clarendon fairly comfortably in front here. The crew of Chloe Bullen, Tess Skeljohn, Olivia Buckland, Alexandra Gilbert, and Charlie Ferguson, coached by John Novak, the Ballarat Clarendon crew. And in second place, it would be on either side of the course, either Corowa or Shelford. The Corowa crew in lane 1, Chloe Agars, Daisy Marchant, Caitlin Olding, Hannah Waddell, and Emily Bucket, coached by Elise Matthews. Shelford would be in third. Millie Mayer, Grace Eastor, Scarlett Cohen, Winnie Roberts, and Beatrix Sigley. And then Haileybury in fourth, Ali Craig, Pearl Daniel Reid, Eva Robinson, Meg Nailon, and Stella Kruger in that crew. So it is Ballarat Clarendon pretty comfortably in front here by around about 3 lengths it would be. Over still Corowa just in second, and Shelford Girls Grammar School in third. So I will go through to the next round of racing. Ballarat Clarendon will win the race. And Coro will hold on to second place by around about a boat length from Shelford Girls Grammar School on the far side of the course. And then Haileybury will finish in fourth position. Can confirm the result of the previous race 360, that very close finish between St Catherine's and Wrighton Girls, but it has gone to St Catherine's by 500th of a second, 0.05 between St Catherine's in first and Wrighton Girls in second place. They will resume their rivalry in the A final of the Year 9 Division 1 at Cox Quad Skull. Also in that race, Genazzano finishing in third, just over a second ahead of Strathcona. So it was lane 3 from lane 2 from lane 1, and then lane 4 in race 360. And the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull promises to be a great final coming up later on in today's program. So one semi-final remains. It's the semi-final 4 of the Year 9 Division 1 event, again for positions in what I still believe will be the C and D finals. The official paperwork saying it's the E and F final, but logically it would be the C and D finals. These crews are racing for spots in Carey Grammar in lane 1, Toorak College in lane 2, Sacred Heart in lane 3, and PLC Melbourne in lane 4. So Carey and Sacred Heart, the top 2. Carey lane 1, Lorelei Weymouth, Zara Vola, Isabel Zura, Brooke Kafer, and Elise Vinderampula. And Sacred Heart, always simply narrowly in front at this stage. Chloe Myers, Rio Smith, Zoe Mercado, Laura Ahern, and Ivy Renouf in that boat for Sacred Heart. They are certainly the clear top 2, and they'll be the ones to go through to the higher ranked final. And it will be Sacred Heart, in fact, by close to a length as they approach the finish line now. So Sacred Heart take the win over on lane 3. Good victory for one of the local schools at this regatta. Carey Grammar finish in second place. Third then on the far side will go to lane 4. That's PLC Melbourne. And fourth will be the crew from Toorak College in race 362, the fourth semi-final of the Year 9 Division 1 Cox Quad Skull, which does conclude the Year 9 races for the first part of the program, as our semi-finals continue now with the Year 10 events. And then some open single scull semi-finals to follow as well in a few minutes' time. So semi-finals now for the 2 Year 10 events, with the biggest field of entrants being Division 3 and then Division 2. So just 2 semis in each. And Division 3, first of all, sees Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat lane 3, and Ballarat Grammar in lane 4. And as we've seen a few times today, the crews are leading it from the inside lane. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, lane 1, Ellie Hisridis, Megan Barrow, Isabel Gelder, Chloe Williams, and Ava Samarasinger by about a length it would be from MLCQ in second place, lane 2, Jess Watson, Amaya Crawshay, Chloe Brown, Georgie Dumbrell, and Josie Carson. A similar margin then back to the Loretto Ballarat crew in third place, Amelia Phillips, Ruby Cameron, Jessica Main, Lily Boynton, and Gemma Bridges. And then Ballarat Grammar would be back in fourth, Zoe Flamsteed, Natalie Kumnick, Maggie Taylor, Daisy Sheehan, and Sienna Dell The four crews look likely to finish in lane order as Melbourne Girls Grammar just steer back towards the centre of their lane, but they are clear by a boat length, so they will go through and take the first spot into the final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. It's Melbourne Girls Grammar School to get the win. Second goes to MLCQ. Third will be Loretto Ballarat, about 2 lengths further back, and fourth the crew from Ballarat Grammar. So 1, 2, 3, 4 down the page in order in that first semi-final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. And it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLCQ who qualify for the A final of the Year 10 Division 3 event. At A final is time for 2:51 this afternoon. It is race 478 on the slightly revised program for today. Of the crews coming through in bright sunshine in the halfway mark of the course, and the yellow of Furbank Grammar is always resplendent in the sunshine. They are clear by a length and a half from the lane 2 combination of St Catherine's, and it's Furbank Grammar who lead the field underneath the McIntyre Bridge with a pretty comfortable lead in this second semi-final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. So Loretto Turak in lane 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Furbank in 3, and Hamilton and Alexandra over in lane 4. The 4 crews in this race. Just 2 more spots remain into the A final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. And Furbank certainly well placed here. That is the crew of Celine Sorensen, Lola Graham, Sophia Lyons, Stephanie York, and Caitlin Barwood, coached by Melanie Hickey. And they've got a lead of some 2 lengths now, it would be, on St Catherine's in second place. Amelia Chen, Emma Hibbins, Sophie Knight, Melanie Young, and Isabella Kent-Jones, who maintain a bit of a margin back over Loretto Turak and Hamilton and Alexander, the 2 crews on opposite sides of the course. Loretto lane 1, Sarah Tanner, Stephanie Chan, Alessia Morello, Izzy Stone, and Millie McLean. And for Hamilton and Alexandra, it is Harriet Nichols, Henrietta Russell, Georgina Russell, Olivia Reese, and Minnie Walker. That crew, I'm sure if Jane Horn's here, she'll be watching carefully as one of her old schools moves down lane 4. Jane will be back in commentary a little bit later this morning. But at the moment, it is Furbank Grammar who do lead and continue to lead comfortably here by a couple of lengths from St Catherine's. Loretto not giving up without a strong fight here too down the northern side of the course. They are certainly pushing St Catherine's for that second and final qualifying spot. And Loretto have just about got up on terms with the crew from St Catherine's, so we'll keep a watchful eye on that as these crews approach the finish line. Furbank Grammar will take the win over in lane 3 and go through to the A final, but it's Loretto trying to get up to St Catherine's. Still, St Catherine's are holding on. They've got about 5 strokes to go. St Catherine's leading Loretto Turak. Hamilton and Alexander not far back on the far side of the course. Either about a length between our next 3 crews, but St Catherine's will go through. St Catherine's by a third of a length take second place ahead of Loretto Turak, and then Hamilton and Alexandra will finish in 4th place. So a great race, as you'd expect, in a high-level semi-final, Year 10 Division 3. Furbank Grammar get a good win, and St Catherine's in second place will also go through to the A final, where they'll race against Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLCQ, the top 2 from the previous race as well. We're away in race 365, the first semi-final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Skull, right from the 1,000-metre start there. And you can see, if you're watching on the live stream or the big screens, there's fantastic racing conditions right along the 1,000-metre course here as these 4 crews are underway. A reasonably sized peloton alongside the southern bank of the course as well, following these boats down. Great viewing, of course, for the coaches of these crews who can ride right alongside the 1,000-metre course, which is not something you can do at that many courses around the country, so it certainly is great for the coaches to be able to get that perspective on their crews as they do travel along the Barwon River here. The field is Genazzano in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat lane 3, and Loretto Toorak in lane 4. The 4 crews fighting out for just 2 spots into the final of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. And while mentioning the live stream, I will point out for those watching carefully in a very close finish, the camera that you see on the live stream is not exactly on the finish line. So just be careful about drawing judgments from what you may see on the original live stream shot in a close finish, because that camera is just located a couple of metres away from the finish line, which can make a difference in a tight finish. But the official photo finish camera, which we have upstairs here in the judges' box, is of course right on the line, and that is the one that the results are being taken from. So it is important to just be cautious in drawing close results off the original shot you may see on the big screen. Up through the halfway mark now of this Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull, and it's MLCQ who've gone clear by still a smallish margin over the Loretto Ballarat combination alongside them, and then also Loretto Toorak on the far side of the course. Genazzano, the other crew on the race, but MLC narrowly in front here. Portia Gowrie, Georgina McLeod, Carolyn Buckley, Josie Martin, and Alessandra Lowe. Beside them then is Loretto Ballarat, Annabelle Pituch, Bronte Malloy, Charlotte Pecker, Mia McTeague, and Bethany Atherton, coached by Lucy O'Loughlin. And still the 2 crews on either side looking for a qualifying spot. Loretto Toorak in lane 4, Stephanie Leon, Madeline Barre, Mara Quee, Sophie Hine, and Willow Thompson. And in lane 1, Genazzano, Adele Nakara, Sophie Carter, Georgie Kerr, Poppy Lawrence, and Cecilia Murray. The 4 crews here. There'd really be only a length or 2 between the entire field in this race. It still looks to be MLC and Loretto Ballarat our top 2, but only narrowly, not much between them either. Certainly Loretto Ballarat having a good race there on the far side of the course. It's MLC and Loretto Ballarat currently in the 2 qualifying spots in the Year 10 Division 2 quad. Our second semi-final is also underway from the 1,000-metre start, so we'll determine the 4A finalists over the next 4 minutes or so here, as the first semi reaches its conclusion, and Loretto Ballarat have made up a bit of ground on MLCQ. Once again, they still look to be our top 2. It's tight for third also between Loretto and Genazzano on opposite sides of the course, but our top 2 look just about certain. MLC are going to be overtaken here in the closing strokes, and I think Loretto Ballarat will go on to take the race win and claim the final. And Loretto Toorak still finishing quickly. MLC will have to lift here late if they're to stay in the top 2. Loretto Ballarat will go across and win this by a length and go through to the A final. And MLCQ have in fact timed their run to perfection and get up into second spot and hold on by about 2/3 of a length ahead of Loretto Toorak. So no need to panic at all there for the MLC combination, who will go through to the final. Loretto Toorak in 3rd, Genazzano in 4th place, but a great race there in the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. It is Loretto Ballarat and MLCQ who move through to the A final. That is race 479, which will be raced at 2:54 this afternoon. The Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull A final. And our second semi is approaching halfway. It looks to be Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the school in the lead here. The inside lane is Furbank Grammar, lane 2 Strathcona, lane 3 Melbourne Girls Grammar, and lane 4 the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra. It has been a strong opening half of the race by Melbourne Girls, and also by Furbank Grammar there on the inside lane, closest to the live stream camera. And they would sit in second place at this stage of proceedings. So the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School continues out in front here from Furbank Grammar in second place. So Melbourne Girls, Rose Keys Tilley, Lucy Munro, Annabelle Guthrie, Rose Anderson, and Phoebe Paul the lane 3 combination. And Furbank Grammar still holding on to second place on lane 1. Jessie Jarvis, Josephine Fay, Alicia Hanley, Ella Bailey, and Hannah Lee, the crew there from Furbank. But Strathcona closing, and also Hamilton and Alexandra over on the far side of the course. Just 2 will go through to the A final. Last 2 spots on offer here, and Strathcona certainly making a strong move here on Furbank, who went out very hard in the opening half of the race and now have to hold on to second spot over the closing 100 metres of the course. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School should get the win here. They're clear by a bit over a length. Furbank, Strathcona and Hamilton and Alexandra, the next 3 as they push down towards the finish line. The win will go the way of the crew in lane 3 from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. It is still Furbank just holding off Strathcona, and with a couple of strokes to go, they will do enough and they will go through to the A final. So Furbank Grammar from lane 1 will finish in second spot. Third goes to the crew from Strathcona, about half a length between those 2. And 4th place, a length further back, the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra College over in lane 4. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1 and Furbank Grammar in lane 1, I should say, who finish in the top 2 spots. Melbourne Girls Grammar lane 3, Furbank Grammar lane 1 are our top 2 there. Strathcona just missing out, and Hamilton and Alexandra in 4th place. Our open single scull semi-finals are also underway. Reminder also from our regatta officials to all parents here that the boat park area is reserved for the athletes and their coaches only. So please ensure that only athletes and coaches are in the boat park area. It is a very crowded part of the venue, especially today on finals day. So we do ask for the cooperation of all parents to stay in the spectator areas of the course and leave the athlete area to the athletes and their coaches. And of course a lot of expensive equipment in that part of the course too that does need to be protected. So if all parents could stay in the spectator area, that would be greatly appreciated. So the first semi of the Open Division 1 at single scull, and some very good scullers in this race. They've already been through 3 rounds of racing to make it to the semi-finals, and it is in this first of 2 semis. Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart Racing in lane 1. Lily Rose Hall-Kraus of the Seymour Peter 12 College in lane 2. Zara Kafuri from Cedar College in lane 3. And Adelaide Robb from Victory Lutheran College in Corowa, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd Racing over in lane 4. It does look to be the 2 scullers in the centre lanes who lead this race. And Zara Kafuri's had a very strong season in the single scull already. Winner of the under-19 single scull at the State Championship Regatta. A very narrow second place in the schoolgirls single scull behind Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar, who's not contesting the single at this event. She's rowing in the quad scull instead for Gippsland Grammar. So Zara Kafuri, probably you'd think the favourite for the event, and she's going through the halfway mark with a couple of lengths lead. Learned yesterday that Zara's mother, Binky Kafuri, was the captain of rowing at Lauriston Girls School a few years ago. But Zara here, her daughter, rowing for Cedar College and also training as a member of the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, along also with Sophia Miller, who we'll see in the second semi-final. But Zara Kafuri clearly in a qualifying spot. And Lily Rose Hall-Kraus, the sculler from the Seymour Peter 12 College, rowing out of the Nagambie Rowing Club now. Although previously resident in Bairnsdale, where she rowed for a couple of seasons. Now training on the waters of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, and she's in a clear second spot too. The sculler rowing here for the Seymour Peter 12 College, but 2 experienced scullers here out in front. Zara Kafuri of Cedar and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from the Seymour Peter 12 College. And then we go back to the other 2 scullers in the race. Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart College here in Geelong. She's racing in lane 1. And then over in lane 4, Adelaide Robb from the Victory Lutheran College, another of the strong group of scullers from Corowa. Of course, Corowa, the town just across the Murray River, so strictly speaking in New South Wales, but has long competed in regattas organised by Rowing Victoria, being a lot closer to Melbourne than they are in Sydney in Corowa, and they've got a strong contingent here at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta once again. But Beatrix Hearn and Adelaide Robb sitting in 3rd and 4th place. Not too much between them, but it looks like they will go through to the B final. And out in front, In control of this race certainly is Zara Kafuri of Cedar College, a clear lead of a couple of lengths from Lily Rose Hallcrouse in the Nagambie Rowing Club colours, but of course for her school here today, racing for the Seymour Peter 12 College, and she looks very comfortable as well, does Lily Rose Hallcrouse in second place. So they will be our two qualifiers, our first two qualifiers for the final of the Open Single Scull Division 1. Lane 3 the win, Zara Kafuri for Cedar College is the first sculler through to the final, and Lily Rose Hallcrouse for the Seymour Peter 12 College will join her in that A final later on today. So some great examples of sculling there from those two rows, and a great race for third here between the remaining two. Looks like Adelaide Rob of Victory Lutheran College in Corowa will come across in third place over in lane 4, and fourth will go to the local sculler from Sacred Heart, Beatrix Hearn, to finish in fourth place. So Adelaide Rob and Beatrix Hearn will race in the B final of the Open Single Scull Division 1, and Zara Kafuri and Lily Rose Hallcrouse will go through to the A final. That is the fifth last race of the regatta, race 497 at 3:48 this afternoon. Semi-final 2 is approaching quickly. We do look to be one sculler short here. I was paying attention to the first semi finishing here, and I'm not sure if one of the scullers has had an issue along the way, but there is a rescue boat much further down the course, so I suspect, unfortunately, that Alice Joyce from Christian College Geelong may have ended up in the water in the early stages of this race. I can certainly see the sculler from Loretto Turak, Annabelle Bamford, in lane 1. Across on the far side, we have the Turak College sculler Sophia Miller, and they look to be our top two. And then the remaining sculler is I think the Mercy College sculler. That's Alyssa Mirabelli in lane 3 for Mercy College. So unfortunately it does look like Alice Joyce has been unable to continue the race, but the top two are on opposite sides of the course, and Sophia Miller of Turak College, who was third in the Schoolgirls Single Scull at the State Championships behind Zara Kafuri and Ella Garand, looks like she'll take the win here, rowing here for Turak College. She was a student at the Askham School in Sydney until last year, but now resident in Victoria and racing for Turak College, and her first head of the schoolgirls. She is going through to the A final with a comfortable win in semi-final number 2. So Sophia Miller, the Turak College, takes out race 368, and Annabelle Bamford of Loretto Turak will also secure a spot into the A final on lane 1. So it's lane 4 from lane 1, our two qualifying spots. Third place goes to the sculler from Mercy College, Alyssa Mirabelli, who also rows at the Essendon Rowing Club, where she's coached by Barry Gardner. And unfortunately, we await the rescue to be completed for Alice Joyce of Christian College Geelong, who does in fact look to be back in her boat now, and may be continuing down the 1500 metre course in use for these open single scull events. So Alice Joyce will get the chance to complete the course, and with that she will qualify through to the B final. So it looks like that our rescue boats have done their job, and our sculler is back in the boat and continuing on her way down the course. So we'll wait Alice Joyce to complete her journey. We do have two more semi-finals to go in the Open Single Scull Division 1. They are C and D semi-finals for spots in the C and D finals. In fact, we have 4 more semi-finals to go in the Open Single Scull Division 1, but next race won't commence, wouldn't think, until our sculler from race 368 is towards the end of the course. But they are lining up at the 1500 metre held start. Here comes Alice Joyce, the sculler from Christian College Geelong. A great recovery from her to complete the 1500 metre course here in semi-final 2 of the Open Single Scull Division 1. So Alice Joyce, who's coached by Tony Lawless here in Geelong, and she's recovered well to complete the course in the second semi-final of the Open Division 1 Single Scull, and she will qualify for the B final of the race along with Alyssa Mirabelli. So Alice Joyce across the finish line now to conclude race 368. So Sophia Miller and Annabelle Bamford to the A final, and Alyssa Mirabelli and Alice Joyce will race in the B final after race 368. I believe we've had a switch in race order now back down the course as well, with race 370 seemingly the next event ahead of race 369. Race 369 is also underway, we understand, from the 1500 metre start, but the vision on screen now is definitely race 370 with Lauriston girls Annabelle Morrison. They're leading out narrowly from Corowa's. In fact, it's Octavia Thompson, I should say, of Shelford Girls Grammar leading from Elizabeth Herbert of Corowa. They are our top two, lanes 2 and 4. Also Madeline Spano from Fintona and Flora Gillies from Geelong Grammar are the four scullers in this race. Race 369 also underway, so semi-final 4 preceding semi-final 3. So just 4 semi-finals remain on today's program. Once we get to race 373, they are all finals through until the end of the day. So we have coming up soon the D final of the Year 9, Division 9 Coxed Quad Scull. About 4 races away, but the single sculls first to sort out the order in the C, D, E, F, G and H finals for the female Open Single Scull Division 1. So race 370 about halfway down the course, in fact about 2/3 of the way down the course. Race 369 behind that is through the first 500 metres. And we've just had a start also, it looks like, in race 371. So 3 single sculling races on the course in very quick succession here. The umpires maximising the efficiency of the course here today, and no doubt these single scullers enjoying these very, very placid conditions early here on Sunday morning. A bit different to what we faced here yesterday afternoon, but it was a great effort by our athletes and our officials to get through the big day of racing yesterday, despite the wind and the dust and the heat, and even a brief shower of rain at 1.2, if I recall correctly. It was certainly a memorable day, but excellent effort by all to brave the conditions and keep things on track. Interesting to note that at the regatta at Ngambie yesterday, the Year 9 events were in fact cancelled, but they were able to get through the majority of racing at the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre and the Scotch Mercantile Regatta as well. But certainly a challenging day for all concerned. They continue down with about 500 metres to race now in race 370, semi-final 4 of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. And it still looks to be Octavia Thompson of Shelford alongside Madeline Spano of Fintona, and then Corowa's Elizabeth Herbert, probably third. It looked to be second in the early stages of the race, the Corowa sculler in the red colours there on the far side of the course. We're about to have 4 races on the course at the same time if they get this next race away. In the next minute or so, we will have all 4 single sculling semi-finals on the course at the same time, and the umpires love a challenge. They've done exactly that. So we're racing in race 372 at the same time. It's about to get busy here at the finish line, I would suggest, with a few races coming in a quick succession. And it continues to be the sculler who leads here from Fintona, from Shelford Girls Grammar, Octavia Thompson, ahead of the Fintona sculler, Madeline Spano. They're a clear top 2. Flora Gillies from Geelong Grammar just disappeared from sight briefly, but is back in her lane now, just slightly obscured by the trees. So she did go a little off course, but is back on the race course now. Should be in 4th place. Third to be Corowa's Elizabeth Herbert. It'll be Octavia Thompson and Madeline Spano, likely the C final qualifiers from the centre lane. Very close between those two. And Elizabeth Herbert from Corowa, not too far behind either. Probably sits a length or so behind our top two. It's very close between Shelford and Fintona, as it's been pretty much all the way down the course. But maybe the Fintona sculler just a little bit stronger late in this race. Has a look to a left too, where Elizabeth Herbert is winding up for Corowa, looking to secure a top two spot. So it's Madeline Spano from Fintona, Octavia Thompson from Shelford, and Elizabeth Herbert from Corowa, the top three here. It'll certainly be the Fintona sculler first across on lane 3. It'll remain close for second and third, but maybe the Corowa sculler just getting her boat in front here in the concluding strokes of the race. And she will come through for second place, I think, with a couple of... No, maybe not. Maybe Shelford, in fact. We'll wait on a photo there. Fintona first, possibly Shelford from Corowa, but very tight for second and third. Fourth goes certainly to Flora Gillies of Geelong Grammar. And just two will qualify for the C final there. So Madeline Spano of Fintona has one of those two spots, and we'll await confirmation of second place. And it is Octavia Thompson from Shelford Girls Grammar who'll take out second spot there. So first the Fintona, Madeline Spano. Second, Octavia Thompson for Shelford. Just edging out Elizabeth Herbert from Corowa into third place. Fourth place, Flora Gillies from Geelong Grammar. So Fintona and Shelford through to the C final of the Open Division 1 single scull. Our next two C finals about to be decided here also. Eddie Braid of Geelong Grammar in lane 1. Elizabeth Brahout of Christian College Geelong in 2. Annabelle Morrison from Lauriston in 3, and Elaine Lee from PLC Melbourne Racing in lane 4. A clear leader here is the Geelong sculler Elizabeth Brahout, coached by Adrian Keats here on the Barwon River, and she's clear by several lengths. A great race, but for second once again, as was the case in the previous semi-final, with Annabelle Morrison of Lauriston, Elaine Lee of PLC Melbourne, and also still Eddie Braid of Geelong Grammar. Probably the PLC sculler would be narrowly second at this stage, but they've still got over 100 metres to go. It's tight between Lee and Morrison, their lanes 4 and 3. But Elizabeth Brahout of Christian College Geelong very comfortably clear on lane 2. She will come across and take the win now. So Christian College Geelong in first place. Elaine Lee of PLC Melbourne has a boat in front. She's almost joined Annabelle Morrison in the same lane there, but it will be Elaine Lee crossing by just over a length into second place. So she will move through to the C final, just over a length ahead of Annabelle Morrison from Lauriston. And fourth will go the way of Geelong Grammar's Eddie Braid, racing on lane 1. So the 3 and 4 semi-finals both complete in reverse order, but we've now resumed the advertised order of racing. Our other two single sculling races coming down from the 1,500 metre start, and we are not too far away from the first of our finals coming from the 1,000 metre start, which will be the D final of the Year 9 Division 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Confirmation too that Octavia Thompson of Shelford Girls Grammar beat home Elizabeth Herbert of Corowa by 0.18 of a second. 0.18 of a second between second and third in race 370. So Fintona and Shelford, the top two there in a very tight finish. Just the three scullers in semi-final 5 of the Open Division 1 single scull. Should be first and second to the G final here, and then third place to the H final. It is a Marion College sculler, Madison Pascalotto, who leads here, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidden, rowing in the colours of the Corowa Rowing Club, and then two Geelong scullers behind her, Nicole Westwell from the Gordon TAFE, who's coached by Adrian Keats, and Zara Johnston from Geelong Grammar on the other side of the course. Nicole Westwell in the Barwon colours on lane 1, looking pretty secure in second place. Zara Johnson in third, but it will be Madison Pascalotto from Marion College, who will come across and take the win in a few strokes time in race 371, the 5th semi-final of the Open Division 1 single scull. And a comfortable win indeed for Madison Pascalotto, who will go through to the G final of the Open Division 1 single scull. She takes the win there for Marion College. Second for the Gordon TAFE, Nicole Westwell will shortly be across the line. And then in third place over on the far side of the course, it's the sculler from Geelong Grammar, Zara Johnston, with a few strokes to go to complete the course. In the next race, rapidly approaching the sixth and final semi-final. You can have 6 semis, but that's what we've done here this morning. The sixth semi-final of the Open Division 1 single scull. Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra looks to be out in front, with the sculler on the other side, her closest competition, Sophie Teleskivi from Toorak College. They would be our top two. It probably is Toorak College, in fact, ahead of Hamilton and Alexandra. With 2 scullers on the extremities of the course. And then back to the centre lanes, Albert Park College in third, Emma Chambers-Smith, who's coached by Virginia Lee. And Nestle's Emma Van Duynhoven, the sculler from Warrnambool, would be there in 4th position. But the top 2 will go through to the G final, and 3rd and 4th to the H final. And the last of our semi-final races at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. The finals are about to commence at the 1,000-metre start. But first of all, it is Sophie Teleskivi of Toorak College who'll come across and take the win in race 372. And she is through to the G final of the Open Division 1 single scull. Toorak College in first place, around about 3 lengths clear of Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra in second position on lane 1. So those two will both go through to the G final. And to the H final will go our remaining 2 scullers, Emma Chambers-Smith from Albert Park College and Emma Van Duynhoven from Nestles on lane 2. The last couple of scullers to come home and complete the field in the Open Single Scull Division 1. The biggest event at the regatta in terms of number of entries. 35 single scullers in total began the event, and we now have just 4 left to a race in the A final. But a series of minor finals, of course, to come before we get to the A finals, as Emma Van Duynhoven comes up to the line as well, just behind Emma Chambers-Smith. Our last 2 scullers have come across, and that does conclude our semi-final racing. So we begin the really serious part of the program now with the D final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. And that race is in fact already underway from the 1,000-metre start. 2 crews from Wesley College and 1 from MLCQ. So reminder again to all the parents at the regatta that the athletes area in the boat park is to be kept just for the athletes and their coaches only, please. There is limited space in that area, and of course lots of boats and equipment everywhere, so we do ask that parents stay in the spectator area and basically do not pass under the road bridge behind the finish tower, and leave that area for the athletes and coaches to prepare for their important races to come over the course of the rest of the day. So race 373 is well advanced now, past halfway in fact. The D final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. MLCQ racing in lane 1, and they look to be the race leaders here. Wesley College in lanes 2 and 3. Wesley College, a very strong representation in this bottom division of Year 9 with at least 6 crews, it appears. They are in each of the next finals, so it's the D, C and B finals to come in the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. 2 crews from Wesley here, but it's MLCQ who lead. Eve Legg, Akriva Papyrus, Alice Young, Amber Lucchini and Zoe Giorgio, the crew there for MLC. Ahead of Wesley College in lane 2, Matilda Jackson, Elkie Wilson, Liv Kirk, Scout Arnold and Freya Denniston Emery. And then Wesley College in lane 3. The lane 2 crew just wobbling from side to side there. They've come to a bit of a pause in the centre of the course to have Wesley lane 2, and they'll be overtaken by Wesley lane 3. So Adriel Huang, Charlotte Sanfilippo, Celeste Musson, Ella Atkinson and Shanti Gee have assumed second spot. That second Wesley crew just, I think this needs to stop and recover and then go again, but I'm not sure if there's been a breakage or just a substantial crab in that boat, but hopefully they'll recover and be able to row out the last 250 metres of the race. But MLCQ continue out in front and look set to take the honours in the opening final of the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta for 2023. The D final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull, and it's MLCQ on lane 1, who will take the win out in a couple of strokes time with a big gap back to the two crews from Wesley in second and third. So MLCQ, the winners of the D final in the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. They conclude their first head of the Schoolgirls campaign with a D final win. MLC first on lane 1. Second will go to Wesley, lane 3. And third will be the other Wesley crew, who may well have broken an oar there, it seems, because they're rowing home with just the 3 girls in the boat. But Wesley College in lane 3 finished second, and Wesley College in lane 2 will shortly finish in third place. Bit of a mishap there about halfway through the race. But they will come home shortly and officially finish in third place. So well done to Wesley College there. School with great depth in the Year 9 categories with looks like at least 6 crews entered in this particular division. So effectively down to about 13 or 14 quad sculls in Year 9 at Wesley College. But it's MLC who take the honours in the opening final. They win the D final of the Year 9 Division 9 quad scull. And the C final now on its way as well. Again, 2 crews from Wesley College in this race. The full field, Loretto Turak from lane 1, Wesley College in lane 2, Melbourne Girls College in lane 3, and Wesley College in lane 4. The 2 Wesley crews, I think, probably sitting second and third, but again, lane 1 doing well in this race. MLC winning from lane 1 in the previous race, and now it's Loretto Turak leading from lane 1. Olivia Way, Liliana Manton, Chloe Hewitt-Pecker, Giselle Becker, and Ivy Graffiti, the Loretto crew, who are in a good battle with Wesley College on lane 2, listed as the Wesley College number 1 crew. One of their many Division 9 crews, it appears. That's Erin Yates, Emma Cooklich, Marley Ryan, Kia Atkins, and Ivy Moore. So Wesley College and Loretto Turak here racing for the win in the C final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull, and it is Wesley now who've got their boat narrowly in front of Loretto Turak, and probably stretching out to in fact about a boat length or so in the closing strokes of this race. Third on the far side would also be the crew from Wesley College, and then fourth Melbourne Girls College racing in lane 3. But the yellow boat of Wesley on lane 2 will take the win here in race 374. They'll take out the C final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. Wesley College in first place. Loretto Turak about a length and a half back in second. Third will go on the far side to the second of the Wesley College crews. That's Amy Slachter, Lucy Hamilton, Penelope O'Keefe, Coco Harding, and Remy Rook. And then fourth place to Melbourne Girls College, Myra Kumar, Sarah Mishra, Sienna Maluso, Ananya Baskin, and Arabella Cavagna in the boat there for Melbourne Girls. And the C final about to conclude, and the B final already halfway down the course as well. So here comes the B final of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. Of course, all the A finals held at the end of the day. So we have the D, C, and B finals here of Division 9. And then we'll go on to Division 8. And Lynn Charge is here ready to jump into the hot seat as soon as this race is concluded. And it's a good race too, with 3 crews across the course on the northern side. Loretto Turak in 1, and Melbourne Girls College number 1 and 2 in lanes 2 and 3. So good depth from Melbourne Girls College here as well in this Year 9 Division 9 event. And Wesley College, once again, a crew over on the far side, but they'll be back in 4th place in this race. So Loretto lane 1, Charlie Grace Galanis, Rose Henry, Sadie Jenkins, Meta Pastregna, and Annabelle Kellock. And the two crews from Melbourne Girls College, very hard to separate. Lane 2 is Etta Tyres, Talia Zangalis, Pip Castaldo, Elodie Slabbert, and Georgia Kitanos. And lane 3, Phoebe Constantinou, Alexandra Hogan, Ruby Gower, Miriam Thomas, and Lenny Edwards, the crew from Melbourne Girls College, who might just have the lead now. That lane 3 combination over either Melbourne Girls College lane 2 or Loretto, just zigzagging a little late in the race. But the lane 3 crew from Melbourne Girls College has gained the upper hand in the closing strokes of the race, and they'll be across to take the win on lane 3. Very tight for second place here as Melbourne Girls College get the win. Loretto Turak will finish in second by a canvas on the inside lane. So Loretto second, Melbourne Girls College lane 2 will finish in third place, and fourth will go to lane 4, the crew from Wesley College. So Melbourne Girls College take out the Year 9 Division 9B final, with just the Wesley College crew still to come home. And we'll move on to the Year 9 Division 8 events. The D final is already well underway, race 376, and I'll hand over to Lynn Charge.
Richard Dorstein, thank you so much for a very exciting couple of hours that you've really put everything into it. And the racing is certainly underway here with the, now we're on to the D finals, which is excellent for these Year 9 Division 8 Cox Quad Sculls. So on your program, race 376. In lane 1, we've got St Catherine's. In lane 2, we've got Ballarat Clarendon, and lane 3, Gippsland Grammar. And just at the moment, St Catherine's with Ria Valuri, Caitlin Hitchcock, Imogen Randall, Lily Meredith and Lily van der Ven has the upper hand there, just over Ballarat Clarendon of Kalisha Asplin, Hannah Renouf, Raji Jung, Sophia Howe and Amy Glau. And it is the St Catherine's crew, and a little further back, the Gippsland Grammar crew of Lily Carmody, Rebecca Boys, Avishna Singh, Jaden Gomez and Grace Millington. And this is the D final. So these girls have had quite a few races already. And on the final day of Head of Schoolgirls 2023, we're getting to the very pointy end of this magnificent competition. St Catherine's crew going really well there. The Gippsland Grammar crew got a bit of a way to go. So as we get in the finishing stages, it is the St Catherine's crew taking out the D final of Division 8, and excited girls. They've done a great job, and Ballarat Clarendon in the Year 9s going well. They're doing a terrific job there. We've got the Gippsland Grammar crew's got just a small problem there with only 3 girls rowing. They're doing a terrific job to get there, and very close on the heels of that coming through is Kerry Grammar and Loretta Turak for the C final. And Loretto Turak with Isabella Knight, Arla Fay, Isabella Pelusi, Mia Last, and Giselle Inarella is just now ahead of the Carey crew of Mia Cronin, Sophia Davey, Yana Malik, Taylor Austin, and Georgia Ziss. So this is the C final hot on the heels of the D final, and it is the Loretto Turak crew there really coming through for a very nice finish over Carey Grammar. Well, that was a very close race. There's one on top of the other there, and the timing crew and everybody else here is doing a great job getting these races away on time and getting the results out. Just a reminder that what you see on the live screen is not the finish camera. So it's just a little way off the finish line. So don't think that what you see on the live screen is the actual finish camera. It is not. So never mind about that. We look down the course to race 378. Female School Cox Quad Skull Year 9 Division 8, and this is a B final. Melbourne Girls College just in front now with Jessica Luckney, Stella Scully, Sky Molden, Anna Isaac and Sienna Maluso, coached by Chloe Mansfield, being challenged by Loretto Turak of Chloe McLean, Millie McShannock, Ella Guedish, Abigail Kemp and Violent Sandwich. So those two, Melbourne Girls College and Loretto Turak in lane 3, looking to be the winners there. But in lane 2, Loretto Turak with Jaya Kavava, Charlotte Baruski, Eliza Wenzel, Gabrielle McCorkle and Josie Grave is looking for 3rd and 4th position with Melbourne Girls Grammar. Clementine Hogan, Isabel Gorman, Rihanna Baker, Ava Manuel and Nikita Lowry. But the Melbourne Girls College crew in this B final of the Year 9 Division 8 have a really good lead, about a half a boat length over Loretto Turak in lane 3. Loretto Turak in lane 3 now making a bit of a move. They've pushed off the bridge, the James Harrison Bridge, and they're really upping their rating, keeping themselves long and strong there. Melbourne Girls College just having their lead taken a little bit away for them. Going to be a very close finish here between Melbourne Girls College and Loretto Turak, but it is Melbourne Girls College in lane 1 taking just the win in the B final over Loretto Turak in lane 3. And race for 3rd and 4th really coming strongly now. And it is Loretto Turak and just over Melbourne Girls Grammar. Very close finish. No, Melbourne Girls Grammar will come in 3rd, very closely behind Loretto Turak in 4th. Some exciting finishes there in this B final. We move now to the Division 7, and this is an E final. We've got 3 crews in there: Geelong College, Genazzano and Corowa with a K. So Geelong College on the near side here, Genazzano leading the way there in the centre lane and Corowa in the far lane. But the Genazzano crew of Scarlett Cargill, Fiona Tokalis, Maggie Schroeder, Angel Chen and Sydney Damaso have a commanding lead over Geelong College of Daisy Levinson, Coco Young, Casper Horn, Mia Chen and Maggie Hucker. A little way back there with the work to do, Corowa with Isabella Lau, Soraya Moraga, Ella Hassa, Sophia Liu and Olivia Finlay. But it is this E final of Division 7, doing a great job there, Genazzano in the centre. Just while we're looking at this race, parents, be aware that the crate paper in your tents can stain the tents. If it does stain the tent, you will be fined because it does not come out of the tents. So crate paper, if it gets wet, will stain your tents and you will be fined. But as with these crews in the E final, Division 7, Year 9, come under the James Harrison Bridge. Genazzano doing a very nice job. They're all 4 girls moving in time. The Geelong College crew has made a bit of a move. They've done a bit of a zigzag across the course, but they're really putting the power on and making Genazzano keep very honest with their rowing. A little way back to Corowa. They're just coming into the shadow of the bridge now. But the Genazzano crew looking very neat there, looking comfortable with the Geelong College crew, not far behind them, about 2 lengths behind. So this E final goes to Genazzano in Division 9, Year 7. Their first year. This is the first year these girls have rowed head of schoolgirls, and a very exciting event for them to participate in, to be part of, and just to begin their rowing journey through the many years that they will be at the school and row. Corowa coming down now to complete race 379, the E final of the Division 7 Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Well done to Corowa. Well done, Corowa. And the D final now of Year 9 Division 7. Very close here between Carey and Wesley. To Loretto Turak a little way back. Carey Grammar, Holly Wilcox, Alice Wilcox, Millie Kaufman, Zara Ills and Abigail Wolfe just slightly in the lead over Wesley College, Valentina Greer, Chloe Wilson, Zoe Meyer, Martina Guda and Yolanda Way. But they're being challenged now. Wesley College just moving up on Carey Grammar. Loretto Turak, a little way to go. Ruby Parsons, Scarlett McGrath, Grace O'Connor, Banazada and Millie Ridings. But very close finish coming up here between Carey Grammar and Wesley College. As they're coming to the line, it is Carey Grammar with a half a boat length lead now over Wesley. Carey Grammar will be taking out the D final of the Year 9 Division 7 with Wesley College coming in third and Loretto second, Wesley College in second and Loretto Turak in third. And as you look on the live screen, we've got race 381, the Year 9 Division 7C final. So we've got Ballarat Clarendon, St Catherine's, Loretto Turak and Geelong College. And you can see there the Geelong College crew and the Loretto Turak crew. So these four crews coming down the course. Just in the lead at the moment, Loretto Turak, Lucy Atkinson, Eleanor Brusek, Hannah Nankervis, Anya Barrett-James and Annabelle Westmore, being challenged there by the St Catherine's crew of Katharina Gray, Kristen Dodd, Amber Bolton, Bella Perry and Isabel Coe. Those two crews just now ahead of the Ballarat Clarendon crew on the far side of the course. Hema Baines, Kashika Bansal, Lulu Penabatis, Sophia Tedros and Ava Lepic. And not to be outdone on the near side here, Geelong Grammar, Lucy Spinks, Miller Dale, Gemma Reid, Bridget Bryce and Ella Milburn. This is the C final of the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. So we're moving up now through the finals, all the A finals in the afternoon. These are the minor finals. Still really important for these girls to get their racing in, get race practice, learn their race craft. And this is where the training comes in from the coaches. Loretto Turak being challenged by St Catherine's. Not far away is Geelong Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon. Loretto Turak about a half boat length ahead now of the St Catherine's crew. Remember, the live stream is not the finish line. So Loretto Turak and St Catherine's. Loretto Turak now half a boat length ahead. Now they're almost a boat length ahead now. It is Loretto Turak in lane 2, just ahead of the St Catherine's crew in lane 3. And Ballarat Clarendon and Geelong Grammar. And Geelong Grammar just had a bit of a stutter there, giving Ballarat Clarendon the opportunity to come through in third place and Ballarat Grammar in fourth. Very hard for these girls as the tension builds as they get to the end of the races. It's to hold their form, to keep calm. The Coxes do a terrific job in encouraging their crews to stay calm and long. Well done to all those crews in the C final of the Year 9 Division 7. Race 382, the Year 9 Division 7, the B final. So these crews, Strathcona, Caulfield Grammar, Loretto Toorak and Gippsland Grammar, are the top 4 in the top 8 rowers, crews of the Year 9 Division 7. And as we would expect out of the seedings, the 2 centre crews, Caulfield Grammar with Grace Agg, Luca Haberfield, Emmeline Tarry, Ruby Sarkis and Gabriella Farah, just there neck in neck with Loretto Toorak, Alice Streeton, Maggie Stenford, Ava Mead, Giselle Mangano and Stella Ho. So those 2 crews neck in neck there. A little beside them on the near side, Strathcona with Stella Theborn, Beatrice Stoltz, Abigail Adamson, Pearl Dryberg and Eliza Blue. And Gippsland Grammar with the work to do on the far side, Eloise Tavaski, Lola Daly, Lily Bramhall, Alana Crawford and Anna Masaryk. So these crews, Caulfield Grammar and Loretto Toorak in the B final, fighting it out to see who's going to be the winner there. Very close racing there. They're going stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball as they come down to the finish line. It's not what you see on your screen, it's what is on the finish line, and it is Caulfield Grammar that takes out the win very narrowly over Loretto Toorak. Strathcona coming in third, a very good place there. And we've got Gippsland Grammar still to complete the race. Well done to all of those crews in the B final of Division 7. Well done to all the crews, Caulfield Grammar, Loretto Toorak, Strathcona and Gippsland Grammar in the B final of the Year 9 Division 7 Coxed Quad Scull. And race 383, you can see on your screen there the St Catherine's crew just coming under the McIntyre Bridge, and they are just in the lead over the Wrighton crew. So those 2 crews, we've got the third one, Genazzano, a little way back with an equipment issue back there, but the leaders at this moment coming under the McIntyre Bridge is St Catherine's, Emmy Ponting, Alexandra Mirabella, Sophia Harland, Hazel Vjovic, Amy Liu and Ali Hall is their coach. But Wrighton girls have made a move now on the St Catherine's crew. That's Zoe Barlas, Charlotte Luxton, Ava Wong, Zara Folshear and Raina Gwynn, coached by Aurelia Lamont, have really moved up now on the St Catherine's crew. Genazzano have recovered from their equipment issue. Sienna Stewart, April Bogdanovich, Teresa Woolley, Zali Kenaway and Juliet Moran now back in the striking range there. They've got their crew together, but the interest right now between Wrighton and St Catherine's. Wrighton now have rowed through St Catherine's, coming up through with 100 metres to go. St Catherine's putting the pressure on, but Wrighton have done a fantastic issue there. Their coxes kept them focused and kept them in line, and it looks like Wrighton with a boat length now over St Catherine's, really going to make a really good race of this E final of the Year 9 Division 6. So Wrighton there, and I'm sure the parents on the south side that I've spoken to a fair bit over the last couple of days will be really excited about that. The St Catherine's girls doing a magnificent job coming in for second, and Genazzano, after this slight equipment issue, getting back in this zone now, rowing down. It will be Genazzano in third. And 384 on your screen now. This is the D final, and you are now looking at Carey Grammar there, And they are in the lead: Carey Grammer, Claire Stocky, Kira Brown, Tilly Kotzman, Ruby McCandlish and Hayley Tan in the lead over the Corowa crew: Yanni Kang, Alexis Talidoris, Grace Maisie, Ashton Joyner and Annie Licence. A little way back, the Geelong College crew of Tia Winter, Layla Ol-Abedi, Maeve Cornfield, Amelia Azzopardi and Catherine Westcott. But Carey Grammer have a commanding lead now in this D final of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. So race 384, the D final of the Year 9 Division 6, Carey Grammer with a commanding lead over Corowa and Geelong College, very close beside Corowa in the outside lanes. But Carey Grammer doing a very good job, rowing very well together for these Year 9 girls, and long career ahead of them. And as they come up to the finish line, the Carey Grammer crew can start, their supporters can start getting excited and celebrating now as Carey Grammer go across the line. Second will be Corowa and third Geelong College. Well done to Corowa as they cross the line in the D final of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. And not far below them, Geelong College on their home land coming through for the third place in the D final. And we look down the course to race 385. 4 boats in this race: Ballarat Clarendon, Melbourne Girls College and 2 Loreto Toorak crews on the lanes furthest away from me. But coming through now, Melbourne Girls College, Femi McGregor, Monty Atkins, Frankie Foster, Stella Rawlinson and Ruby Presnell, as right beside the Loreto Toorak crew of Gabrielle Hooker, Abby McIntyre, Giselle Inanarella, Mattia Brown and Annabelle Vo. On the near side beside us here in the lovely orange colours, Ballarat Clarendon of Ada Ronan, Ayesha Shajan, Kira Salmi, Ada Bassett Zawar and Scarlett Pinder. On the far side, Loreto Toorak with Zali Letho, Marianne Panis, Scarlett Wayne, Mia Tosfina and Farah Wardlow. But the interest in the 2 centre lanes, Melbourne Girls College and Loreto Toorak. Melbourne Girls College just in the lead by about half a boat length. Melbourne Girls College being challenged now by Loreto Toorak in lane 3. Melbourne Girls College, Glenn Fishman, who's in charge of the Loreto, the Melbourne Girls College rowing program, would be very happy with the way these girls are rowing, not letting the pressure get to them, keeping it long and strong. Loreto Toorak is moving up on them, but there's still 3/4 of a boat length for Melbourne Girls College to take the win over Loreto Toorak in lane 3, and Loreto Toorak in lane 4 will come in third position, with Ballarat Clarendon coming in 4th. Excellent rowing in the C final of the Year 9 Division 6. We move on now to race 386. This is the B final of the Year 9 Division 6. 4 boats in this race: Wesley College, Caulfield Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Loretto Ballarat. So the way the crews are put into their lanes, the fastest crews go into the centre lanes from their times from the semi-finals. So that's how you will see that most of the winners are coming from the centre lanes. But on the inside lane, we've got Wesley College with Marianne Spincer, Nikki Bergam Davies, Eden Paradis, Angie Tadros and Alice Carter. Beside them, Caulfield Grammar with Coco Boston, Madison Fall, Georgia Matheson, Grace Honig and Julene Petitpierre. But the winners at the moment, coming under the McIntyre Bridge, is Melbourne Girls Grammar with Talia Alamadi, Christina Bussatel, Lucinda Theodore, Zena Obeid and Alexandra Purdy. On the far side, Loretto Ballarat, Eliza Dodd, Georgia Mahoney, Kira McDonald, Olivia James and Daisy Donovan Clancy with on the far side, but it is on the lane 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar have a really good lead now over the Caulfield Grammar School of Coco, Madison, Georgia, Grace and Jolene. The Melbourne Girls Grammar School with about a 4-boat length lead over Caulfield Grammar. Wesley College just challenging Caulfield Grammar now for second place, moving up on it, and Loretto Ballarat have made a really good start there. They're really pushing forward now and they're challenging for third and fourth place. But Melbourne Girls Grammar with about a 4-boat length lead. The parents on the far side will be very excited about seeing their girls coming through, looking very strong in the B final of the Year 9 Division 6. Good win there to Melbourne Girls Grammar. Looking very together as they cross the line there. Not far away, Caulfield Grammar and Loretto Ballarat and Wesley will be fighting it out for third and fourth, but it is Caulfield Grammar coming into second place there. And Loretto Ballarat really moved up on Wesley, but Wesley have held their strength there. Wesley going through for third place and Loretto Ballarat a length behind for fourth place. And that was the B final for the Year 9 Division 6. We move now to the Division 5. So this is the E final of Division 5. Geelong College, Carey Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon. So on your screen you can see the crews of race 387, the Division 5 E final, just coming under the McIntyre Bridge. Leading is Carey Grammar with Matilda Cronin, Kana Bellan, Carolyn McMillan, Holly Pringle and Holly Bucknell. On the far side, Ballarat Clarendon, Tara Gray, Millet Knoll, Taylor McGill, Isabel Long and Estelle Freeman doing a great job there. And Geelong College on the near side, Charlie Keenan, Jade Barwick, Madeline Jarman, Isabel Goodekunst and Silk Shakespeare. Carey Grammar in this E final of the Year 9 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. Just ahead now of Ballarat Clarendon. It's about a 2-boat length lead, and as they're approaching the James Harrison Bridge, we'll be able to see exactly where they're all sitting. On the big screen you'll see that some of these girls will be rowing again at Head of the River at Ngambie next Saturday. So any of the co-ed APS schools, they'll be up there for Head of the River at Ngambie, and then moving on to Perth, which starts the Monday for the Nationals. So looking now, Carey Grammar, Matilda, Kaya, Carolyn, Holly and Holly coming now in the E final of Division 5. Ballarat, Clarendon not far behind with Tara, Miller, Taylor, Isabel and Estelle. And then on the near side, Geelong College with Charlie, Jade, Madeline, Isabel, Silk. But they're a big cheer for Carey as they go across to take the win in the E final. Ballarat, Clarendon coming in second, and third, Geelong College. Well done to the three crews in race 387, the E final of the Year 9 Division 5. You can see the Carey Grammar girls there on the big screen, looking very happy with their win there. Just coming into view now, the Geelong College girls. They'll be rowing back to their shed on their home ground. They know this course very well, know exactly where the bridges are and where the banks are. Race 388 is the Year 9 Division 5 D final. You can see there the Loretto Ballarat crew with Marley, Summer, Bonnie, Miller and Kate in the lane furthest away from us. And the other crew just coming into view there is the Gippsland Grammar crew of Alicia, Xanthi, Maggie, Lola and Charlotte. The other two crews, Genizano, Bailey, Olivia, Giselle, Yasmin and Ava, and Corowa, Violet, Abigail, Tess, Carla and Ilaria. So these four crews very even across, even though the screen does give a bit of a different view there, the camera angles. But as we look down, the Loretto Ballarat crew is about a length and a half ahead of Gippsland Grammar, with Genizano and Corowa fighting it out. But the three crews, Gippsland Grammar, Genizano and Corowa, any of those could be in second, third and fourth place. And Loretto Ballarat very nicely on fourth lane, seem to have a good lead, a good hold on the lead of this race. The Cox will be watching the Gippsland Grammar crew, which is just making a bit of a move on them now. Loretto Ballarat got away very quickly, but Gippsland Grammar moving up on them now. Genizano and Corowa neck in neck now. Corowa just getting their bow ahead now of the Genizano crew. Loretto Ballarat losing a little bit of their lead now as Gippsland Grammar really pushing forward. Corowa making a move as well as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. And Genizano also kicking off the bridge. They're all going to be lifting their heads, looking tall. Gippsland Grammar really making a move. Loretto Ballarat on the far side. The Cox has seen that Gippsland Grammar is making a move on them. They'll be urging the crews on. Corowa moving up as well. Corowa getting there. And Genizano, not to be outdone, they've lifted their rating. But as they come up to the finish line, getting very close between Loretto Ballarat and Gippsland Grammar. Loretto Ballarat, I think, will just have it just not very far ahead, though. Loretto Ballarat just less than a boat length ahead of Gippsland Grammar. What a fantastic race. And Corowa very close there for third and fourth with Genizano. Really good racing in this D final of the Year 9 Division 5. And great view there of the crews as they've crossed the line and looking around, talking to each other. Terrific camaraderie with all the crews in races here. One of the great things about regattas, and particularly head of schoolgirls, the girls get to see and meet each other and form lifelong friendships even if they're from different schools. Race 389, this is the C final of the Year 9 Division 5. Geelong Grammar, Wesley College, right and on our screen with St Catherine's at the top of the screen. And it is hard to tell from this angle exactly who's ahead. Right and just there ahead, that's Charlotte Caldwell, Kate Holden, Audrey Tran, Annabelle Govenlock and Emma Dayton. Just now ahead of the Geelong Grammar crew of Olivia Johnson, Rosie Griffin, Maggie Barber, Lexi Taylor and Chloe Nash. Beside them, the Wesley College crew of Anis Varad-Garrard, Jasmine Holt, Juliet Wajbam and Holly Blackburn, with Olivia Ponce is neck and neck with the Geelong Grammar crew. On the far side, St Catherine's Violet Stevens, Finn McCarthy, Paloma Gatina, Lexi Hill and Clover Oxley making a move now. Very hard to tell, but I think it is the Wrighton girls just ahead of the Geelong Grammar girls on the near side here. It is Wrighton just ahead there, but moving beside them, St Catherine's making a bit of a move, as is Geelong Grammar. Wesley going to be urging them, the Cox will be urging that crew on. Wrighton doing a great job there in this C final of the Year 9 Division 5. St Catherine's really moving up on Wrighton now, and Geelong Grammar on the sneaking through on the inside here on the lane here. They've just about overtaken Wrighton. And Wesley College now really challenging for the lead. So it is any four of these boats, Geelong Grammar, Wesley, Wrighton, St Catherine's, all four of these boats coming to the line very neatly. It's going to be a really good job for the judges here to be looking at those. But Geelong Grammar have got the run on the boat. I think they're going to be moving just a little bit faster than St Catherine's. Wrighton, not to be outdone, has put the foot down. Wesley College moving along very closely as well. So we're very close finish here, and it could be anybody's boat at the moment. There's Geelong College, I think, is going to get there. It is Geelong College just over St Catherine's, Wrighton, and then Wesley. Great rowing there from all of those girls. The placings in that was first across the line, Geelong Grammar. Second across the line, St Catherine's. Third, Wrighton. And fourth, Wesley, by very narrow margins. Fantastic rowing in the C final. The B final now. B final of Year 9, Division 5, race 390. And again, all four boats, Loretto Turak, Strathcona, Caulfield Grammar, and Ballarat Grammar, in almost a line across the course. Strathcona, Leah Liu, Isla Fithall, Lara Sitka, Juliet Stamb and Shalina Balishka just maybe in front of the Caulfield Grammar crew of Kathleen Din, Zoe Leffler, Isabel Wilkie, Annabelle Manley and Zara Appel. On the near side, Loretto Turak with Matilda Clooney's Ross, Tilly Hume, Tiffany Dodwell and Bella Haynes with Millie Noonan Coxing is really challenging now on the far side. Ballarat Grammar, Elise Mason, Stella Kwan, Ella Davin, Lucy Dankert and Kate Grilly. But Strathcona now with half a boat length lead over Caulfield Grammar. Loretto Turak really moving up on the near side here, but Strathcona pulling away now from Caulfield Grammar. Ballarat Grammar on the other side just pushing there now. They're pushing to catch up. Strathcona being strongly challenged by Caulfield Grammar. Strathcona, it's going to be which crew can hold their nerve in the concluding stages of this race 390, the B final of the Year 9 Division 5. Strathcona coming through half a boat length now ahead of Caulfield Grammar. Strathcona now leading out 3/4 of a length over Caulfield Grammar, and in third place will be the Loreto Toorak crew, and in fourth, Ballarat Grammar. Very close racing there in the B final of the Year 9 Division 5. Race 391 on your screen now. You see the Wrighton girls, April Khan, Grace Dunkley, Ruby Banting, Ruby Jansen, and Penelope Reese. See those Wrighton girls. The parents can look on the big screen and see how well their daughters are rowing. Very nice vision there. And they're leading the Geelong College crew of Lily Biscan, Audrey Savadis, Harriet Shaw, Katie Carroll, Gracie Jarman, coached by Caitlin Murphy. The middle crew, Damascus College, Miller Whelan, Stella Mercer, Ivy Story, Ava Lewis and Charlie Rowan, coached by Georgia O'Leary, is a little way off the pace, but the two leaders at the moment, Geelong College and Wrighton girls. See a very good shot there of Damascus as those girls are coming up the course. So Damascus just a little way off. As we look down the course there, you can see the McIntyre Bridge. The Wrighton girls just slightly ahead of the Geelong College girls. Geelong College just making a move now. Damascus with the work to be done, but as the Wrighton girls and Geelong College approach the James Harrison Bridge, we can see that the Geelong College crew is making a move now on Wrighton. The fast starting Wrighton, it could be the fast finishing Geelong College. Geelong College now almost a half a boat length ahead of Wrighton. Damascus a little way back. The Geelong College crew moving up nicely. Wrighton have seen the challenge and they're starting to really think about how they can increase their boat speed. The Cox will be looking across going, what can we get out of this crew? The Geelong College crew moving up very nicely. The forward-facing Cox being able to see what's going on ahead. The Wrighton crew now, they have just moved up and they've taken about a boat length lead over the Geelong College crew. This is the E final of the Division 4, Year 9. The Wrighton crew now just a boat length ahead of the Geelong College crew. Right in there that have led the beginning. They lost a little bit of the lead and then they got together and Wrighton have crossed the line ahead of the Geelong College crew, and Damascus crew just coming through now. Damascus, a fairly new rowing crew school, and they've got caught a little bit of a crab there, but they're getting the crew back together again and they're going to be crossing the line. Big cheer to all of these girls in the Year 9 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull E final. Well done, Damascus. Race 392, the D final of Year 9 Division 4, Caulfield Grammar, Wesley College, Toorak College and Corowa. So the four boats on your screen, you saw the Wrighton girls. But this now, race 392, Caulfield Grammar with Chiara Spanos, Grace Wilmot, Lexi May, Zoe Whitehead and Evelyn Kennedy. Wesley College, Elizabeth Birmingham, Sienna Stewart, Ava Scurry, Alice Andrews, Zoe DaCosta Alves. Toorak College, Scarlett Henderson, Chiara Nash, Lois Roach, Talia Rao and Sophia Ilya. And Corowa, Caitlin Walsh, Zoe Norman, Olivia Roberts, Sophie Kubik and Caitlin Newen. Wesley College in the lead there, just a little bit over the Caulfield Grammar crew in lane 1, Toorak College in lane 3 and Corowa in lane 4, very close beside each other, but the Wesley College has about a boat length a lead over the Caulfield Grammar crew as they come past the McIntyre Bridge. Wesley College still in the lead now. Caulfield Grammar moving up on them. Toorak College and Corowa neck in neck for 3rd and 4th place at the moment, but as we've seen in previous races, anything can change in the concluding stages of a race. So all of these girls know that no matter what, you push through right to the very, very end. Corowa now taking a bit of a lead over Toorak College. Caulfield Grammar moving up on Wesley. Wesley have seen and they're responding to the challenge. Wesley now only a boat length ahead of Caulfield Grammar. Corowa on the far side, moving away now from Toorak College. Caulfield Grammar moving up on Wesley. Wesley looking across. Caulfield Grammar really pushing the power down now. Wesley not sure whether they've got the energy now to really answer this challenge. Caulfield Grammar just rowing now, catching up to 3-seat and 2-seat and 1 seat on the Wesley coach. Wesley may still get the win. Caulfield Grammar really doing a terrific job here. Wesley doing a great job. They've answered the challenge, but it's going to be right down to the line for Caulfield Grammar and Wesley College. Wesley now a half a boat length ahead. It is going to be the Wesley College crew over the Caulfield Grammar crew. And 3rd and 4th place will be the Corowa crew in 3rd in lane 4, and in lane 3, Toorak will be 4th. So great work there. The D final of Year 9 Division 4 concluded. We move on to the C final. 4 boats in the C final. Genazzano, Furbank Grammar, Loreto Toorak and Ballarat Clarendon. Ballarat Clarendon, Elizabeth Haynes, Anna Sun, Jordan Martin, Harriet Beardmore, Zoe Dodadami on the far side, just coming under the McIntyre Bridge. But Loreto Toorak, Molly Diggins, Eloise Morgan, Lucy Japp, Georgia Phillips and Ivy Grafrida. Just being challenged for the lead by Furbank Grammar, Lily Redpath, Kate Montgomery, Beatrix Scott, Claudia McNamara and Jessica Collins. So those 2 boats going neck in neck for 1st place. 3rd place at the moment, Genazzano, Lara Craddock, Sienna McKinnon, Emma Jean Chemis, Alice Courtney and Verona Semajian. In 3rd place at the moment, Ballarat Clarendon, just with the work to do. But the interest is between Furbank Grammar and Loreto Toorak. Sadly, Furbank Grammar has just had a bit of an equipment problem, caught a bit of a crab, given Loreto Toorak the opportunity to move through. Not to be outdone, Genazzano now has taken advantage of that. They're moving up. They're still a boat length and a half away from the Furbank crew. Loreto Toorak now 1.5 boat lengths ahead of Furbank. Loreto Toorak, Furbank, Genazzano, Ballarat Clarendon in this C final of the Year 9 Division 4. Loreto Toorak 2 boat lengths ahead of Furbank as they cross the line first. Furbank in 2nd, and 3rd will be the Genazzano crew, and 4th the Ballarat Clarendon crew. Well done to Loreto Toorak, Furbank, Genazzano and Ballarat Clarendon in the C final of the Year 9 Division 4. And the B final, just approaching the McIntyre Bridge now, race 394. On the screen you can see Carey Grammar, Strathcona, Loretto Ballarat, and the bow of the St Catherine's crew just coming into focus there. So you get a great picture on the big screen of all 4 of these crews in race 394, the B final of Year 9 Division 4. The St Catherine's crew closest to me is Isabella Suter, Giselle Upton, Emma Peel, Ava Murray and Isabella Wang, coached by Georgia Deacon. Loretto Ballarat, Tana Castles, Sophie Robertson, Evie Rooney, Talia Landry and Adelaine Oswin. And the Strathcona crew, which is just in the lead at the moment, Maddie Pascoe, Abigail Morris, Isabel Christian, Ella Fotheringham and Olivia Nekfarjam. And beside them, Carey Grammar, Chloe Coleman, Brodie Barker, Hazel Dunshee, Ophelia Sullivan and Tricia Moapatra. So the leader now at the moment, the Strathcona crew, not far behind the Loretto Ballarat, not far behind them, the Carey Grammar, and then the St Catherine's crew. As they're approaching the James Harrison Bridge, the Coxes will be saying, okay, this is where we can put on a bit of speed. We're going to lift our heads, breathe deep, sit up tall, and see what we can do for this last 100 metres. No point in leaving anything behind. Put it all into the oars, into the boats, into your legs. And it is Strathcona being challenged by Loretto Ballarat. St Catherine's moving up on the far side, and on the other side, Carey Grammar. But Loretto Ballarat really putting the challenge out to Strathcona. Who can answer this call? Who can get there first? It's going to be between Strathcona and Loretto Ballarat. Strathcona, Loretto Ballarat. Strathcona still with half a boat length, coming right down to the wire now between the two of them. But it is now just the Strathcona crew in the B final, beating the Loretto Ballarat. And then Carey Grammar on the far side came in 3rd and St Catherine's in 4th. A very good finish there for the B final of the Year 9 Division 4. We move on now to Year 9, Division 3, the G final. Haileybury, Shelford Girls Grammar, Cardinia International College and Damascus. And just at the moment, Shelford Girls with Olivia Lidston, Asha Kakilius, Sophia McPherson, Jemima Bristow and Gabrielle Brown just have their nose in front of the Damascus College crew in lane 4. Ruby Lane, Isabel Forbes, Catherine Code, Claire Douglas, Isabel Thompson. And the coaches at Damascus, Georgia O'Leary and Paul Blanchfield. So Damascus doing a great job in lane 4. Lane 1, Haileybury, Aurelia Lee, Sharana Allen, Max Clutterbuck, Bobby Norton and Ashley Hamill. Those girls are now in 3rd position behind the Cardinia College crew of Charlotte McKinnon, Emma Cartland, May Walsh, Lola Ogilvie, Jessica Bailey and coached by Anita Whitehouse. The Damascus crew on the far side being challenged by the Shelford Girls College. But Damascus now have got a really good run on their boat. Shelford doing a great job. Moving up on the lane 1, Haileybury are now just moving up on Shelford. And Cardinia International, they're moving up as well. So this is going to come down to Damascus College and Shelford, who can hold their nerve as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. Looking up, Shelford really making a move now. Damascus holding on to their lead. They've got a 1.5 boat length lead over Shelford. Haileybury on the lane 1, now just moving up onto Shelford. Cardinia a little way off the mark, but it is the Damascus College crew really doing a great job in lane 4. Lane 4 and Shelford in lane 2, Haileybury lane 1 doing a great job, but it is going to be the Damascus crew by 2.5 boat lengths over Shelford Girls Grammar in lane 2, 1 boat length back to Cardinia International in lane 3, and Haileybury in lane 1 will come in 4th. You can see the Damascus crew just on the big screen there celebrating their very good win in the G final of the Year 9 Division 3. We move on to the F final, Year 9 Division 3. 4 boats, PLC, Corowa, Toorak and Lowther Hall. PLC, Momo Lee, Jani Zhao, Avan Mira, Jennifer Sun and Coco Zhu is the cox for PLC. And we go back to the F final with Corowa, Natalie Smith, Charlie McLeod Smith, Olivia De Rosario, Sophia Menting and Chantel Williams just in the lead over the Lowther Hall crew of Charlotte Patterson, Amelia Fox, Elizabeth Burke, Poppy Smith and Philippa Small, coached by Cindy Neenan. And the Toorak College crew of Alexandra Hewitt, Daisy Blair, Jade Victory, Asher Scott, Willow Hughes. So these 4 boats, as they're coming past the McIntyre Bridge, in a little bit of a line, the work to be done by Toorak College. Leader now just on Corowa. Lowther Hall in lane 4, making a move now. PLC in lane 1, doing a great job there. But from where I'm sitting, Lowther Hall just now in front of Corowa. Just remember that the what you see on the live screen does have camera angles, so it can be deceptive. And when you see the finish line, that live stream is not the finish line. So don't be there thinking that that is the line. The line camera is inside the judge's box, not the camera outside. But as we're looking now for this F final, we've Corowa now making a move on Lowther Hall. Lowther Hall in lane 4, Corowa in lane 2. Lane 1 and lane 3 moving up now. Lane 3, Toorak College now making a bit of a move, but PLC also putting the foot down. But Lowther Hall coming under the James Harrison Bridge has a half a boat length lead over Corowa. Corowa taking a look across. Lowther Hall still in the lead. Corowa doing a great job. Toorak College and PLC still with the work to be done, but it is Lowther Hall doing a very good job. Corowa moving up on them, could get down to the wire, but now a boat length and a half. Really, Lowther Hall have increased their boat speed, really doing a great job for Lowther Hall to come through first. Corowa in second. Third and fourth place still to be decided. Toorak College coming in third. Good job, Toorak College. And PLC in fourth. And that was the F final of Division 3. The E final now coming under the McIntyre Bridge. This is the E final, Year 9, Division 3. From the regatta shop, if you had any pre-orders, please pick up your pre-orders from the regatta shop. Make sure you get those before you leave the course. Parents, rowers, check it out. Back now to the racing, race 397, the E final of the Year 9 Division 3. Wesley College in the lead with Saskia Romney, Francesca Rose, Poppy van der Hove, Remy Clark and Julia Milson. Just over Caulfield Grammar of Grace Moore, Lily Jean Glynn, Ava Lee, Amanda Gobbo, Matilda Randerson. Then back in third place, Geelong College, Anna Beach, Alice Steele, Caitlin Russell, Clementine Tyrrell and Emma Hunter. And fourth place over in lane 4, Gippsland Grammar, Emma Kewish, Tessa Jackson, Zara New, Anna Taylor and Taylor Island. Wesley College really now in the lead, about a boat length and a half over the fast-moving Caulfield Grammar boat. Caulfield Grammar moving up, Geelong College just slipping back into third place. Caulfield Grammar moving up on Wesley College. Wesley College have left most of the way down the course. They're about a boat length now ahead of Caulfield Grammar. Wesley College holding their lead now, being very slightly challenged by Geelong Grammar. Geelong College is moving up on Caulfield Grammar. Geelong College looking for the second place win, but the win will go to Wesley College, and it's a fight out for second place between Caulfield Grammar and Geelong College, but it will be Caulfield Grammar in second place, Geelong College in third, and Gippsland Grammar in lane 4 in fourth place. The D final now of Division 3 is on the course. Sacred Heart, St Catherine's, Footscray and Genazzano. And from where I'm sitting here, it is St Catherine's in lane 2, Alice Dobbin, Camille Brown-John, Emily Thomas, Scarlett Evans and Sophia Sinclair. Just leading the Genazzano crew of Madeline Newman, Olive Oxland, Annie Dwayne, Tilly Lawrence and Verity Horrigan. Sacred Heart in lane 1, Sophie Klupax, Scarlett Mapleson, Lola Thomas, Ava Boris and Ivy Renouf at the back of the field at the moment, but anything can change. And Footscray High School, Charlotte Mack, Layla Carudis, Molly Strawn, Estelle Weiss and Sylvia Ward. But it is the St Catherine's crew coming through, Alice, Camille, Emily, Scarlett and Sophia, and the Genazzano crew, Madeline, Olive, Annie, Tilly, Verity. who look to be first and second place winners. Footscray High, Charlotte, Layla, Molly, Estelle and Sylvia doing a great job there, and the Sacred Heart girls. But as we look at the finish line, it is St Catherine's in lane 2 coming across for the win with the Genazzano crew just out of their lane a little bit in second place, Footscray High in third place, and Sacred Heart in lane 1 in fourth place. I'm now going to hand the microphone over to Jane Horn, who'll be commentating for about the next half hour. Thank you very much, Jane.
Well, good morning everybody on this much more pleasant morning here at the Barwon River for the head of the schoolgirls. A wonderful day's racing ahead of us today with a number of commentator swaps throughout the day. We are currently into the C final of the School Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3. Race 399 on your program for those of you that are following along, and we have the crew from Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon in lane 3 and Fintona in lane 4. So this is the C final of the Year 9 Division 3. The crew from Ballarat Grammar, Charlotte Revissa, Charlotte Armitage, Bess Morrison, Georgina Draffin and coxed by Jessica Hawker. Half a length in front of Melbourne Girls College, Lydia Forster, Cerise McPhee, Orla Edwards, Tessa Williamson and Ava Artavilla the Cox, with Ballarat Clarendon a further length behind and Fintona in station 4, 2 lengths behind Ballarat Clarendon. This Ballarat Grammar crew sitting up very nicely as they come towards the finish line here. We're going to take nearly a length lead into this as they come through to the last few metres here. Crossing the line here, rowing in the Amy Gillett. Ballarat Grammar taking out this C final in the Year 9 Division 3. Melbourne Girls College in second place. Ballarat and Clarendon in third, and Fintona crossing the line in fourth place. Claire Lau, Sophie Zeng, Aurelia Tropia, Tina Capnius and Emily Yu, the Cox. Proceeding through to the B final here of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3, over 1,000 metres. Racing pretty much on time here in much more pleasant conditions than we had yesterday. Seeded finals here, so the faster crews are in the middle in lane 2, and that's proving to be correct here with Furbank Grammar out in front. Here in the Year 9 Division 3 B final, Carey Grammar in lane 1, Furbank in lane 2, Wrighton in lane 3 and Loretto Ballarat in lane 4. All schools featuring yellow and gold as their colours, so a wonderful display here of the bright gold of these 4 schools coming down the Barwon here. But it's Furbank Grammar, Olivia Gillett, Zara Reid, Daisy Harridge, Iris Lee, Miller Edwards the Cox and coached by Madison Huising are a length in front of these other 3 crews who you could throw a blanket over in lanes 1, 3 and 4. Looks like the Loretto Ballarat may have a slight lead ahead of the Wrighton girls in lane 3 with Carey Grammar back in lane 4. And as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, it is Furbank who are well in front here, holding a length lead over the other crews. Loretto Ballarat over in station 4, Jemima Noble, Lila Molloy, Abby Kinnersley, Maddie Geljohn and Madison Cheeseman battling there with Wrighton and of course Carey Grammar on this station I'll try and call it from up here in the commentary box, but it is Furbank going through to take out this B final, a length in front of all the other crews. Loretto Ballarat putting a lot of pressure on Wrighton, and Wrighton have rode over the top of them here, and I think they'll take second place. Wrighton second, Loretto Ballarat third, with Carey in fourth place. So that was the final, B final of the Year 9 Division 3, 4-1-2-3 down your page. Furbank Grammar, Wrighton Girls, Loretto Ballarat and Carey Grammar School. We now move back to the Year 9 Division 2 G final. So we have a series of finals here for the Year 9 Division 2. We've mentioned over the last 2 days the incredible amount of Year 9 rowing and the enthusiasm for it in Year 9. So many entries in this particular event. Welcome to all those families who are attending the Head of the Schoolgirls for the first time. A long history in this regatta of allowing girls to experience the joys of rowing, with the regatta commencing in 1985. A reminder also to collect your gear from the regatta shop. If you've ordered something, it must be collected today. Please don't forget, put that high in your agenda so you get back to school tomorrow with your hoodies and merchandise that you've ordered. So this is the G final of the Quad Scale Year 9 Division 2, Toorak College in Lane 1, and it is the girls from Shelford Girls Grammar, Olivia McPherson, Cindy May, Elizabeth Gillard, Kylie Chen and coxed by Zoe Coughlin, who will be taking out this G final, looking resplendent in their green ribbons as they cross the finish line, several lengths in front of the girls from Toorak College, Rose Fenwick, Molly Hughes, Ella de Graaf, Zara Jolly and Lucy Hall, the Cox. So a win there to Shelford Girls College with Grammar with Toorak College in second place. The next event will be the F final of the Year 9 Division 2. 4 crews across the river in this event. Damascus College in Lane 1, Sacred Heart in Lane 2, Genazzano in 3 and PLC in 4. And as they come under the McIntyre Bridge, the Genazzano crew are a length in front here of Sacred Heart. Alice McGrath, Sadie James, Mia Brammel, Sienna Lindemann and Eliza Dempsey, the Cox. Ahead of the Sacred Heart combination of Ella Robinson, Imogen Hall, Sophie Klupax, Emma Sexton and Esther Cameron, the Cox. With a further length behind to Damascus College, Millie Valance, Cara Houston-Canellan, Liv Charry, Bonnie Todd, Ella Ryan, the Cox, and coached by Georgia O'Leary and Paul Blanchfield. With PLC a further several lengths back over in Station 4. Sanaya Dubash, Jingwei Liu, Alima Chowdhury, Caroline Way and Sophie Lau, the Cox. But this Genazzano crew in lane 3, coming out under the shadows of the James Harrison Bridge, rowing very nicely here, sitting up straight as they should be in year 9, learning the craft of rowing, having their first year out at the head of the schoolgirls here today. This is the F final, year 9 division 2. Genazzano taking an easy lead here, rowing really well, sitting up straight. The bow girl needs to focus on looking straight ahead, and she's doing that now and finishing very strongly. Eyes forward, ladies, as she rows across the line. Well done to Genazzano, taking out the F final. In second place will be Sacred Heart, with Damascus College in third, crossing the line well, finishing with nice neat blade work as they cross across the line, with the PLC Melbourne combination finishing in fourth place with a few strokes to go, rowing nice and long as they cross the finish line. So that concludes the Year 9 Division 2 F final. Genazzano first, Sacred Heart second, Damascus College in third, and PLC in fourth. Event 403 is the Year 9 Division 2 E final. 4 crews across the river here in fairly close proximity, all within half a length of each other. Cardinia College in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Haileybury in lane 3, and Fintona in lane 4. And Melbourne Girls College are holding a slight lead over the Cardinia College crew in lane 1, a further length back to Haileybury in lane 3, with Fintona in lane 4, battling it out for third and fourth place. So Melbourne Girls College, Audrey Farina, Abigail Grigg, Ava Papatua, Sophie Dupesh and Mia Shub the Cox, coached by Grace McGarry, are half a length in front, but Cardinia College have decided to lift their rating here. Instructions from the coach often taking place under the bridge. Just go hard, girls, for the last 100 metres as they approach the finish line. So Cardinia College putting a little bit of pressure here on Melbourne Girls College, but they've responded very well. Nice, neat blade work, sitting up well as Melbourne Girls College take out the E final. Cardinia in second. Haileybury will finish in third place, with a fast finishing Fintona coming across the line in fourth. All girls maintaining very nice blade work as they come through the last 100 metres. So Melbourne Girls College taking out the E final, with Cardinia International College in second place, Haileybury third, and Fintona in fourth. Moving into the D final now of the Year 9 Division 2s, over 1,000 metres. This is event 404. And we have 501 to get through today, so another just under 100 events to go. So big day's racing today. Hopefully you're all enjoying the much more pleasant conditions. Nice to see a few overcast skies as we settle into a wonderful day's rowing, with a little bit of a lunch break at 12:30, followed by the B finals after lunch, and then moving into the A finals from 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock finish with the female school Coxed 4 Open Division 1, concluding the program at 4 p.m. But we move now into the D final Event 404, 4 crews in this. Wesley College in lane 1, currently holding a half a length lead over St Catherine's in lane 3. Gippsland Grammar in lane 2 and Geelong College over on the far station lane 4. St Catherine's and Wesley battling it out here. Wesley crew holding their line in lane 1, but St Catherine's taking out a little bit of a half-length lead here as they come under the bridge, with Geelong College putting a bit of pressure on from lane 4 onto the Wesley crew for second place. St Catherine's combination of Violetta Campani, Sophie Hawker, Eve Plummer, Alex Alman and Mia Upton the Cox. Now a length in front of Wesley College, Scarlett Evans, Neve Horsley, Sienna Matthews, Zara Hirsch and Loyola Balbonton. But Geelong College, a little bit of local knowledge on station 4, using the run of the boat here, but St Catherine's will finish in first place. Very close for second, with Wesley possibly taking it from Geelong College. I'll wait for the judge's decision on that. With a Gippsland Grammar crew, Bonnie Johnson, Violet Fisher, Evie Humphries, Hayley Lamb and Mia Del Busso, the Cox, taking fourth place in that final of the Year 9 Division 2 D final. I'll just confirm with judges that final placing. It was definitely St Catherine's first. Second place Wesley College, and then third was Geelong College. So down the page, 2-4-1-3, St Catherine's first in the D final, second place Wesley, third Geelong College and fourth to Gippsland Grammar. The next race is the C final of the Year 9 Division 2s, with 4 crews in this event. Loretto Ballarat in lane 1, Strathcona in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, with Carey Grammar number 2 crew in lane 4. As they approach the McIntyre Bridge, so Loretto Ballarat is Anna Jones, Eve Watson, Lily Bennett, Matilda Kavanagh, Lucy Stringer the Cox, coached by Amy Foley. Strathcona, Jasmine Marr, Eleanor Inston, Olivia Harris, Paige Guthridge and Charlotte Gibbon the Cox, coached by Elizabeth Fraser. In Ballarat Grammar, Lily Geddes, Kate Johnson, Abby Marriott, Georgia Hill with Holly Briody the Cox. And for Carey Grammar, number 2 crew, Jasmine Lawrence, Gemma Gowans, Indy Kenny, Ava Thomas with Goldie McDermott in the coxswain seat. And it is the crew in lane 2, Strathcona, who have currently got approximately a length lead over the other 3 crews in lanes 1, 3 and 4. So the Strathcona combination taking out a strong lead as they came under the McIntyre Bridge. They put the burners on, lifted their rating and have taken a length lead over Loretto Ballarat, with Carey Grammar over in station 4 in 3rd place and Ballarat Grammar in lane 3 in 4th. So the Strathcona combination of Jasmine Marr, Eleanor Inston, Olivia Harris, Paige Guthridge, Charlotte Gibbons and coached by Elizabeth Fraser, a length clear here of Loretto Ballarat in lane 1, with Carey Grammar in lane 4 over in 3rd place. So Carey and Loretto having a good battle from stations 1 to 4, with the coxswains keeping an eye on what is going on. All girls striving to finish well here in this C final. But the Strathcona girls are sitting up really nicely, heads really tall, reaching forward well with their oars, pulling them beautifully through the water here, looking very balanced and very polished. They are looking very much the goods as they finish this C final in a length and a half clear of Loretto Ballarat over in lane station 4 with Carey Grammer, I think, pipped them with Loretto in third place. I'll check that with the judges, and Ballarat Grammar in fourth place. So confirming that, first place Strathcona, second Carey, third Loretto Ballarat, and fourth Ballarat Grammar in the Year 9 Division 2 C final. We now move on to race 406. Year 9 Division 2 and Loretto Toorak are scratching in this race. So we have in lane 1 Ballarat Clarendon, lane 2 Furbank Grammar, lane 3 is vacant with lane 4 Caulfield Grammar. And the bright yellow colours of Furbank Grammar are glistening in the faint sunshine there as we look down towards the James Harrison Bridge, with Ballarat and Clarendon in second place and a further 2 lengths back to Caulfield Grammar. But Furbank, Sophie Penfold, Ella Spring, Olivia McLean, Tilly Shenfield, Emily Arenson the Cox, and coached by Eliza Planachik. A length in front of Ballarat and Clarendon, Zara Hambrose, Sinead O'Houlihan, Ashley Moffat, Sophie Cardoso, and Sienna Ward the Cox. With a further length back to Caulfield Grammar, Lola Karavesioff, Lily Abbott, Annabelle Gigliotti, Rosie White, and Louisa Jikel the Cox. Furbank Grammar showing a very polished performance here in this B final. Looking very relaxed as they cross over the finish line here. So it will be a Furbank Grammar in first place, a length and a bit clear of Ballarat and Clarendon College, with Caulfield a further 2 lengths back in third place. We now go up a division here with the Year 9 Division 1 F final. So again, the depth of Year 9s is amazing, with F finals being rowed in the Year 9 Division 1 crews. So lots of crews enjoying their first outing onto the head of the schoolgirls course. Many parents enjoying the hospitality of their school tents today, but also there are a number of food bands located behind the embankment here on the Barwon. So if you need to take advantage of some refreshments and have a little break, please do so. Please attend to the regatta shop, get the merchandise that you need, and also pick up anything you may have ordered. So that will be ready. The regatta shop have been working furiously to get everything done. Very important to get your merchandise for the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta 2023. And as mentioned, we now move into race 407, over 1,000 metres still, but the Year 9 Division 1 F final. 4 crews in this event. Toorak College in lane 1, PLC in lane 2, Shelford Girls Grammar in 3, and Haileybury in 4. So these Year 9 Division 1 crews, the F final, and it is PLC who are half a length in front of Toorak College in lane 1. Very close for second and third with the other 3 crews behind them. And it looks like Haileybury over in lane 4 may be putting a bit of pressure on this leading crew from PLC. PLC combination of Lola Baburis, Yaddy Wang, Minnie Wilson, Juliet Spencer, Yolanda G, and coached by Angeline Mansfield. Probably half a length ahead of the crew from Haileybury on the far side in Station 4, Ali Craig, Pearl Daniel Reid, Eva Robinson, Meg Naylan and Stella Kruger. With Toorak College in third place, Lucy Sartitsis, Aspen Kelly, Ruby Bowen, Charlie Bell with Lucy Maggio the Cox, and Shelford Girls, Millie Mayer, Grace Eastdale, Charlotte Cohen, Winnie Roberts and Beatrix Sigley. PLC Melbourne being put under a lot of pressure from this Haileybury crew on Lace Station 4. They've rode very nicely as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. So Q4, Haileybury will take out this F final, defeating PLC. Haileybury girls very excited about that, and they'll go on to row next weekend. Close for third and fourth. And I'll wait for the judges to give me the results from third and fourth between Shelford and Toorak. So official results of the F final, Year 9 Division 1. First place Haileybury, second place PLC, third place Toorak College, and fourth place Shelford Girls Grammar School. So that's the F final from Year 9 Division 1, race 407. Race 408 is the Year 9 Division 1 E final. 4 crews in this event. Corowa in lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon in lane 2, Sacred Heart in lane 3, and Carey Grammar number 1 crew in lane 4. Qualifying for the E finals through the heats, quarters, semis throughout the last couple of days. So Ballarat Clarendon, the bright colours of their red Zooties shining here as they come through the McIntyre Bridge, are a length in front of Corowa in Station 1 and a further length back to Sacred Heart in 3 and Carey Grammar in lane 4. So Ballarat Clarendon crew, Chloe Bullen, Tess Geljon, Olivia Buckland, Alexandra Gilbert, Charlie Ferguson the Cox, coached by John Novak, are a length in front of Sacred Heart and Carey Grammar in third and fourth, with Corowa not far off the pace in lane 1. The Corowa crew, Chloe Agars, Daisy Marchant, Caitlin Olding, Hannah Waddell and Emily Bucket in the coxswain seat, coached by Elise Matthews. But the bright red zoot suits of Ballarat and Clarendon College are a length in front, with Carey Grammar over on Station 4 appearing to be having a good battle there with Sacred Heart. And again, Corowa in lane 4, picking up the pace a bit as they lift their rating coming through to the James Harrison Bridge. But certainly Ballarat Clarendon a good length and a half in front of these 3 other crews. It'll be tight for second here. Sacred Heart crew of Chloe Myers, Rhea Smith, Zoe McCardle, Laura Ahern and Ivy Renouf holding off Carey for now, but Carey will lift their rating as instructed by coaches often. But the Sacred Heart crew currently in second place with Corowa over on Station 1. Ballarat and Clarendon clearly winning here in this E final, but it's going to be close here for second as both crews lift their rating, need to keep their blade work smooth. Sacred Heart looking the goods here as they come across towards the finish line, rowing nice and long as they complete their race. They will finish in second place, Carey in third, with Corowa in fourth place. So official results of 4:08. In first place, Ballarat Clarendon. Second place, Sacred Heart. Third, Carey Grammar. Fourth, Corowa. That's event 4:08. Year 9 Division 1 E final. We move now to the D final, Year 9 Division 1. 4 crews in this event. Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, Loretto Toorak in lane 2, Damascus College in 3, and MLC in lane 4. And as we look down the river, it appears that lane 1, Melbourne Girls College, and lane 4, MLC, hold a slight lead over the other 2 crews in the middle, Loretto Toorak and Damascus College. Melbourne Girls College combination of Eleanor Schoolar, Romy Halatrost, Zena Abbas, Nova Karakari and Lulu Smith the Cox. Keeping an eye on MLCQ over on Station 4, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, Amiel Cummins, Emma Ward and Isabel Cronin. Having a good final 300 metres here as they head to a middle 300 here, as MLC seem to have taken a slight lead over the girls from Melbourne Girls College. Hard to tell with these angles as they come towards the James Harrison Bridge. These 2 crews, MLC and Melbourne Girls College in front. Looks like Melbourne Girls College have a half a lead as they come through the bridge here. Loretto Toorak in 3rd place with Damascus College back in 4th, but they too are having a good battle for 3rd and 4th. So Melbourne Girls College enthusiastically being cheered on by their girls on the bank here. MLCQ, Lara Wilson, Bella, Amiel, Emma, and lifting their rating here as they come towards the finish line. It's going to be a close finish here for the D final. I'm sitting here right on the finish line, and it looks like the MLC crew are half a length in front, but it'll be a bobble here as we head to the finish line. I'm not able to call that. Very close there as Melbourne Girls College held their form well. Definitely 3rd place going to Loretto Toorak with Damascus in 4th, but I am going to the judges for 1st and 2nd in the D final. Melbourne Girls College had a late run there over MLCQ. Victory going to Melbourne Girls College with an excited cheering below. MLCQ in 2nd place in the D final of the Year 9 Division 1. So that was race 409, a win to Melbourne Girls College, 2nd place MLCQ, 3rd place Loretto Toorak, and 4th place to Damascus College. A great row there for the MLC and Melbourne Girls College girls, but the Melbourne girls rode over very well in the last few strokes. A key skill to learn as these girls improve in their rowing is to hold their form in the last as well as they do in the first 100 metres. Sometimes you can just be pulling that boat through the water at the right time, maximising the length of your stroke, particularly when you have 2 oars in your hand in these quad sculls. So the balance has got to be right, heads have got to be still, bodies as upright as possible, shoulders well sitting well in the boat to keep it balanced. Feathering the blades really nicely. And these 3, if we've got 4 crews in this next event, a race 410, the C final of the Year 9 Division 1, Caulfield Grammar in lane 1. Wesley College and Furbank are battling it out here in the middle stages here, with Wesley in lane 2 and Furbank in lane 3 and Gippsland Grammar over in lane 4. Wesley College currently slightly in front here with the Furbank crew. Wesley College combination of Audrey Pinnon, Sierra Healy, Zara Schmidt, Zara Millard and Yolanda Way. Furbank rowing very strongly over those last few strokes as they pull the oar through. The Furbank Grammar combination of Abigail Bygg, Celestine Jang, Sophie Nichols, Piper Hadlam and Isabel Tranter take out the C final. First to Furbank, 2nd place Wesley, 3rd place Caulfield Grammar, 4th place Gippsland Grammar. in a very tight final there, the C final of the Year 9 Division 1. And then we move into the B final of the Year 9 Division 1, which are coming towards the McIntyre Bridge. 4 crews in this event: Geelong College in lane 1, Genazzano in lane 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, Strathcona in lane 4. You can throw a blanket on them as they come under the McIntyre Bridge here. It looks like Genazzano might be slightly in front here as they come through the bridge, with Geelong College and Ballarat Grammar a little bit behind, and also Strathcona as they come through the bridge are holding off the crew from Geelong College in Station 1. But it's Genazzano in lane 2 who are half a length in front of Strathcona in lane 4, with Ballarat Grammar in lane 3 and Geelong College neck and neck as they come through towards the James Harrison Bridge. The Genazzano combination of Ruth Clancy, Tess Ellard, Meg McIntosh, Emma McIntosh and Kate Farino, the Cox. Very close for second place, but Genazzano are pulling away here and lifting their rating slightly. Their blade work looking very neat and sitting up well as they come through under that bridge. The Ballarat Grammar combination in second place as we come through the bridge, but Genazzano pulling away here. Geelong College also keeping Ballarat Grammar under control, while Strathcona in Station 4 looking very polished. But the Genazzano combination coming through here looking very strong will take out this B final in the Year 9 Division 1. Very close for second here with Ballarat Grammar in lane 3 and Geelong College in lane 2, but it's Ballarat Grammar will take out second place. Geelong College in third, with Strathcona in fourth in the B final of the Year 9 Division 1. And now we move through to the double sculls. So results of 4:11. First place Genazzano, the B final. Second place Ballarat Grammar. Third place Geelong College. And fourth place Strathcona. Toorak College girls getting a row over here in the B final. They are eligible to row in it, so they are rowing in it to take the points for Piper Isles and Lola Graham here. So the female school double scull Year 9 Division 1 B final is only one crew in this event, and they must row it in order to claim the B final. So Toorak College combination of Piper Isles and Lola Graham completing their requirement to row the race, which they are doing in fine style here. Over 1,000 metres in the double sculls, which is a relatively new event for the head of the schoolgirls, having only been rowed last year for the first time, which was taken out by Albert Park College. So these girls in the B final, Toorak College combination of Piper Isles and Lola Graham, taking out this B final here in the double scull Year 9 Division 1. So congratulations to Piper and Lola for completing their requirement to row the B final. Well done, girls. So we now move into event 413 on the program, the single scull Year 9 Division 1, C final, B final, followed by the Year 10, Division 7 quad sculls. So we're heading into some Year 10 quad sculling after a couple of single scull races. Single sculling has been a feature of the Head of the Schoolgirls since 2006. A wonderful opportunity for girls to experience rowing and a buoyed course. Often they're training a little bit separately from the others, which many of them enjoy, being able to control their own destiny. That's the feature of a single sculler. They often really like having responsibility for themselves and enjoying the challenge of keeping their boats balanced, because I don't know if any of you have ever sat in a single scull, but it is not easy. Very hard to balance. So we have 4 crews across the river in this event, and it appears that lane 1 and 2 may have crossed over a little bit, so we need to be mindful of making sure that they're doing this safely. Of course, they are only Year 9, so they're in their first year of sculling. And the Fintona crew, Fintona girl is Ivanka Zhao, Gippsland Grammar in lane 2, Grace Frew, PLC Melbourne Mietta Wilson, and PLC Melbourne's other sculler Angeli Green. And these girls went through the normal processes of heats and semi-finals. There were some difficulties on Friday and a couple, same again this morning, with some sculling mishaps, and that's all part of it. You haven't single sculled if you haven't had a little swim along the way with your boat. But these girls now rowing as... You just need lane 2 to keep an eye on where she's rowing. She'll need to straighten up a bit. I think that's Grace. It's crossing from lane 2, which is causing her to row a little bit further than she needs to. So the leader at the moment is, I think, in lane 2, could be Grace Frew. I might have to wait till they get a little bit closer to see their colours. Looks like a PLC sculler in the lead at the moment. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that that's Mietta, but she's not in the correct lane. So I think that's lane 3. So yes, Mietta's in the right place. She's coming first place. The other PLC sculler is over in lane 4, Angeli Green. And I think that Ivanka Zhao has decided to move from lane 1 to lane 4, but she's very comfortable over there, so that's good. Always enthusiastically encouraging these girls to just get safely down the course. If you do a bit of a zigzag on the way, that's always a learning experience. So Mietta Wilson here will finish safely in lane 3. So I look at her bow number. Yes, this is Mietta Wilson from PLC, who's going to finish in first place in the C final, assuming that the judge is happy with a little bit of lane crossing that's been going on with these young girls. Second place in lane 4 is Angeli Green in the PLC colours, with the rower from Gippsland, Grace, finishing in third, and Ivanka Zhao going from lane 1 to lane 4, but finishing in 4th place. Well done, Ivanka. Congratulations on getting through the course. You've made the distance of 1,000 metres, and that's a really important thing to remember. So Mietta Wilson takes out the C final. Second place, Angeli Green from PLC. Third place, Grace Frew from Gippsland. And in 4th place, Ivanka Zhao from Fintona. We now move into the B final of the Year 9 Division 1. Corowa in lane 1. Ballarat Grammar, Kate Mitchell in lane 2. The Scots School, Sienna McFarlane in lane 3. And Renee Brown from Footscray High in lane 4. And the sculler from lane 1, Olive Vienko has crossed into lane 2, it appears, at this stage. So very important to keep having a little glance over your shoulder as you're rowing in these single scull events to ensure that you are remaining in your lane and not interfering with anything else or crashing into the buoys that might cause you to have a little upset. So again, seeded finals, the rowers, Olive in lane 1, Kate Mitchell from Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, Sienna McFarlane from the Scott School in lane 3, and Renee Brown from Footscray in lane 4. And a good battle happening here with the Scott School and Ballarat Grammar as they row down the middle, although the Scott School girls having a little bit of a wobble there. With lane 4 is Footscray High, and further back in 4th place is Olive from Corowa. So Kate Mitchell is a length in front of Sienna McFarlane from the Scott School here in this B final of the single scull Year 9 Division 1. Making their way with good blade work, rowing down here under the James Harrison Bridge. I think there's been a little bit of lane swapping here, but the Ballarat Grammar competitor Kate Mitchell is clearly in front here, just needing to hold her form as she comes towards the finish line, lifting her rately slightly, having a little glance over the shoulder to check where she is. But Kate Mitchell, coached by Kylie Lanyon, will take out the B final of this single scull. The Scott School Sienna McFarlane will finish in 2nd place as she comes down here, rowing very nicely, very balanced, finishing in 2nd place. Lane 4, Corowa, Footscray High finishing in 3rd place, Renee Brown. And the Corowa competitor over here in lane 1, Olive Vienku, will finish in 4th place in the B final. All crews safely finishing. Congratulations to all rowers in the single scull B final. We now move into the quad scull Year 10 Division 7 D final. 2 crews in this event, Lauriston Girls in lane 2 and Geelong Grammar in 3. And these 2 crews, the Geelong Grammar combination, half a length in front of Lauriston as we come towards the James Harrison Bridge. Geelong Grammar combination of Edwina Gorell, Jemima Healy, Jez Johnson, Tara Walsh, and coxed by Nell Middleton. 3/4 a length in front of Lauriston, Chloe Robinson, Annabelle Reith, Zoe Knight, Chloe Kemp, and Jade Swart, the cox. Geelong Grammar a length in front here of the Lauriston crew in this D final for Year 10 Division 7. Pale blue oars of Geelong Grammar being lifted nicely out of the water and rowing very well, with Lauriston the same with their navy blue oars. Geelong Grammar School are pulling away here, lifting their rating, urged on by their cox Nell Middleton, who is enthusiastically encouraging the girls to finish well, row long. And they will cross the line here in the D final in 1st place. So a win to Geelong Grammar. 2nd place will be Lauriston. Well rowed, girls. The next event is the Year 10 Division 7 C final. We have 4 crews which you could throw a blanket over as you come under the McIntyre Bridge here. Lane 1, Geelong Grammar School. Lane 2, Melbourne Girls College. Lane 3, Geelong Grammar, and Loretto in lane 4. And it's the 2 Geelong Grammar crews who are leading the way here as the crew in lane 1 has an oar pointing skywards, which doesn't look too flash at this stage, but they will regroup and will put their oars sorted and are back rowing again. But the Geelong Grammar combination in lane 3, Lucy Atkinson, Clementine Toon, Ayla Nans, Emily Dack and Cox by Maddie Cock. In lane 3, having a battle over on the far side with Loretto Turak, Joanna Bortigari, Alana Hunter, Stella Venus, Lucy Vanderlick and Sasha Cullen, the Cox. Lifting the rating of that Loretto crew is Sasha as she comes up beside Geelong Grammar and tries to go past them, but Geelong Grammar have responded. The crew from Melbourne Girls College, Miller O'Callaghan, Lola Dunn, Eloise Boyd, Macy Durham and Willa Bassett, the Cox. Back in third place with the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 1, Annabelle Crump, Charlotte Thompson, Olive Satchel with Daisy Brown and Charlotte Cock, the Cox, now regrouping after their little blade work mishap. But the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 3 are currently slightly in front, have maybe a canvas in front of Loretto over on station 4, with Melbourne Girls Grammar College back in third place, battling it out in lane 1 here with the Geelong Grammar fast finishing crew in lane 1. Looks like they're very determined here. Coxon's looking across and urging them on, so the two Geelong Grammar crews look like they might have taken the lead here in this final few strokes of this very particular C final in Year 10 Division 7. Geelong Grammar crew over in lane 3 without a mishap so far, looking like they're going to take this final out. First place Geelong Grammar, possibly second Geelong Grammar, third Melbourne Girls College with Loretto back in fourth place. I'll wait for judges' decision on that for second and third. But a good finish there for the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 1, who had a little bit of an oar mishap but regrouped as you should do in rowing. Very complicated to keep those 2 oars and then all 8 oars in time. And if you have a mishap, it's best to stop, regroup and re-continue if you can. So waiting on the judge's decision for race 416. Geelong Grammar in lane 3 were first. Lucilla Atkinson, Clementine Toon, Ayla Annis, Emily Dack and Maddie Cox, the Cox. Second place. So official results of race 416, the Year 10 Division 7 C final. First place, Geelong Grammar. Second place, Melbourne Girls College. Third place, Geelong Grammar. And fourth place, Loretto Turak. As we move very quickly into the Year 10 Division 7 B final, 3 crews in the finish. We have 1 crew further back with an oar not in the water, so they've had some sort of problem here. But 3 very close crews here. I won't be reading out the names as they come towards the finish line. We have 2 MLC crews in station 3 and 4, and Genazzano over here in lane 1. And it's very close here as they come to the final strokes for this B final in the Year 10 Division 7. The 2 MLC crews are neck and neck here, with Genazzano putting a lot of pressure in lane 1. Very hard to call here as all 3 crews, it's going to be a bow ball difference. Looks like the MLC lane 3 crew may take it out from Genazzano in lane 1 and the other MLC crew in lane 4, with the Turak Loretto crew further back having some problems with their oars. I will definitely wait for the judges on that one. But I think lane 3 took it out, the MLC crew, Kayleen Tarn, Grace Gonzalez, Jess Nankervis, Zara Kleiss, Holly Criddle, the Cox. Second place, went to Genazzano, Alyssa Vignoli, Kayla Collar, Sabina DaCosta, Stacia Horrigan and Isabella Schwartz were in second. With third place to the other MLC crew, Liz Toohey, Isabel Hay, Daisy Wheeler, Zoe Howard and Scarlett Herbert, the Cox in third place. With the Loretto Turak crew of Sophie Thatcher, Mia Fitzgerald, Mabel Fowler, Sophie Hannon and Alessandra Dana coming across the line or coming under the bridge here with some oar difficulties, which appear to be a broken oar there, with the other girls rowing them home here. So part of the joys of rowing is that it doesn't always go smoothly in any regatta, and it doesn't matter whether you're in an Olympic crew or a Year 9 crew at the head of the schoolgirls. The equipment can often fall apart, but they're smiling as they cross the line, aren't you, girls? Because you'll be back next year as Year 10s rowing again. So well done, ladies. Great finish. You'll have to buy a Freddo frog for those girls getting you over the line. So well done to the Loretto crew for continuing rowing and getting across the line safely. No one looks as though they're injured. Maybe just a little bit of a repair to take place back at the Loretto shed. We now move into the Quad Scull Year 10 Division 6. So we have a D final, a C final and a B final in this event. I'm now going to hand back to Richard Dorstein to do some racing before we have a lunch break at 12:30, followed by some B and C and D and E and HG finals after lunch, with the A finals to commence at around 2 p.m. So all the very best to Richard for the next set of races. Thank you.
Thank you to Jane Horn for her work over the past hour or so, and Lynn Charge prior to that as well. They'll both be back with us after a lunch break as we move through the final day of the Head of the Schoolgirls for 2023, with our lunch break coming up at about 12:30, so an hour or so of racing remains until then, and a continuation of these D, C and B finals in the Year 10 event. This is the D final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull. Toorak College in lane 1, Geelong Grammar in lane 2, and Strathcona in lane 3. The 3 boats in this race. Good tight race between the two crews in the centre lanes, lanes 2 and 3. Geelong Grammar in 2 and Strathcona lane 3 look to be the narrow race leaders. About a third of the race to go, in fact a bit less than that now. So Strathcona, Ava Armstrong, Lauren Osborne, Bree Tan, Zoe Chen and Ivy Vashiga. And they have a narrow margin on Geelong Grammar in the centre lane. Fiona Gillies, Daisy Hodgson, Lucy McAllister, Sophia Clark and Ella Corrier in that boat for Geelong Grammar. Just getting a little bit out of time there, the Geelong Grammar combination, in fact, as they tried to lift and go out after our race leaders from Strathcona, who've probably now got around about half a length or so, or a little more than that, in fact, it seems, on the Geelong Grammar crew. And then Toorak College back in third place. Tilly Waters, Belle Schwartz, Emma Saunders, Audrey Wise, and Vivian Liu. The boat there for Toorak College. But Strathcona on lane 3 look to have this race in their keeping. The C final, the D final, in fact, of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull, clear by pretty much exactly a length as they cross the line now. So it is Strathcona first on lane 3. Second goes to the Geelong Grammar combination, and third will be Toorak College. A couple of lengths further back to conclude race 418, the D final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull, as Toorak College come across the line as well. The C final also racing, about halfway through. In fact, another crew from Geelong Grammar in this race, so they are well represented here in the Division 6 Year 10 category. Just the 2 crews in the C final, and having a pretty tight race down the centre of the course are Melbourne Girls College and Geelong Grammar. Possibly advantaged narrowly with Geelong Grammar over in lane 3, but not too much between these 2 crews. Geelong Grammar is Erminie Hope, Emily Whitehead, Lucy DeSteigert, Charlotte Lamson and Pia Cowan. And then it is Melbourne Girls College, Lucinda Crabtree, Gazelle Bugager, Amelia Burke, Minty Corrigan and Tabby Blinko. The crew there narrowly in second place as they do pass underneath the Harrison Bridge and into the spectator area of the course. Just went through a walk through there in the last hour or so, and it's great to see the areas all filling up with people in every possible vantage point. The tents are fairly packed with lots of spectators awaiting these final races to come in the 2023 Head of the Schoolgirls as it reaches its conclusion over the next few hours. But still a good race here between Geelong Grammar and Melbourne Girls College. It's Geelong Grammar holding on by half a length or so, still ahead of that crew from Melbourne Girls College. And it looks to be that they'll stay in that formation all the way down towards the finish line now. Just 3 or 4 strokes to go for our race leaders there. And it is the Geelong Grammar combination who will take out this race on lane 3. And they're clear by pretty much exactly a length, in fact, as they go across the finish line. So Geelong Grammar first on lane 3, and Melbourne Girls College lane 2 will finish in second place in the C final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull. B final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull. Furbank Grammar in lane 1, Carey in 2, MLCQ lane 3, and St Catherine's lane 4 are the 4 crews potentially in that order too across the course, although MLC in the centre lane, in fact, look to be coming home probably the strongest of these crews. They're leading from Carey and St Catherine's either side of them, but still lane 1, Furbank Grammar up there in the top 2 with the crew from MLC. MLC is Chelsea Briggs, Brooke Ferguson, Anna Mitchell-Gaff, Annabelle Rice and Anna Ferguson. And Furbank in lane 1, Tali Brennendorf, Elise Tyver, Pepper Vaughan, Sophia Negri and Lexi Williams, who are holding on ahead of Carey by around about a boat length or so. But a good race between our top 2 crews with a quarter of the 1,000-metre journey still to travel for our leading combinations here. MLCQ lane 3, Furbank Grammar in lane 1, and then a bit of a gap back to Carey, who'd be 3rd, and St Catherine's 4th over on the far side of the course. The crew from Furbank on the northern lane, and then the MLC combination across on the other side of the course might have their boat just narrowly in front there. MLC from Furbank Grammar, a couple of lengths away from Carey, back to St Catherine's, but it's still MLCQ just holding on from Furbank Grammar with a couple of strokes to go in the B final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Scale, and the win will go the way of MLCQ on lane 3 by just over a length. It will be on the line ahead of Furbank Grammar in 2nd place. 3rd goes to Carey Grammar, and 4th will be the crew from St Catherine's in the B final of the Year 10 Division 6 Cox Quad Skull. MLC the winners there, so they'll rank 5th overall in this event, with our A final still to come later on this afternoon.
Check your boat, Lauriston. Geelong Grammar needs to come up nearly 3/4 of a length. And Carey half a length. Check your boat, Strathcona. Keep coming, Geelong. Check your boat, Carey.
This is the D final now of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. Ballarat Clarendon lane 1, Caulfield Grammar lane 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, and Geelong College are in lane 4. But they are sitting a few lengths back off the pace. It'll be Geelong Grammar, who look to be our race leaders, on lane 3. Paige Beckett, Ruby Vidotto, Charlotte Bate, Fiona Gillies and Lily Power is the crew for Geelong Grammar, and they would have a length or so on Caulfield Grammar in 2nd place. Olivia Salisbury, Lily Steiner, Olivia Connolly, Natalie Byrne and Audrey Elias. And behind them we have Ballarat Clarendon. On the northern lane, Sandra La, Jonkel Kiram, Catherine Huang, Annabelle Cheeseman and Sarah Moisey. And across to the Geelong College over in lane 4. Natalia, Georgia Shazaz, Amy Sadler, Charlotte Hayden, Hannah Brown and Katie Wood, the 4 crews in this D final, but it's certainly Geelong Grammar who are comfortably clear now by a couple of lengths on Caulfield Grammar. The 2 crews there in the centre of the course as our race leaders head inside the final 100 metres of the course. So Geelong Grammar, Caulfield Grammar, and then tight for 3rd between the Geelong College and Ballarat Clarendon College on opposite sides of the course here. They will fight out 3rd and 4th place in this D final. But the win will certainly go the way of Geelong Grammar with only a couple of strokes to go now. A couple of slightly out of time strokes there as they approach the finish, but they get it back in the closing strokes and come across to take the win in the D final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. 2 lengths back to Caulfield Grammar, who will finish in 2nd, and the Geelong College will win the race for third over on the southern side of the course. They'll finish third, and Ballarat Clarendon will be fourth in race 421. The Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull D final. Which means we have 80 races left to complete the day here. Race 501 at 4 p.m. is the final event of the program, the Open Division 1 Cox 4 final. Into the last couple of 100 metres now of the C final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. Strathcona Lane 1, Lauriston Girls in 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, but Carey Grammar on the far side are our race leaders here. Lily Bright, Audrey Lay, Stephanie Lewis, Hayley Clark and Genevieve Walters in the crew for Carey. And they lead this race from lane 4 in this C final. So about to claim 9th spot overall in the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. Very tight behind them for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But Carey Lane 4 will certainly go and take the win by just over a length. And Strathcona will hang on to 2nd place narrowly from Lauriston and also Geelong Grammar. Those last 3 crossing within a length of each other, but definitely Strathcona 2nd, Lauriston 3rd, Geelong Grammar 4th, and Carey Grammar lane 4 with the winners of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull C final. Here's the B file now of the Year 10 Division 5 Quad Skull. Genazzano lane 1, St Catherine's in 2, Furbank Grammar in 3, Melbourne Girls College in 4. Race lead looks to be with St Catherine's at this stage, the lane 2 combination with a bit of a margin on the crews on either side of them from Furbank and also Genazzano. St Catherine's in front, Sophie Simi, Matilda Talbot Gibson, Stella Kirakidis, Emily Cameron and Charlotte Leeton Watts in that St Catherine's boat. To be about a boat length they would have on probably Furbank Grammar now in 2nd place there on lane 3. Zoe Connolly, Annabelle Hartenstein, Cara Sharp, Anais DiPietranio and Angela Wang, the crew there for Furbank Grammar. Just ahead of Genazzano and also Melbourne Girls College on opposite sides of the course, but the St Catherine's combination certainly is taking out a Clearwater lead here over the remaining crews in the race. Still fairly tight for the minor placings, as was the previous race. Furbank and Genazzano very much in that battle, and still 2 Melbourne Girls College on the far side of the course, but our race leaders have less than 100 metres to travel now. The combination from St Catherine's, the lead probably being eaten up a little by the Furbank crew, closing fairly quickly there in the middle of the course, but the St Catherine's lead should be good enough. Melbourne Girls College also coming home quickly down the outside lane, so a good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but St Catherine's clear by a length, and they will win the B final of the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. 2nd will be Furbank, 3rd Melbourne Girls College, and 4th the crew from Genazzano on lane 1. So it is St Catherine's in the end who take out race 423. And effectively 5th place in the Year 10 Division 5 event to St Catherine's, the winners of the B final. We have the C final now on the course of the Year 10 Division 4 event. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1 here. Loretto Toorak are in lane 2. Lauriston Girls in 3. And on the far side, Ballarat Grammar racing in lane 4. Looks to be the two crews in the centre lanes here with the top 2 spots. Loretto Toorak are in lane 2. Chloe Watson, Mia Risk, Sally Bond, Maggie Betts and Amber Coulthard. And right alongside them would be Lauriston Girls, Lucy Hunt, Chloe Green, Emily Radigan, Rosie Rush and Tilly Scaife, coached by Ruby Lewis, the Lauriston combination. So pretty tight between our top 2, then it would be a matter of a couple of links back to 3rd and 4th. Might be Ballarat Grammar just in 3rd place in the battle of the 2 Ballarat schools, in fact, on opposite sides of the course. Ballarat Grammar, Sky Headlam, Olivia Mees, Chloe Headlam, Heidi Torrance and Charlotte McIlvina. And Ballarat Clarendon, a Guangji Lee, Charlie Savaris, Katrina Pryor, Ashlyn Lewis and Isabel Gannon. The combinations there, but seemingly battling out for 3rd and 4th. Loretto Toorak have their boat here clear of Lauriston. Ballarat Clarendon still ahead, in fact, of Ballarat Grammar, with only a few strokes to go now as our crews closing on the finish line. Lauriston trying to make up some ground on Loretto Toorak in the closing strokes of the race. Loretto Toorak holding on, but the gap is closing with every stroke that Lauriston take, but I think the course will be a little bit too short, and Loretto Toorak will hold on to win this by about half a length. Loretto Toorak across in 1st place. They take out the C final of the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Skull. Lauriston, and then very tight for 3rd and 4th, in fact, between the 2 Ballarat schools. A late surge there from Ballarat Grammar. See if it has come up short or not very soon, but certainly Loretto Toorak and Lauriston Girls, the top 2 in race 424. And Loretto win the C final in the Year 10 Division 4.
Shelford, just let your boat run. Check your boat, Shelford. Let your boat run, Loud the Hall. Let your boat run, PLC. Hard check, Loud the Hall. Hard check, PLC. Lane 4, Loud the Hall, needs to come forward 3 metres. Shelford lane 2, 1 metre. Elwood Park lane 1, 2 metres. Check your boat, Loud the Hall, hard check. Hard check Shelford and a hard check Elwood Park. Light touch, Loud the Hall. Just a very gentle touch, Loud the Hall. That's it.
B final now, the Year 10 Division 4, Cox Quad Skull, St Catherine's lane 1, Strathcona in 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3, and Wrighton Girls in lane 4. The race being led by Strathcona, Harriet Atchison, Christina Zhang, Millie Beaton, Bella de Anna, and Gigi Giles there, clear by a bit over a length from St Catherine's would be second, then Loretto Ballarat and Wrighton across the course too to complete the field of 4 in this B final, but it certainly is the Strathcona crew with a comfortable lead here of more than a boat length now in race 425, and they'll take out the B final in the Year 10 Division 4 event. Strathcona first, St Catherine's will get 2nd place certainly on lane 1, 3rd will go to Loretto Ballarat, and 4th place will be Wrighton Girls in race 425.
forward 4 metres. Check your boat, Lauriston. Check your boat, Ryton. Hard check. Light tap, foot straight. Just a very gentle tap, foot straight. Okay, hard check. All crews, quick start. Attention, go!
We have the E final now of the Year 10 Division 3 at Cox Quad Skull. Albert Park College racing in lane 1, Shelford Girls Grammar in 2, PLC Melbourne in 3, and Lowther Hall in lane 4. And it is the two crews on either side of the course in the lead here. Albert Park College, Olivia Harvey, Angelica Wolf, Alexandra Caparimo, Ruby Miller, and Georgia Arnott. And then across to the far side, Lowther Hall, Alara Killicaslin, Olivia Stambulik, Grace White, Zoe Peck, and Erica Cravatin there. They would be our top two, certainly. The lead looks to be with Lowther Hall there on the far side of the course. Then Albert Park College, PLC Melbourne leading Shelford Girls Grammar in the race for 3rd and 4th. But it is Lowther Hall on the far side, and there's E final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull, and they would have a lead of a length or so on Albert Park College still there in 2nd place. PLC and Shelford, the remaining two crews. But Lowther Hall will come across and take the win in race 426. Win the E final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. 2nd place will go to Albert Park College. 3rd then PLC Melbourne. And 4th place will be Shelford Girls Grammar to conclude race 426. The E final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. A reminder to all parents that the boat park area is to be kept free for coaches and athletes only, please. All parents are requested not to enter the boat park area, which is to be kept for the use of the athletes and their coaches only, please. So parents, please stay within the spectator areas along the course on either side. And the boat park area is just for the use of athletes and coaches as they prepare for their important races this afternoon. So the D final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. Again, a field of 4 here across the course. Ryton Girls in 1, Lauriston Girls in 2, Footscray High School lane 3, and Strathcona would be the race leaders across on lane 4. The crew of Maisie Permazel, Grace Beaton, Leah Kitchen, Alice Malloy, and Sienna Perry, coached by Jack McGrath. The Strathcona combination, Ryton probably narrowly in 2nd place, then Millie Robinson, Amy Zhang, Eva Zhao, Mia Sinnott, and Lucy Svingler, coached by Zara Mason. And close behind them between both Footscray High School and Lauriston Girls there in the centre lanes of the course. But a good performance from Strathcona over on the far side as they head towards the final 100 metres of the D final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull, leading home Ryton, Footscray High, and also Lauriston. Pretty close from 2nd back to 4th, but a big lead here to Strathcona, who will come across in a couple of strokes' time and take the win in the D final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. Strathcona in 1st place over in lane 4. A comfortable win for them, about 4 boat lengths the margin back to Ryton Girls, who will hold on to 2nd place on the opposite side of the course, just edging out Footscray High School in the final strokes of the race by around about a boat length. So Ryton 2nd, Footscray High 3rd, and 4th the crew from Lauriston Girls. Before the lunch break coming up, but after the 12:30 race, where we have been advised there will be the traditional row-through of state crews taking place over the lunch break this afternoon. So after 12:30, you will see on the course the Victorian Women's Youth 8 who will contest the Bicentennial Trophy at the National Championships in Western Australia beginning in just over a week, in fact a week from tomorrow. And also the Women's Lightweight Quad Scull who will race for the Victoria Cup. So two of the Victorian women's representatives crews that will compete in the Interstate Regatta, which is always such a compelling conclusion to the National Championships each year. And you will see those two Victorian crews doing a row over the course during the lunch break this afternoon. And a number of rowers in those crews have progressed from the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. In fact, 3 members of the Women's Youth 8 rowed at this regatta just last year in the St Catherine's boat and have now moved on to represent Victoria in the Youth 8. So we'll have more details about those crews as they come down during the lunch break after our 12:30 race this afternoon. Now to the C final of the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull with Melbourne Girls College racing in lane 1, Genesano in 2, Strathcona lane 3, and Ballarat Clarendon, the crew on screen there across on lane 4, the far side of the Barwon River course. But the race lead would be with the lane 2 combination from Genesano, Rebecca Crow, Madeline Stewart, Grace Kwok, Emma Whelan and Akira Little, coached by Jemima Dwyer, and they are very well comfortably clear here in this C final race. Likely to be the Melbourne Girls College combination in second place on lane 1. Lulu McDonald, Jasmine Lilly, Martina Fan, Alice King and Wendy Haythornthwaite, the combination there for Melbourne Girls College. And then close for third with Sacred Heart and Ballarat Clarendon, the two crews across towards the far side of the course in lanes 3 and 4. But it does continue to be the crew from Genesano here, comfortably clear by several lengths from Melbourne Girls College. Genesano well clear by about 3 or so lengths now from the crew from Melbourne Girls College, who still sit there comfortably in second place. Maybe Ballarat Clarendon just getting the better of Sacred Heart in the race for third. But no doubt about our winners here on lane 2. It is the crew from Genesano in race 428 who goes across and takes the win. Genesano first, Melbourne Girls College will finish in second place. Third does look now to be Ballarat Clarendon, who've moved a length or so clear of the crew from Sacred Heart. And that will be the order in which they cross the line here. So the C final goes the way of Genesano, who finished now 9th overall in the Year 10 Division 3 event, ahead of the crews from Melbourne Girls College, Ballarat Clarendon College and also Sacred Heart now across the line as well. Race 429 is the B final of that same event, the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Hamilton and Alexandra in lane 1. Loretto Turak in 2. Loretto Ballarat are there in lane 3. And Ballarat Grammar racing in lane 4. So the two Ballarat crews side by side on the southern side of the course. Loretto Turak on the other side of Loretto Ballarat. But it would be the yellow colours there of Loretto Ballarat, who do lead this race through the halfway mark. They've got about a boat length on a very tight race for second and third between, it looked to be Loretto Turak and also Hamilton and Alexandra College on lane 1. And then a bit of a gap back to Ballarat Grammar, lane 4 in 4th position at this stage of the race. But just under the McIntyre Bridge now, so about 400 metres to go. And the Loretto Ballarat crew continue to lead out here. Amelia Phillips, Ruby Cameron, Jessica Main, Lily Boynton, and Gemma Bridges, the lead crew there. Loretto Turak alongside them, Sarah Tanner, Stephanie Chan, Alessia Morello, Izzy Stone, and Millie McLean. And beside them is Hamilton and Alexandra, Harriet Nichols, Henrietta Russell, Georgina Russell, Olivia Rees, and Minnie Walker. The clear top three crews certainly in this race. And then Ballarat Grammar in fourth spot, Zoe Flamsteed, Natalie Kumnick, Maggie Taylor, Daisy Sheehan, and Sienna Dell, the combination for Ballarat Grammar. But it's Loretto Ballarat who continue to lead out here. They had about a length on Loretto Turak at the halfway stage of the race, and the margin pretty much unchanged over the second 500 metres so far. Still Loretto Ballarat from Loretto Turak just ahead of Hamilton and Alexandra. The race for second may yet get interesting, but certainly it's Loretto Ballarat showing out clearly in front here in race 429, racing for fifth place overall in the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. Loretto Ballarat by still that boat length lead. Loretto Turak just edging out Hamilton and Alexandra, and that will be the order in which they cross the line, it seems, from here. So a length and a half to lead to Loretto Ballarat as they come across and take the win on lane 3. Loretto Ballarat first, Loretto Turak in second place. Hamilton and Alexandra will finish third, and fourth will go the way of the crew from Ballarat Grammar racing on lane 1. Some shuffling of chairs up here in the commentary box. I'll move aside for a few races' time, and Lynn Charge back to call the next races.
Oh, thank you, Richard. And we're moving on now to the Year 10 Division 2. So this is the E-Final, race 430. The E-Final, we've got 3 boats, Shelford Girls Grammar, PLC and Sacred Heart. And in the Shelford boat, Freya Arnott, Rosemary Lee, Asani Martin, Charlotte Jones and Zoe Coughlin. In the PLC boat, Phoebe Jeng, Tina Zhao, Talia Vesey, Maya Van Beswu and Claire Aikman. And leading the field, the Sacred Heart boat of Annika Baronatsky, Lucy King, Tilly McNamara, Evie O'Mara and Laura Ahern. Now they are about 2 boat lengths now ahead of the PLC boat, which is 1 boat length ahead of the Shelford Girls Grammar. So the Sacred Heart crew in lane 3 doing a very good job there, and really increasing their lead now as they're coming up to the James Harrison Bridge. I'm sure the Sacred Heart crew, all their coaching staff will be getting very excited about these Division 2 E finalists, moving very nicely. They would have been in their 2nd or 3rd year of rowing, these girls, and doing a great job. The PLC girls there moving up now. There's about 3 boat lengths ahead of the Shelford girls. Shelford coming through, then PLC, then Sacred Heart. But as we go to the finishing line, Sacred Heart, Annika, Lucy, Tilly, Evie and Laura doing a very nice job taking out the E final of the Division 2 with PLC, Phoebe, Tina, Talia, Maya and Claire in second position, and in lane 1, third position, Shelford Girls Grammar, Freya, Rosemary, Ashani, Charlotte and Zoe. Well done to all those girls. So at the lunch break, remember we've got the row through for these elite crews. The Bicentennial Cup will be coming past, and seeing these girls, the way they've progressed from head of schoolgirls rowing to Victorian rowing and to Australian rowing. So really good, some really good viewing to look at these ladies row. And in the D final of the Year 10 Division 2, 4 boats, Melbourne Girls College, Ballarat Clarendon, Cardinia International and Lowther Hall. And leading the field at the moment, Cardinia International, Beth Lysett, Abby Forder, Chloe Dillon, Mia Parker, Alina Shand, coached by Andrew Logan. Doing a great job there, but right beside them, the Ballarat Clarendon crew of Juliet Grove, Kitty Young, Penelope Lopez O'Donnell, Marley Jungnet and Olivia Gilbert, coached by John Novak, really putting the pressure on them. A little way back in lane 4, Lowther Hall, Nora Jiang, Jaya Siegel, Leontone O'Brien, Lena Dala and Lida White is right there up with them, and the Melbourne Girls College crew of Katie Brown, Lucinda Hanrahan, India Falcone, Ada Breach and Amelia Cox not to be outdone. All of these girls in the D final, Year 10, Division 2, very close together. Ballarat Clarendon has now pulled away from Cardinia International. Melbourne Girls College moving up on them. And on the far side, Lowther Hall, not far away at all. So all of these crews are making just a bit of a push as they're coming up to the Harrison Bridge, but it is Ballarat Clarendon with about a boat length lead over the very fast moving Melbourne Girls College crew. Melbourne Girls College really moving up on them, and Lowther Hall just about now moving up on Cardinia International. So Cardinia International and Lowther Hall having a battle there. Melbourne Girls College really moving up now on Ballarat Clarendon. Ballarat Clarendon have been in the lead for most of the race. I think they're going to be able to hang on, but very fast finishing Melbourne Girls College crew. Very fast finishing, but I think they're going to run out of river just before they get to the end. So it looks like it will be Ballarat Clarendon. Not far behind, though, will be the Melbourne Girls College crew in lane 1, and they're in lane 3. Cardinia International will be 3rd, and Lowther Hall will be 4th. Very good rowing from all of these girls in Division 2. Not far behind. Well done, girls. And the C final is just coming under the McIntyre Bridge. Ballarat Grammar, St Catherine's, Albert Park College and Fintona, all in a straight line. Ballarat Grammar girls, Sophie Collins, Harriet Hodge, Fleur Follett, Arabella Knight and Hilary Sullivan, right beside the St Catherine's crew of Chloe Barber, Jessica Sibley, Millie Tulloch, Erin Lee and Rachel Carlton. And then Albert Park College is right beside them. Raya Sonigra, Beatrice Bradley, Jessica Marshall, Farah Hall and Caitlin Trong. And then only half a boat length behind is Fintona. Priyanka De Silva, Jessica Luang, Molly McKenzie, Cecilia Ho and Shari Perez. All of these boats in a very close line. Any one of these boats as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. Anyone. It could be Ballarat Grammar, it could be St Catherine's, it could be Albert Park College. Albert Park College just has their nose in front of Ballarat Grammar. Ballarat Grammar putting on the pressure now. St Catherine's just falling a little bit behind now. Ballarat Grammar and Albert Park College. Ballarat Grammar really moving up on them, doing a great job there. It's going to be very close coming onto the line, but it is going to just be Albert Park College in my eyes, but I may be wrong. And then it would be Ballarat Grammar, St Catherine's and Fintona. But we will wait for the official result on that. That was a very close call. It was just on the surge. So we will wait and see exactly who won that race. Very exciting finishing from this C final of the Division 2. The B final of Year 10 Division 2, Hamilton Alexandra, Strathcona, Loreto Toorak and Genazzano. These 4 boats, again, almost in a straight line across the course. Loreto Toorak, as they come under the McIntyre Bridge, just has their nose in front. Stephanie Leon, Madeline Bayer, Mara Chu, Sophia Hine and Willow Thompson, right beside the Strathcona boat, Charlotte Stoltz, Lily Reich, Amanda Yoon, Alexa Keenan and Olivia Elliott. Moving up beside them is Hamilton Alexander Jemima Ross, Surin Kim, Sophie Merrin, Ava Mould and Charlotte Butcher, and the Genazzano crew of Adele Nakara, Sophie Carter, Georgia Kerr, Poppy Lawrence and Cecilia Maury. So the official result of the previous race, which is the C final, first across the line by not very much was Ballarat Grammar. Albert Park College was second. But as we look now to these boats coming down, Loreto Toorak in lane 3, just ahead of Hamilton Alexandra in lane 1, Strathcona in lane 2 and Genazzano in lane 4. Loreto Toorak, very light, nice, bright blue boats, very easy to distinguish. The race on here for second and third, Hamilton Alexandra and Strathcona. Loreto Toorak seem to have a very firm grasp on the lead, but Strathcona and Hamilton Alexandra and Genazzano moving up on them as well. So we've got 3 boats here. Hamilton and Alexandra, Strathcona, Genazzano going for second place and third place. But it is Loreto Toorak in first place, and it's going to be lane 2, Strathcona, and then lane 1, followed by Genazzano. Very fast finishing Genazzano crew there, and very close racing in this B final. And being taken out by the Loreto Toorak crew of Stephanie, Madeline, Mara, Sophie and Willow. And the next race to come down, race 434, will be the Year 2 Division 2 B final of the Coxed Eights. So we're going to have some very fast rowing here from these Coxed Eights. Caulfield Grammar, Geelong College, Damascus and Haileybury. And as you look on the screen, you can see those eights now just lining up at the start. So you can see race 434, the start there. We can only see 3 boats as they're lining up. We can see Haileybury at the top of the screen, Damascus College and Geelong College, waiting for the start, waiting for the starters' orders. All sitting forward, ready. The Coxes getting their girls nice and calm before they take off. And they're away and racing in race 434, and just coming into vision now, Caulfield Grammar. And the Caulfield Grammar crew of Zoe Florentis Valkyris Adira Martin, Holly Jones, Gemma Roberts, Ella White, Pippa Wood, Millie Earhart, Zoe West and Leela Beckworth had a really good start there. The Geelong College crew, Zahara McCall, Java Lucas, Grace Spry, Lottie Hughes, Madeline Bozinski, Eva Kemp, Mackenzie Brown, Molly Larson, Ella Gate and coxed by Robert Cravant is doing a great job there. Damascus College with Evie Howard, Helena Debrinke, Bridie Orchard, Charlotte Cremeen, Annis Kelly, Ruby Laveri, Ruby Byrne, Cara Longmore and Savannah Darley, coached by Paul Blanchfield out down at Damascus, and Halebury, Bella McTire, Candice Deed, Jacinta Beale, Lucy Carris, Angelique Katapalis, Carrara Cortis Wright, Imogen Aikman and Arianella with Sarah Lee the Cox. Geelong College just in front now. Very hard to see here. They're doing a great job, these eights, and it's great to see the eights coming down. Always a good fast boat, and interesting to see now that we're into sweep rowing as opposed to the sculling that we've been watching in the Cox quads. So we've got this sweep boat in amongst the Cox quads. We go to the Division 1 next, but this is Division 2, Year 10, the B final. 4 of these eights coming down. Geelong College just with their nose in front at the moment, but who can tell? It's very close racing for these 4 boats. Geelong College with Sarah, Java, Grace, Lottie, Madeline, Evie, Mackenzie, Molly, Ella, doing a great job but being very tightly challenged now by the Caulfield Grammar crew of Zoe, Adira, Holly, Gemma, Ella, Pippa, Millie, Zoe, Layla, all doing a great job. But those 2 boats seem to be well clear of Damascus College and Halebury. It is Geelong College still with half a boat length ahead of Caulfield Grammar. Damascus just now in front of Halebury. Geelong College just pulling away now. But Caulfield Grammar is answering the call now. Geelong just looking across. What can they do? Caulfield Grammar getting a lot of boat speed out of their 8 girls that are rowing. Geelong has now just pulled 1 boat length ahead of Caulfield. Halebury making a move now on Damascus. Damascus seeing what they can do. The 2 boats seem to be, 1 and 2 places seem to be decided, but you can never tell. But Geelong College doing a great job increasing their lead. A boat length and a quarter over Caulfield Grammar. Damascus moving up on Halebury. Halebury going and giving Damascus a choice. But it is Geelong College who's going to be the winner by just a boat length. Geelong College, a boat length over Caulfield Grammar, and a very tight there for 3rd and 4th places. Will it be lane 3 or lane 4? And it's going to be lane 3, the Damascus College crew, and lane 4, Halebury will come in 4th. Very exciting rowing from this 8, Coxed 8, Year 10, Division 2 B final. Race 435, Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1. So we've moved into First Division now in the D final. Toorak College and St Catherine's. Toorak College, Olivia Sartisis, Layla Purcell, Claire Redfern, Jolie Castricum and Sophie Bodzisis versus St Catherine's with Sophie Farrer, Izzy Monaghan, Catherine Ross, Chamonix Stafford and Phoebe Locke. Toorak College with a very clear lead now over St Catherine College. St Catherine's now doing a great job there. St Catherine's clearly over Toorak. St Catherine's there in Year 10 Division 1, the D final, with a very clear win there over Toorak. Well done to St Catherine's in the D final. And Toorak College just coming across the finish line now in the D final. The C final now on the screen is the Year 10 Division 1 C final. 4 boats: Strathcona, Sacred Heart, Shelford Girls Grammar and Ballarat Grammar. And a very clear line across. Just Ballarat Grammar with their nose in front. Harriet Hegney, Addison Maxted, Maggie Harris, Zoe Wright and Ella Marshall just coming into the shadow of the McIntyre Bridge and moving out of that just ahead of the Strathcona crew. Sarah Stone, Olivia Tawney, Olivia Giles, Jessica Field and Emma Pitcairn, and coached by Izzy Debenocker. The 2 middle boats, Sacred Heart, Millicent McCarthy, Poppy Haxby, Sophie Knight, Ricky McMaster and Ivy Renouf, right there beside Shelford Grammar, Amelia Sakinidis, Millie D, Ruby Lockhead, Jemima Pettigrew and Madison Isaacs. But the interest is between first and second. Will it be Ballarat Grammar or Strathcona? Those two just ahead of Sacred Heart and Shelford Girls Grammar. And if you've been watching the live screen and seeing how many people are online watching, you might be interested in sponsoring an event at next year's Head of Schoolgirls, Schoolgirls 2024, and have your company name on the big screen. So give that some thought as your daughters are rowing down. Ballarat Grammar in the lead now. Strathcona, 3rd and 4th place to be decided between Sacred Heart and Shelford Girls Grammar. But Ballarat Grammar in lane 4 is going to cross the line first. And Strathcona in lane 1 will be second, and very tight for 3rd and 4th, but I think it's going to be Shelford. Lane 3, Shelford will be 3rd, and lane 2, Sacred Heart 4th. Very good racing in the C final of Year 10 Division 1. Moving on to the B final. Again, 4 boats: Genesano, MLCQ, Ballarat Clarendon and Melbourne Girls College. And as we look on the screen, we can see that Ballarat Clarendon with Isabel McRoberts, Lucy Goodson, Georgia Miller, Charlotte Peel and Rose Burke clearly there ahead of MLCQ, Lucy Speed, Alicia Calgogno, Olivia White, Evelyn Ford and Maya Fordyce. In the centre there's on this side Genesano, Eva Young, Remy Valia De Carlo, Eliza McNamara, Sienna Laduisi and Willow O'Callaghan. And on the far side, Melbourne Girls College, Gabrielle Simcox, Kate Emotis, Amber Papadopoulos, Lily Bartram and Acre Wright. So those 4 boats in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. Ballarat Clarendon had a terrific start, moved away very quickly. MLCQ beside them in lane 2, just catching up to them. Genesano, lane 1, a little way back, and then further back then to Melbourne Girls College. So as they come under the James Harrison Bridge, very tight battle there between Ballarat Clarendon and MLCQ. Genazzano in third position at the moment, Melbourne Girls College in fourth position at the moment. But Ballarat Clarendon have led all the way, but now MLCQ is really getting some boat speed with their length and their strength, their timing, their concentration. The Ballarat Clarendon crew, not to be outdone, is really putting down the pressure, holding it together exceptionally well. All of these girls, 8 girls, really going there, but it is lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon over MLCQ in lane 2, lanes and 3 and 4 yet to be decided, but I think it's going to be lane 1, Genazzano, and Melbourne Girls College in lane 4 will be fourth.
Thank you, Lynn. Just confirming that result there from that B final through the photo finish. First Ballarat Clarendon, second MLCQ, third Genazzano, and fourth place the crew from Melbourne Girls College in race 437. Race 438 is the Year 10 Division 1 Female School 8 Lauriston Girls on lane 1, Carey Grammar in 2, Geelong Grammar lane 3, and a good line between these three crews as well. Maybe Carey with a little bit of ground to make up there in the centre, but not a great deal between any of these three crews. Lauriston lane 1, Annabelle Muller, Charlie Ward, Penelope Hurley, Bridget Dixon, Felicity Dixon, Chloe McNamara, Chloe Finster, Mim Bosky, Grace Wilkinson and Liam Lovett, the coach of that crew. Carey and Geelong Grammar still very tight together there on the other side of the course. It'd be about a third of a length between all three crews at this stage, so a great finish coming up here in the Year 10 Division 1 8. Carey Grammar, the crew stroked by Julia Bowser, and Geelong Grammar out in lane 3 with Olivia Migliorni in the stroke. So to that boat as they wind up their crews for the final surge in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School 8. Lauriston, Carey and Geelong Grammar across the course. Maybe Geelong Grammar just sticking their boat in front in the final strokes here. Lauriston still edging out Carey Grammar in the race for second, but Geelong Grammar over in lane 3 are going for home. They're clear by about a third of a length, and they will get the win in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School 8. Geelong Grammar first, half a length to Lauriston and a quarter of a length then to the crew from Carey. So all three crews home within about 3/4 of a length. What a finish in the Year 10 Division 1 8, but the crew from Geelong Grammar too good in the closing stages. They will get the narrow win from Lauriston and Carey Grammar. There's 3 races to go before the lunch break, and then, as we mentioned earlier, there will be a row-over of the Victorian State crews, or 2 of the Victorian State crews at least, on the course during the lunch break, the Women's Youth 8 and the Women's Lightweight Quad Scull. So, Lynn and I will tell you a bit more about those crews as they come down the course in a few minutes' time. But 3 more races first of all before we do pause briefly and regather our thoughts and resume racing at 1 o'clock. This is the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Female School Double Scull now. It'll be followed by the single scull C and B finals as well. In this double scull race, it's Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, Grace McLaughlin and Olivia Johns. Corowa lane 2, Alexandra Schumack and Katie Herbert, coached by Hilary Zhu. Furbank Grammar in lane 3, Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall. And lane 4 on the far side from Damascus College, Amelia Polkinghorn and Daphne Collins, coached by Georgia O'Leary. But that Damascus crew certainly sits in 4th place. The other 3 fairly close together. And they will be Furbank, who are the narrow leaders here on lane 3. Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall. And of Alexandra Schumack and Katie Herbert for Corowa. And Grace McLaughlin and Olivia Johns from Melbourne Girls College. Certainly fairly tight between those three, but Furbank's lead does seem to be extending as they move through into the final quarter of this 1,000-metre race, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. So Furbank Grammar in front here, Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall. Hello to Nick Gall, the former CEO of Rowing Victoria, who's here today, and his daughter racing in his Furbank crew, looking set to claim a B final win here shortly in the Year 10 Division 1 event. Clear by a couple of lengths now, they would be from Corowa, Alexandra Schumack and Katie Herbert. And then in third place still it is the Melbourne Girls College combination, but there's a couple of lengths between each of these leading few crews, so it does look as if Furbank Grammar will take the win here with a strong finish coming up for Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall of Furbank Grammar past the last line of boys, and on towards the finish line they go, and Furbank Grammar will take out race 439, the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. Furbank the winners, second will go to Corowa, third place with Melbourne Girls College, and fourth on the far side the crew from Damascus College. So Furbank Grammar finish as B final winners and therefore fifth place overall in the Year 10 Division 1 at double scull. A good race there from Melody Bowen and Chloe Gall, as we see Melbourne Girls College cross and also Damascus College about to complete the course as well. Just our two single sculling races to go now to complete the first half of today's racing. We'll have that row over two of the Victorian crews during the lunch break. So approaching half distance in the penultimate race of the morning session of racing, even though we are already into the afternoon. It is race 440, the C final, the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. Phoebe Houlihan for Genazzano racing in lane 1. Corowa's Kiara Munro in lane 2. Christian College Geelong, Billy Ballard there in lane 3. And Lily Dingle from Iona College in lane 4. The Christian College Geelong colours very similar to the Corowa colours in fact, but it is Corowa ever so narrowly in front there. Kiara Munro ahead of Billy Ballard. And we're underway in the last race of the session of racing as well. The 12:30 race is on the course, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. So these two races on the course together, but some great vision there coming through from around the halfway mark of the course, where the Christian College Geelong sculler Billy Ballard is coached by Jan Keats, Roman Tomchak and Brooke Parsons here on the Barwon River, is in a great battle with Corowa's Kiara Munro in the race for the lead in the C final. And it is Lily Dingle of Iona College, also a Geelong-based sculler, again coached by that trio of Jan Keats, Roman Tomchak and Brooke Parsons. And the sculler from Genazzano on the other side of the course will be back in fourth place. That is Phoebe Houlihan from Genazzano, who is coached by Samantha Cadday. That's in fact the lane 1 sculler, I should say. The sculler on screen there now, of course, in the Barwon colours is Lily Dingle from Iona College in Geelong, and she would sit in fourth place. But certainly our race leaders in the predominantly red colours in the centre of the course. Billy Ballard of Christian College Geelong and Kiara Munro of the Corowa Anglican Girls School, with the advantage does seem to sit narrowly with the sculler from Geelong, Billy Ballard. with about 300 metres to travel now in this C final of the Year 10 Division 1 Single Scull. The B final also well underway, and in fact it's rapidly approaching the halfway mark, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 event. Plenty of finishes coming up here in quick succession, and still very hard to pick a clear leader here in this C final, as Genazzano's Phoebe Houlihan certainly looks to move up in our top two scullers too. Kiara Munro has gone for a strong push for Corowa to make up some ground on Billy Ballard of Christian College Geelong, who still leads, but only narrowly so, the sculler from Geelong there on lane 3. She does have around about a boat length, it would seem. So you'd think it should be enough at this stage, with about now only 150 metres still to race. It is Billy Ballard of Christian College Geelong leading from Kiara Munro of Corowa, who's being joined in that race for second by Phoebe Houlihan of Genazzano. A very strong second 500 metres for the Samantha Cadday coached sculler at Genazzano there on lane 1, and then back to Lily Dingle from Iona College, second of the Geelong scullers in this race. But I'll finish first and fourth, it seems, because in the head of the field it is the Christian College Geelong sculler Billy Ballard who leads the race with just a couple of strokes to go, and on lane 3 she will take the win in race 440 by 2.5 lengths. She takes out the C final of the Year 10 Division 1 Single Scull. Second place goes to Kiara Munro of Corowa. Third will be Genazzano's Phoebe Houlihan, and fourth place then is Lily Dingle from Iona College. So the race for positions 9 through to 12 is won by Billy Ballard of Christian College Geelong, and 5th to 8th place is about to be filled as well on the Year 10 Division 1 Single Scull as we go back down the course, as Lily Dingle here is about to conclude the C final for Iona College, and race 441 is being led, it seems, by Lolita Watson of the Geelong Lutheran College. So a strong showing here from the Geelong Scullers in this Year 10 Single Scull event. Lolita Watson in lane 1. Lucy Hodges of Gippsland Grammar is in lane 2. Jo Somerville of the Galen College from Wangaratta in lane 3. And Ariel Vanderpoel from Cardinia International College is in lane 4. So 2 more Geelong Scullers in this race. In fact, really all sides of Victoria represented here, with Gippsland Grammar and Galen College in the mix as well. But it's Lolita Watson who leads the race ahead of Jo Somerville from the Galen College. And then back to Lucy Hodges and Ariel Vanderpoel, who's coached by Ian Bridgeland at the Corio Bay Rowing Club. Rowing here for Cardinia International College is Ariel Vanderpoel. It might be up in the 3rd place now, narrowly ahead of Lucy Hodges from Gippsland Grammar, but it's certainly Lolita Watson who leads this race for the Geelong Lutheran College by around about a boat length from Jo Somerville of the Galen College. And that will be the order as they come down to the finish line. Now, lane 1 will get the win. It'll be a Geelong sculler for the second race in a row by just over a length. It is Lolita Watson who takes out the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Single Scull. Second place goes to Jo Somerville of Galen College. Third then will be Cardinia's Ariel Vanderpoel. And fourth place from Gippsland Grammar, it's Lucy Hodges on lane 2 to conclude the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 Female Single Scull. So 441 races have been concluded, and 60 remain for the final afternoon of the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. So our next action on the course in terms of an official race coming up in about 24 minutes. We are still awaiting the state crew row over, and it does look as if those couple of boats are moving up towards the start now. So we should have that fairly shortly. And I'll let Lynn tell you about some of the athletes that we'll see on the course.
Thanks very much, Richard. So I think these boats, the 2023 Women's Youth 8, who will be rowing for the Bicentennial Cup at Nationals, and the 2023 Women's Lightweight Quad, which will row for the Victoria Cup at Nationals, will be rowing down side by side. So in the Bicentennial Trophy, the Women's Youth 8, in the bow seat we've got Remy Mackay. Now she currently trains at Mercantile. She went to Wrighton, and she's rowed in their first quad in 2021, and they won head of Schoolgirls then in their quad. And now she's rowing in the Youth 8, and she is the Schoolgirl National Coxed Quad title that they won in 2021. So then in 2-seat, Bronte Cullen. She's also training at Mercantile, and she rode in St Catherine's first 8 in 2021 and 2022, winning the A final in both years. So an exceptional rower there. In 2021, Bronte represented Australia in the under-19 Cox State, and in 2022, along with winning Head of Schoolgirls, she also won the Schoolgirl 8 national title and the Prince Challenge Cup at the Henley Royal Regatta. The St Catherine's crew of that year went to Henley and beat every other schoolgirl crew in the world. So very well credentialed. In 3 seats, Charlotte Will, currently at MUBC, rode at MLC, came 3rd at Head of Schoolgirls, and won bronze in the Schoolgirl Cox 8 at Nationals. Meg Cartwright, rowing at MUBC, went to Cardinia International College, but did most of her rowing out of Corio Bay Rowing Club. So Meg knows this piece of water exceptionally well. Meg won the single Head of Schoolgirls at 2021, as well as the Schoolgirl single, under-19 single, with the under-19 and under-21 double at the Victorian State Championships.
Just to interrupt briefly, Lynn, the crew actually now rowing up in the transit lane, the 8 that Lynn's describing. It's not quite ready for their row over of the course, but if you're on the southern bank, you've got a great view of that Victorian Youth 8 as they make their way up just under the McIntyre Bridge shortly. So they will go up to the 1,500 metre start and turn around and come back. So you will get a further chance to have a look at the athletes in that boat. They are rowing in their school colours as well today, Lynn. So it's great to see the pathway they followed from the head of the schoolgirls through to the Victorian State team.
So I'm very impressed that their zooties are still in good enough condition after years of rowing. So did you say they're going up to the 1,500 or just to the 1,000?
It was an absolute guess, Lynn, but I'd actually hope they'd go to the 2,000 metre start, given it in Western Australia they will be racing over 2,000 metres, but that would involve a rather substantial bend here. So we'll watch the crew as they travel up the course, and at some stage they'll turn around and come back.
Well, I hope so, because if they don't come back, we won't get to see them. But we're not sure whether they will go to the 1,000 or to the 1,500. I expect just the 1,000. But it will be interesting as these girls row past to look at the zooties and the school colours. So far, I've talked about a Ryton girl, a St Catherine's girl, an MLC girl, a Cardinia, and as I look down the rest of the girls, there's another MLC, St Catherine's, a Wesley and St Catherine's. And the coach is from MUBC. So it's interesting that there's Mercantile from one of the city clubs, St Catherine's, one of the schools there, Wesley, but also Cardinia International. What do you make of that all these girls come from different schools?
I think it shows the strength of Victorian rowing in general, Lynn, and the strength in regional areas and regattas such as this, which do allow the whole state to come together and compete. I must admit, having spent many years living up in Queensland, it's not quite as easy to gather the rowers from all corners of the state together into one place, from Cairns and Townsville and Rockhampton and Bundaberg and Brisbane and the Gold Coast. So we don't quite have a regatta like this one where the entire state turns up to race for 3 days, but you can see the competition it creates and you can see how it does inspire the athletes from all around Victoria to want to represent their state on the biggest stage of all, the national championships.
That's right. And if your daughters are looking, and you rowers, if you're listening, are looking for pathways, Delwyn from Rowing Victoria, all of these girls would have come through our pathways course. So go and speak to Delwyn to find out how you can move it from schoolgirl rowing into club rowing.
Does look like the crews are turning around now up at the 1,000 metre mark too, Lynn, so we'll get you to continue with the names shortly, but should point out, as we mentioned yesterday too, that some of the hierarchy of Rowing Australia have been visiting this regatta, so as well as Delwyn, who's the Pathways coordinator, John Bowes has been a very long-serving coach, initially up in Queensland and now working for Rowing Australia and doing some work in America with the overseas-based athletes too. Rowing Australia's Pathway coordinator, I know, was here yesterday, may still be here today as well, along with John Keogh, Rowing Australia's head coach for women, who is based at the National Training Centre, the Gina Reinhardt National Training Centre at Penrith, just down the road from the Olympic course, of course, at Penrith. And they were here certainly having a look at the activity, and no doubt talking to a few athletes to try and attract them into that program in the years to come. And of course, Delwyn from Rowing Victoria has been hard at work around the state in recent times as well, doing exactly the same thing.
And I also did get a hello from Noel Donaldson, one of our exceptionally well-regarded coaches. He's here today, and he has done work with Pathways. I think he's working with VIS at the moment. So he will also be here. A lot of these talent, you could almost call them talent ID, looking at the girls as they're rowing down and assessing and trying to find out how we can encourage girls when they've finished their school rowing to continue into club rowing, which where they can enjoy the camaraderie that they've seen through all their school rowing. But if I go down to 5 seat in the women's 8, Anna Morrison. Now, she's currently training at Mercantile. She rowed for MLC, but she did finish in 2020. That was probably didn't finish 2020 head of Schoolgirls. That was a very unfortunate event there with COVID. But in 2019, Anna was in the second 8, which placed second in the A final at head of Schoolgirls. Sarah Marriott in 6th seat, currently at MUBC, rowed at St Catherine's, and again one of those exceptional rowers who was in the first 8 in 2021 and 22, winning the A final both years. She's represented Australia in the under 19 Cox States, and went on to national titles and to win Henley.
And she will just this year, Lynn, hot off the press, hence the scribble on that page. Sarah Marriott has just been named in the Australian Under-23 Women's Coxless 4. Today, that team has come out over the past couple of hours, for those who pay close attention to Rowing Australia's social media. So Sarah Marriott steps up from the junior team to the Under-23 Women's 4 and will race for Australia overseas this year, which is certainly a great honour for her.
That's a fantastic progression from St Catherine's to MUBC, and to national schoolgirl title and the under-23 Coxless 4s. Romy Cantwell. Now, she is also training at MUBC and rowed in the St Catherine's again in the first 8s in 1919, 1920, wouldn't have got to race there. Placed 3rd in the A final in 2019 and 4th in the schoolgirl Cox State at Nationals in that year. And Romy was in the Victorian Pathway 8 in 2019, and that went on to win the event. So Romy Cantwell, and last in the stroke seat, Zara Lavery, again an MUBC current rower, and stroked the Wesley first 8 in 2021, where they were 4th in the A final at head of Schoolgirls, 4th in the schoolgirl Cox State at Nationals, and won gold in the under-19 Coxed 4, and has represented Australia in the under-19 Coxed 4. And the other member of the crew, the Cox, some might say the most important member, Summer Bella Kellett. Now, she's currently at Mercantile. When she was at St Catherine's, she coxed their first 8 in 20 and 21, 22. And again, as we know, that St Catherine's crew won head of Schoolgirls both years, and went on to win the national title and row at Henley. And I can see that that 8 and the 4 have just coming down. They're just coming under the McIntyre Bridge. So I'll run through the names of the women in the Women's Youth 8. Remy McKay, Bronte Cullen, Charlotte Will, Meg Cartwright, Anna Morrison, Sarah Marriott, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, and Summer Bella Kellett. And the coach there, Connor McConville, has coached at MUBC and Loretto Turak. So there's another school that we can add to that list that has produced national rowers. Now, the women's lightweight quad, Charlotte Ball, Dimi Kyriakopoulos, Antoinette De Cosmo, Maggie Foley, coached by Virginia Lee, who's been also really coaching at Albert Park College, got the program up and running there, and Eleanor Crute. Now, Charlotte Ball in the bow seat, she's at MUBC. She rode for Wrighton in the first Coxed Quad in 2021 and 22. And in 21, the crew won Division 1 and the Schoolgirls national titles. Dimi Kiriakopoulos is at Mercantile, rode for Corowa, where they were in the first Coxed Quad, placed third at head of Schoolgirls. Made the A final in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad at Nationals. And this is Dimi's second year representing Victoria in the lightweight Cox Quad. Maggie Foley currently rows at Corio Bay and went to Sacred Heart in Geelong. She's raced the single scull. And Virginia Lee has represented Australia at 7 World Championships. So as we have a look at these girls, we can, as they come into view now, Charlotte Ball, Dimi Kiriakopoulos, Ant De Cosmo, Maggie Foley, all of these girls in their school zooties, and you'll see such a selection of school zooties. All of these girls, that quad really keeping up with that 8. Who's going to get to the finish line first? It's going to be just the 8. Well done to all these girls who will be representing Victoria in the Nationals. And they will be presented with shirts and caps at the conclusion of this race. So well done to all of those rowers.
And I believe, Lynn, that these athletes will be assisting with the presentations later on today as well, so you can get the chance, those gold medalists from the A finals yet to come, to meet some of the Victorian rowers up close and personal. It's certainly great to see those athletes come down the course, and only 2 weeks from today they'll be racing in the Interstate Regatta at the National Championships over in Western Australia.
And I understand, Richard, that you also will be over there at the National Championships in Western Australia calling some of those races. So you'll be able to check out those girls in their Victorian zooties as you call them as they come down the course. So well done to you, Richard, getting a Guernsey as a national commentator.
Yes, thank you, Lynn. We'll hopefully see you there over in the West. It'll be a great week of racing, and the good news too, also for those who can't come to Western Australia, the entire regatta is being live streamed, so it commences a week from tomorrow, and racing right through until the following Sunday. So a week of racing at the National Championships in Perth coming up shortly from the Champion Lakes course. The first time we've gone across to the West in over a decade, but it should be a great regatta. I know a number of schools from this regatta are going over to race, and Catherine's certainly looking to defend their national title, and I think Melbourne Girls Grammar School looking to go one step better than they went so close last year, but a number of Victorian schools will be there competing, and also Ballarat Clarendon, who are the winners of the national school girls quad scull last year. It was a very successful regatta on Nagambie, and we'll see what Champion Lakes can produce in a week or so from now. So we've got 10 minutes till the first race, Lynn. I'm sure you can keep things going until racing resumes again.
Well, I was just going to say that I have rowed over there at Champion Lakes. I was rowing there when they held their first regatta over there. So I'm hoping to get over there. I won't be rowing this time, but I'm hoping to get over there and just see how it has progressed in the 10 years since I last saw it.
It's hard to believe you're not rowing. It wasn't called Champion Lakes, I'm sure, until you'd raced there, and then it became Champion Lakes, I'm sure. So plenty happening in the next couple of weeks, of course. Don't forget the APS Heads of the River next Saturday as well. But in the meantime, we have 3 big hours of racing coming up here at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. We are getting towards the business end of the racing, and we will commence shortly at 1 o'clock with our next race, or 1:03 in fact, from the 1,500 metre start.
And if you had pre-orders from the regatta shop will be open until the beginning of the last race. So you've got time to pick up your pre-orders for there, and they still have some stock left. They have sold out of a lot of things. So off you go now, pick up your pre-orders in the lunch break before we get on to the afternoon's program. Now, Richard, have you thanked all the umpires and boat race officials today? Here you have. Richard's done it. So I'm going to do it again. Okay, Dave Grubitz, Brooke Parsons, Justin Schumack, Tony Lawless, Pollyanna Harvey, Terry Bly, Barry Wright, Ross Litchfield, Ashley Dillon, and Ian Farron. Now, if you think that the umpires are doing a good job, say thank you. If you don't think they're doing a good job, volunteer and become one yourself so that you can do a better job. So these guys have been out here in, as you know, the scorching heat yesterday and the dust. Today, when it hasn't been quite so hot, but it's been a little bit overcast and wet. So a big thank you to these guys who donate, and ladies, I should say too, these people who donate their time to just ensure that rowing goes ahead in a safe and fair manner. They provide their own expenses. They come down here and they do it because of the love of rowing. So if they've done a good job, thank them. If they haven't, volunteer. This is a public service announcement. This is a public service announcement. There is a drone at the start at the 1500 metres. Racing will not start while that drone is in the air. If you know who is operating that drone, if it is your school who is operating that drone, get it removed. Racing will not start while the drone is in the air.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and rowers. For the afternoon session, we have we're at race 442. We've got to get to 5:01 by 4 p.m. and we're looking forward to a wonderful afternoon of rowing. The highlight for many of these girls of their rowing year, their rowing season, which probably commenced at the beginning of term 4 last year when they were starting to think about rowing, and you as parents have certainly had many early starts and late finishes with tired and grumpy teenage girls coming home after a hard session on various rivers and lakes around the state. So it culminates in this afternoon's rowing here at the head of the Schoolgirls, the largest single-sex regatta in the world. 2,500 competitors here, all having the opportunity to row 2 or 3 times to ensure that we get the best in the finals, and a very high standard of rowing it is too. It's been a challenging day yesterday with wind, dust and terrible heat, but today it is literally perfect conditions for rowing down here on the Barwon in Geelong. Of course, the mighty Geelong are turning on the perfect conditions for us. Pity their football team couldn't quite do the same thing on Friday night, but we are still the reigning premiers. So this first event after lunch is race 442, and it is a combination, it's a B final, and a combination from the Female School 4 Division 5, Female School 4 Open Division 3, and the Female School 4 Open Division 2. So there are 3 crews representing their schools in this B final for the Open Division 2, 3 and 5 fours. And of course, way back in 1985, when the head of the Schoolgirls was first held, we only had 4 oared racing then. I think we had possibly a couple of single sculls maybe, but only by invitation at that stage. It was mainly 4s, and the inaugural race was won by MLC in 1985. Many schools, of course, even rowed then and don't continue rowing. So they... I was up there at that first day at the Ballarat Lake Wendouree course with a crew from Sacré-Cœur. So we took 2 crews up that day. Hamilton College had a crew represented at the original course, as did the Geelong schools and the Ballarat schools, and of course MLC. Lauriston and Melbourne Girls Grammar followed soon after. And it's been my pleasure to be involved with rowing since those very first days of the head of the Schoolgirls. But in this particular race, as we move forward to 2023 on this perfect day on the Barwon, it is the crew from Toorak College, the open number 2 crew in the Female School 4, Mia Venturini, Jemima Mantello, Laura Byrne, Lola Coles and coxed by Saskia Schwartz, who are well in front of their compatriot crew from Toorak College, Alicia Young, Annabelle House, Pia Gibson, Kayla Bode and Emily English. And these crews are rowing in the B final, with the A final to take place later on this afternoon in the Female School 4 Open Division 1, which will end the regatta at 4 o'clock. So this crew from Toorak College are in Division 2 Open, taking out this B final with their compatriots in Lane 1, the Toorak College combination with the Haileybury School 4 in Open Division 3. So not really expected to be rowing against each other because they're in different divisions. But well done to the Toorak College girls for taking out this B final. And then the crew also from Toorak College who are rowing in the School 4 Open Division 5 B final. Will also take out their B final in the Open School 4 Division 5 B final. So a winning result for them too. Congratulations, girls. And then Haileybury in the Female School 4 Open Division 3 B final, taking out that event in Lane 2. Well rowed, girls. Event 443 is the Quad Scull Open Division 5 B final. So we have a series of B finals, then some DC finals in the school 8s. And then we return to the single sculling events. But 2 crews in this event. Melbourne Girls College in lane 3 are 3/4 of a length ahead of Corowa in lane 2. Corowa combination of Ria Brahmanand, Louise Azar, Eloise Darville and Jada Lee Conway, with Mimi Matthews, the Cox, against Melbourne Girls College, who are half a length in front of them as they come under the McIntyre Bridge. Ava Tyrrell, Magana Sadula, Chelsea Bushney, Eliza Johns and Anna Graham Perez, the Cox. And this is the B final of the Open Division 5 in the school Coxed quad scull. So 2 oars each. And it's actually tightened up here a bit with these 2 crews putting in a bit of an effort here as Corowa have lifted their rating as they head towards the James Harrison Bridge. I think they're fairly determined to finish their B final with a win. So the Corowa girls are cheering loudly from the bank just below me here, with Melbourne Girls College on the far side holding them off for now. But as they approach the last 100 metres coming under the Harrison Bridge, these 2 crews are rowing very nicely, and as the pressure increases and the rating increases, sometimes the oar form can go a bit pear-shaped, but both crews are looking very polished as they come into this B final. So Open Division 5, B final, and at the moment it's Melbourne Girls College who are canvas lead ahead of Corowa, but the Corowa crowd are urging their girls across the line here, but the Melbourne Girls College crew will hold off by a canvas to Corowa. So Melbourne Girls College taking out the B final in the Open Division 5 with Corowa in 2nd place. All right, we apologise to those watching on live stream. We seem to have lost the feed. I hope the drone didn't do that, but we will therefore have audio on the live stream but no visual at the moment. There are no races. The current race has only just commenced, race 444, which is the Coxed Quad Scull Open Division 3 B final. There are 3 crews in this event. In lane 1, it's Cardinia International College. Lane 2, PLC, and lane 3, Albert Park College. And all 3 crews have got off to a clean start at the 1,000 metre mark. The 1,500 metre mark. All these events are over 1,500 metres. So the open crews rowing a little bit further than the Year 10s and the Year 9 crews. So the crew from Cardinia College, Coco Warita, Fionn Zelli, Daisy Drips, Violet McGregor, Lily Jamison the Cox, and coached by Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke. We might put that race on hold because I believe there's been a swap. So race 445 is actually the next one coming down. So those of you that are thinking you've got another race's grace, Lauriston Girls School in the School 8 Division 3 B final are now on the course. Lane 1, Lauriston. Lane 2, Melbourne Girls College. Lane 3, Carey Grammar. And Lane 4, Geelong College. So those 4 crews don't look like 8s to me, but anyway. The female School 8 Open Division 3 has come ahead of the Quad Scull Open Division 3B final. So rowing over the 1500 metres, we have 4 8s. Lauriston Girls in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in 2, Carey Grammar in 3, and Geelong College in 4. So for Lauriston, we have Lily Creswell, Bella Nolan, Isabella Cornish, Alexandra Anderson, Bridget Plowman, Arabella McLeish, Holly Cornwall, and Annabelle Morrison, Jojo Blamey the Cox. For Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Freya Rudavsky-Young, Nicola Jarvis, Emily Eastwood, Eva Donnelly, Ella McPhee, Lucy Mansfield, Anna Byrne, Sophia Blake, and Aileen Gula the Cox. Carey Grammar are in lane 3, Eloise Sheridan, Imogen Stubbins, Emma Coleman, Aisha Whiteley, Amelia Layton, Zoe Kendall, Madeline Wen, Jessica Noonan in the stroke seat with Maya Baxter Coxing and Emily Cronshaw the coach. And for Geelong College, Olivia Winhoven, Phoebe Rayburn, Abigail Ramsey, Lulu Josky, Jemima Harris, Tasha Walters, Tessa Barn, and Ruby Sinfield with Claire Chisholm as the Cox. So this is the School 8 Open Division 3 event 445 proceeding before 444. And currently it is the Carey Grammar combination who are half a length in front of Melbourne Girls College, with Lauriston a further half a length back in lane 1, and Geelong College 2 lengths behind them over in station 4. So Carey Grammar are leading the crews down through under the McIntyre Bridge, which is now filling with spectators as they watch from the footbridge, a very traditional part of the head of the schoolgirls. So Carey are half a length in front, but Melbourne Girls College will not let them get away here in this brilliant display of 8 oared girls rowing. A wonderful scene as they come down the Barwon River here. The Carey blades hitting the water in time, looking very smooth and polished as they put a little pressure on and have a little lift of their rating now, with Melbourne Girls College challenging them here in this middle stage as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. Melbourne Girls College steering going a little bit awry as the Carey girls maintain their strong lead here, rowing very nicely with Melbourne Girls College lifting their rating. Lauriston in lane 1 are 2 lengths behind, with Geelong College a further length behind over in lane 4. So it's a battle between these 2 schools here. Melbourne Girls College slightly in front of Carey as we approach the last 100 metres here. Lots of cheering from the bank here. They'll need your enthusiasm to get over the side of the finish here. A very exciting race here in the B final, School 8 Open Division 3. It's Carey who have lifted their rating again, coming through to the last few strokes as both coxswains plead with their crews to maintain their form and keep the pressure on. But it will be Carey pulling away here nice and strongly at the end, who will take this race out by half a length from Melbourne Girls College in second place, followed by Lauriston Girls School in lane 1, who will finish in third place, rowing right across the line. Well done, girls. With Geelong College in fourth place. And now I'm hoping we go back to 441. So Cardinia International College in lane 1, PLC in lane 2, with Albert Park College in lane 3, and the colours look approximately correct. So I think we're back on track with 444 following 445. So Cardinia International College, Coco Arita, Fiona Zeal, Daisy Drips, Violet McGregor, Lily Jamison the Cox, coaches Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke. PLC Melbourne in lane 2, Felicity Wei, Jingwei Lu, Mia Carrick, Alina Quian and Elaine Lee the Cox. Albert Park College, Poppy Wilson, Scarlett Lang, Isabel Arnott, Mia Dorley, Isabel Dethridge and coached by Virginia Lee are currently out in front, half a length in front of PLC with Cardinia College 2 lengths behind them. And this is the B final of the Quad Scull Open Division 3. Albert Park College rowing very nicely as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. Quad sculling here in Open Division 3. Albert Park College pulling away here, although PLC have lifted their rating in response to that. But I think Albert Park College have got them covered. The coxswain having a quick look over to see the difference, which is 3/4 of a length at this stage as they approach the last 80 metres of this event. The B final of the Quad Scull Open Division 3. Albert Park College, PLC in second place with Cardinia in third. And Albert Park are rowing away here over the final few strokes to take out the B final of the Open Division 3 with PLC in second and Cardinia shortly to cross the line in third place.
Well, thanks very much, Jane Hall. And just again, we don't have any vision. The optic cable has been cut. But we've still got the excellent commentary from the commentary team, and we have got a guest commentator who will be joining us shortly. Excellent, well-credentialed coach Noel Donaldson will be coming on to help us with some commentary. But coming into view now is the Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2, the B final, Fintona, with Albert Park College and Lowther Hall. And Albert Park College and Lowther Hall in very similar colours, just pushing it through. The Albert Park College crew with Hannah Speed, Mia Kakeb, Isabella Flood, Eva Mouthburn, Lulu Gleeson Payne is just now ahead of Lowther Hall, and it will be the Albert Park College crew going through to win the B final. Lowther Hall with Milou O'Brien, Ruby Ivers, Lauren Vacusis, Sophia Krynen and Eloise Hawley in second, and Fintona in third, Saskia Pazine, Alexandra Lewis, Samantha Antonys, Charlotte Gilligan and Emma Bolton. Well done there to Albert Park College. A very good win there for their coach, Virginia Lee. So only 3 boats in that. Now the next race is a combined events. We've got the eights, the second division of the eights, and the fourth division of the eights. So Ballarat Grammar, Shelford Girls Grammar, and Ballarat High are just in the second division of the Open eights, and Geelong College in the fourth has scratched. So Ballarat Grammar, Shelford Girls Grammar, Ballarat High. And in the lead, Ballarat Grammar, Elise Mellott, Jade Klein, Bella Wolfe, Tilly Davidson, Emma Ferguson, Eleanor Grieve, Daisy Walsh, Poppy Jenkins, and coxed by Demi Opdecool is well in the lead, but the battle for second goes between Shelford Grammar of Alana Lowy, Erica Smythe, Georgia Kent, Alice Jenkinson, Zoe Kokilis, Jackie Novak, Alana Solanas, Amelia Cormack, Eddie Halliday Morris, and Ballarat High, which is really coming up on Shelford now, but we look at Ballarat Grammar, just a length out ahead of Shelford. Ballarat High, Eliza Strawborn, Audrey English, Chloe Canane, Hayley Cairns, Emmeline Coots, Stella Edmondson, Eliza Ray, Claudia Ellis and Zoe Edwards fighting it out with Shelford for second. But the Ballarat Grammar girls doing it very nicely there in the Open Division 2 eights, and Ballarat Grammar with 3/4 of a length ahead of Shelford Girls in second place and Ballarat High in third. A very nice win to those girls. So welcome to the second commentary position, Noel Donaldson. So this is the Female School Open Division 2, the C final. What are our crews, Noel?
Well, our crews, thanks Lynn. We've got Damascus College in lane 1. We've got Wesley in 2, Lauriston Girls in 3 and Geelong College in 4. We won't call them all at the moment because we've only got about 300 metres left to run of this race here. The Damascus College crew, Cox by Paris Govan, Wesley College by Holly Carter, Lauriston Girls by Genevieve Byrne, and Pippi Norris in the Geelong College boat. So, Lynn, who do you think's in front here?
Well, I think the Lauriston Girls, they've been leading most of the way, but it has been Damascus College that have put on a bit of a speed of turn in lane 1. Wesley College, they're moving up too. Geelong College seem to be out of the race there. What do you think of the Damascus College crew moving up there?
Really nice and nice to see, and these girls have had Head of the Lake only a few weeks ago there, come together and rallied quite well. It looks like they're going to have enough lead at the moment over Lauriston in lane 3 and then back. Wesley have just caught a crab there in the stroke side of the boat, but they'll regroup themselves and finish in third place. So no harm done there. As we come to the line there, it's Damascus College from Ballarat in first place, Lauriston in second place, a length further back to Wesley in third, and a length and a half further back to the local school, the Geelong College, who'll come in fourth place in this final.
I don't think there's anything quite as exciting. The only thing more exciting than calling an eights race with 4 boats would be calling an eights race with 6 boats or 7 boats. Which is more challenging?
It's no fun calling one with 7 or 8 boats if they're all close together, Lynn. So it's a lot easier here on the Barwon River as we come now to the School 8 Open Division 2 B final. Carey Grammar in 1, Genazzano 2, Geelong Grammar in 3 and Furbank in lane 4. So in Carey Grammar, Kate Hoskins, Ariel De Hayden, Kiara Catapan, Taya Wagner, Pippa Martin, Maya Seabury, Yus Guinea, Gabby Price, Zara Woodrup, the Cox. In Genazzano, Erin Gaffney, younger sister of Eliza, Siobhan Peterson, Lucy Smith, Eliza Burns, Phoebe Berry, Asha Kennedy, Kiara Chiarelli, Sophia Moran, Chloe Amalfi is the Cox. In Geelong Grammar, Charlotte Clark, Annabelle McDonald, Eliza Reid, Bella Haig, Arabella Rigney, Trieste Dumani, Amy Barrow, Sarah Gubbins and India Sinclair Cox. In Furbank, Lucy Featherston, Tiger Daltrey, Maya Page, Sienna Morgan, Holly McNamara, Matilda Chard, Steffi Jackson, Cassandra Zisi, Isabella Watts the Cox, and coached by Rebecca Craggs with only 150 metres left to go. Very close here at the moment. Looks like Genazzano might have their bow alongside Geelong Grammar and Furbank over on the far side. This is a race in 3. And Carey not further back, much further back in 4th place in the near side. As they come to the line, it might be Furbank on the far side because it narrows a little bit there. Furbank just holding on from Geelong Grammar School and Genazzano. Genazzano might have pushed up into 2nd place. Furbank are going to win the race. Genazzano narrowly 2nd and Geelong Grammar 3rd. And Carey only a length and a quarter back in 4th place. What a race to bring me on, Lynn. There too, the closest race of the day.
Of course I am going to bring you on. Such a champion guy as yourself, Noel, you can handle the pressure. And terrific vision. We've got our vision back. Well done to our team that have got the fibre optic cable back up and running. Yeah, it certainly is a challenge when you've got some really close racing there. And it's good to see that all of those crews in the B final of the Division 2 Open 8s. Now we're going to the single sculls. 3 rowers in the single sculls at the 1500 metres. They haven't had a start yet. So, Noel, what are you doing? Do you work for Rowing Victoria or the VIS? What exactly is your role?
I work for everybody, Lynn, as long as everybody's happy. And I work for Rowing Victoria as the head coach and chair of selectors. A multitude of roles. The VIS support our high-performance rowers with individual scholarships, so making sure we facilitate that's really important. And working alongside Delwyn Oliver, our State Pathway Development Officer. And Delwyn's provided some information here in Victorian Pathway 8s, under 18 athletes who are 17 or under on the 31st of December 2023. There's a selection process for that. You just need to get onto the Rowing Victoria website. Once your school rowing's finished, come and see us in early April and see if you can be in the Victorian Pathway under 18 8 to contest the interstate race against the other states in late April.
What exactly is involved in being one of the pathway athletes?
Yes, for a while now, Victoria's chosen the under 18 age category, which is nominally girls in year 11 at school or young year 12s who would be of junior under 19 age when they leave school. It's an opportunity to get further rowing beyond school, an opportunity to compete with peers from different schools. It's an opportunity to wear the big white V, of course, which we are very proud of, and we'll see at some stage today the Victorian girls coming down. They've been down already, Lynn tells me, representing Victoria in interstate competition. So, and that springboards them to come back to school the following year and be involved with their school programs, having had another opportunity in rowing. Working well, Victoria won the boys and the girls last year at Lake Burley Griffin in Canberra, and we'd like to think we can do the same again. The event will be held the 26th to the 28th of April, and it'll be at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So there'll be more communication in the social channels and on Rowing Victoria's website, but any mums and dads or year 11s out there, sign up, come and have a go.
Thanks very much. I once had a T-shirt, a lovely Victorian T-shirt that said, "Nothing quite goes like a V8." And I thought that was an excellent T-shirt. Our 8s in Victoria have done very well at nationals for many, many years, and a lot of those girls have come through the school rowing programs. So is there anything you'd like to add? So they look on the website to get in touch with you guys?
Yes, and Delwyn Oliver, she's already started the communication, had a few pathway opportunity evenings. Some people may have been to those. They've been regionally and in the city. And Delwyn will keep that communication going and make sure it gets in the letterboxes of all the school directors and coaches and out to the young athletes who can nominate. They need to nominate just after the national championships, and then we'll run them through some ergometer testing on their last day of school before their holidays. Let them have Easter off and then bring them back for trials just after the Easter holiday.
That sounds like a fantastic initiative that Victorian Rowing has got going there to encourage all of our athletes to perform beyond their school programs. But as we look down the course, we've got the single school Open Division H final. There are 3 boats, one from Nestles, one from Geelong Grammar, and one from Albert Park College. So in the Nestles single scull, Emma van Dijnhoven, Geelong Grammar is Zara Johnston, and Albert Park College, Emma Chambers-Smith. So the Albert Park College program has been started by Virginia Lee. Noel, tell us more about her.
Well, Virginia's an Olympic medalist from 1996. She's also the catalyst of why I sent my daughter to Albert Park College when I came back from New Zealand. I rang Virginia from Pony Club on a Sunday morning, said, "Tell me about it, Albert Park College." My daughter's a non-rower, of course. And Virginia gave a glowing report of the school. We lived in Port Melbourne, and so the rest is history because she's now finished school there. But a wonderful school. Virginia's been doing a great job with the Albert Park College rowing program for many years there, ably assisted by Minnie Cade, who's one of my co-selectors of the Victorian senior state team and under 21 youth team. But as we get further through, we're going to be put under a bit of pressure here, Lynn, because the starters aren't mucking around now. We've got the G final following the H final, and the F final's not far behind it. So over to you to call the final of the H final.
Thanks very much, Noel. Yes, the starters have really got things moving here, and the Nestles rower on the far side, Emma van den Hoeven, is not far behind the leader, who is the Albert Park College rower, Emma Chambers-Smith. Zara Johnson's got a little bit of work to do, but the interest is on the outside lanes. The Nestles rower on this side, Emma van Hoeven, and Albert Park College on the far side, Emma Chambers-Smith. So Virginia Lee will be getting very excited on the bike over there. She was wearing white before, and I can't see her there. But these two girls coming down very close and following not far behind. You can see the Geelong Grammar crew, but then there are three other rowers. Toorak College, Marion College and Hamilton Alexandra. But as we get to the finishing line here, it is lane 3, Albert Park College, going through first, not far behind the Nestles rower in lane 2. And the Geelong College in lane 3. But as we wait for her, we have a look now at the Toorak College rower, Sophie Teleschivi, Marion College, Madison Pasqualotti, and Hamilton and Alexandra, Amy Innes, who's a little way there. But these two, Toorak College and Hamilton and Alexandra, going stroke for stroke as they come up to the finishing line. But the Toorak College rower in lane 2, a well done row for Sophie Teleschivi, and in lane 3, Hamilton Alexandra, Amy Innes, very well rowed there, and Marion College in the Footscray City Rowing Club. Footscray Rowing Club colours, Madeline Pasqualotti, coached, not Footscray City, I'm sorry, it's Corowa. I saw the magnificent Wesley Canning's name there. Wesley Canning and Emily Tidd, that's Corowa with a C, doing a great job there. So that's the G final. The F final, just coming under the McIntyre Bridge. There should be 4 rowers in that, and I can see 4, Geelong Grammar, Eddie Bread, Lauriston Girls, Annabelle Morrison, Corowa with a K, Elizabeth Herbert, and Geelong Grammar, Flora Gillies. So these girls in Division 1 in their single sculls rowing 1500, that's almost the national length, isn't it, Noel?
Yes, 1,500 metres. It's probably the equivalent time for these girls as what the seniors actually row too. It's a good distance in the single. It's a pretty endurance race for these girls. Depending on the amount of experience that they have actually had in the single scull, it's a very, very good hit out. But as we look at down the course at the moment, it's Corowa in front, the program run by Jane Robinson, a former Olympic medalist in her own right, a great rower there who's done a great job at Corowa. And then over in lane 4 there, it's the sculler from Geelong Grammar, Flora Gillies, sitting in second place. Back into the third place position, Lauriston Girls in lane 2. And in on the inside there, we've got another Geelong Grammar sculler in Eddie Braid coming in 4th position. Looks like we've got 2 crews sharing the same lane here, but they've got enough clear water there. The Corowa sculler, Elizabeth Herbert, has enough clear water ahead of the Geelong Grammar sculler, Flora Gillies. A length and a quarter there as they come down with about 4 or 5 strokes left to row. Back to Lauriston's Annabelle Morrison, and then Eddie Braid in 4th place. Corowa coming to the line now to take out the F final of the female school single scull open Division 1. In second place, Geelong Grammar's Flora Gillies. With 4 or 5 strokes to go will be Lauriston's Annabelle Morrison, and Eddie Braid from Geelong Grammar in the 4th place. Well, they came thick and fast, Lynn, didn't they, really? We might have to have a word to David Grubitz, and he might have to talk to the starter about evening things out for us, making our job a bit tougher up here.
He certainly is making it tough up here. And I've got to give credit to the Corowa, Elizabeth Herbert. When she saw that other rower coming down on her, she just thought, I'm just going to row away from her. She held her line, kept her cool, and really did a great job rowing away from there. So well done to all of those rowers. And we're on to the E final now of the single scull.
And just before we just comment on Jane Robinson again, I'm sure she would have had a lot to do with that attitude there too. Jane was a take no prisoners type of an athlete herself, and it's good to see that she's instilling those virtues in the young ladies at Corowa.
She certainly is, and Jane still is a very straight-talking, straight-coaching kind of person who is much admired in the rowing community. So well done to her. The E final, PLC, Elaine Lee, Fintona, Madeline Spano, Christian College Geelong, Elizabeth Brahout, coached by Adrian Keats, and Shelford Grammar, Octavia Thompson. Pretty much in a straight line, but it does look to be Christian College, Elizabeth Brahout, just out in front of Lane 1 PLC. Not far behind is Fintona, Madeline Spano, and on the far side, Shelford Girls, Octavia Thompson.
This is where we need the overhead drone. It's a great vision now on the live feed there, particularly with the McIntyre Bridge there and the banners that are hanging over it there. But this is a closer race than we've had for a little while there. Not much separating the crew from Christian College, Elizabeth Breho, and then the crew on lane 1 from PLC Melbourne is Elizabeth Lee. So we'll wait till they come a bit closer. I think it is the sculler from Christian College Geelong that has a maybe a half-length lead at the moment, and not a lot of margin between the other three scullers. The crew on lane 1 maybe not keeping pace now, and Fintona, Madeline Spano may now have moved up into second. But the crew on lane 4, Shelford Grammar, Octavia Thompson's not far out of it as well. This is quite a close race for the second, third and fourth, but it looks like Christian College, Elizabeth Breho will have enough legs left to be able to get to the line first. Maybe over there on lane 4, Shelford, Octavia Thompson. She's had a good run in the last 300 metres there, pulling up into second place, just ahead of Fintona's Madeline Spano, and then back in fourth place. Or that's very hard to call at the moment. Going off the course, PLC. Stay on the course there as Christian College come over the line first. It'll be Shelford Grammar's Octavia Thompson third. It's hard to see here because right under the shadows of the post it may well have been PLC Melbourne in third, and then in fourth place Madeline Spano from Fintona. We'll need to get that result officially from the judges.
Thanks, Noel. It's good to see the workboat coming back. We have got vision back up, and well done to all the workers around the course that keep this venue operating at peak conditions in very difficult conditions with these huge crowds that we have here. If you get the opportunity, rowers and spectators, walk up onto the bridge and have a look down onto this venue and the crowds that are here. It is a magnificent sight, and one that is not replicated in many places around Victoria. The D final of the Single Scull Open Division 1, 1,500 metres again. So these girls are rowing a fair distance. Ballarat Grammar, Meg Shaw, Lowther Hall, Chloe Sharp, Melbourne Girls College, Holly Curtin, and Loretto Ballarat, Chloe Cook. And it is lane 1, Ballarat Grammar, Meg Shaw, keeping pace now with Loretto Ballarat in lane 4, Chloe Cook. Then comes Melbourne Girls College, Holly Curtin, and back a little way with the work to do is Lowther Hall. So all of these girls have had quite a few rows on these 3 days. That's the way Head of Schoolgirls is set up. Do you think this is the biggest single-sex regatta in Victoria?
From everything that we know, Lynn, it's in the Southern Hemisphere, the biggest schoolgirl event in the Southern Hemisphere. No, it's been a magnificent event for many years. The venue's absolutely perfect for it. Sets the scene, 1,500 metres. The APS schools go to 2,000 next week, and the other schools that go to the National Championships over 2,000 metres. So wonderful event, 3 full days of racing. Could not get a better rowing event anywhere in the world.
When was your first time that you came? Was it not that long ago? Because you're only young.
I think I've forgotten how long ago it was, Lynn. That's how old I am. As we're coming now with about 150, 200 metres left to go. So it's the crew over there in lane 4 from Loretto Ballarat, Chloe Cook, who's holding a slight advantage over the crew from Ballarat Grammar School, Meg Shaw, in lane 1. So that's the extremities of the course. In third place, the crew in lane 3 is Melbourne Girls College, Holly Curtin, and Lowther Hall in fourth place, Chloe Sharp. But as they come down to the line, there's no doubt about it now, with just a few strokes to go. It's Chloe Cook from Loretto Ballarat who's going to take out this D final of the Division 1 single scull. Second place, Ballarat Grammar School's Meg Shaw. Then in third place in the middle of the course, it's Melbourne Girls College, Holly Kearton. And in fourth place will be the Lowther Hall sculler, Chloe Sharp.
So while we've got a minute, Noel, tell us about your rowing journey.
Lynn, my rowing journey started because I was very poor at cricket. I went to Carey Grammar School in Kew, and it was compulsory to do sport in year 8, and I chose cricket. Wasn't very good at it, and my brother had preceded me as a coxswain. He's a year ahead of me there, and I decided I'd get into coxing. I wasn't very big, and I'm still not very big actually, in one direction anyway. And so it made a lifelong opportunity of coxing, and then of course coxers make the best coaches, as you would know, Lynn. You know, you would probably agree fully with that there too. So it's been a long career, but starting off coxing at Carey Grammar School. And as we've now moved to the female school single scull open Division 1C final, in lane 1 we've got Corowa High School, Clancy Tomlinson, Caulfield Grammar School, Amber Barter, OLSH. You'll have to help me out there, Lynn. Our Lady of Sacred Heart, Amber Tulloch, and coached by Drew Holman, who also coaches at Carrum Rowing Club, and in lane 4 Geelong Grammar, Montana Hulland.
Well, Amber Tulloch will probably be wearing the Carrum colours as she comes down the course. She is a rower, and she is related to Jane Robinson. And I see Amber Barter's coached by Hannah Every Hall, and Clancy Tomlinson coached by Wes Canny. Hannah Every Hall, a very well-credentialed rower that Noel can tell us a little bit more about in a moment. But in lane 3, Amber Tulloch, coached by Drew Holman, now out in front, and I think she's wearing the Carrum colours. In lane 1, Corowa with a C, Corowa High School, Clancy Tomlinson is coming in second place. Perhaps in school colours, but it is OLSH, Amber Tulloch, Corowa High School, Clancy Tomlinson, Caulfield Grammar, Amber Barter, and Geelong Grammar, Montana. But it is Amber Tulloch in those colours going past the winning post now. Drew Holman will be very pleased, as will Jane Robinson. And in second place will be the Corowa rower, Clancy Tomlinson, in lane 1. Lane 2, the Caulfield rower, Amber Barter, will be third, and Geelong Grammar, Montana Holland, will be fourth. Now, the Caulfield Grammar student, Amber Barter, coached by Hannah Every Hall. Tell us a little bit about her, Noel.
Well, the first thing I can tell you is that Hannah needs an assistant coach in Jasmine Bell Lowe there with her sculler. No, Hannah is a former world champion lightweight rower, Olympian, Australian Olympian, and has put a lot back into the sport. Been on the board of Rowing Australia as chair of the Athletes Commission, has been on World Rowing's Athlete Commission. So Hannah working now for the Australian Olympic Committee. So a lifetime as a very, very successful international rower, but also someone who's put back into the sport, usually through the coaching sphere, through athlete administration and the like. So good friend, personal friend, I've got to admit that. Married to the Director of Sport at Caulfield Grammar School, Michael Hall. So big shout out to you, Han. You've been an inspiration to all of us for many, many years, and I'm sure it will continue for a long time to come.
She always has a smile on her face. I don't think I've ever seen Hannah without a smile. She's a very happy person, and it shows in her coaching and her work as well. But we get on to the B final of the Single Scull Open Division 1. So these girls are in the top 8 of the Open Single Scull Division 1. Sacred Heart, Beatrix Hearn. Victory Lutheran College, Adelaide Robb, again coached by Wes Canny, so she'll be up on the Murray. Mercy College, Elisa Mirabella, coached by Barry Gardner. And Christian College Geelong, Alice Joyce, coached by Tony Lawless, one of our boat race officials. And it is Alice Joyce on the far side, lane 4, Christian College, just ahead of Victory College Lutheran, Adelaide Robb in lane 2. Lane 1, Sacred Heart, Beatrix Hearn, making a move now. And the Mercy College, Elisa Mirabella, still with some work to do, but Alice Joyce doing it very nicely there, coming through, keeping it nice and strong. Lutheran College is moving up now. She's coming along well, and not to be outdone, Sacred Heart Beatrix is actually putting on a turn of speed, so there could be a bit of excitement going on there. But Christian College Geelong, Alice Joyce is going to cross the line first. Congratulations to Alice and to Tony Lawless on the coaching of that student. Lane 2, Victory College, Adelaide Robb is just going to get there ahead of lane 1, Elisa Mirabella. And in lane 4, Mercy College, Elisa Mirabella will be 4th, and Beatrix was 3rd. Well done to all of those girls. And we've just got a little bit of a break now before the start of the next race.
Thank you, Lynn. We're racing now in race 457, the D final of the double scull, the Open Double Scull Division 1. Loretto Ballarat crew coming into clear view about the halfway mark of this race. Remy Callender and Regan Sheehan. They're in lane 3. Lane 2, PLC Melbourne, Grace Chen and Jessica Hugh. And lane 1 is Toorak College, Jenna Campbell and Nadia Walland, the two crews there. Although at the moment, it looks like Loretto Ballarat showing up clearly in front. And sure about you, Noel, but I can't see the other two crews in this race. There must be still obscured there on the far side of the course in the trees. And just coming into view now, in fact, the two crews on the inside lane. So in the centre lane there, PLC, fair way back in this race, I'd suggest. But Toorak College would be second on the inside lane. PLC Melbourne back in third. The race leads certainly with Remy Callender and Regan Sheehan of Loretto Ballarat ahead of Toorak College and PLC Melbourne. And Noel, while I've got you here, I have a question for you about the Ballarat schools, because I'm relatively new to Victoria, as you know, but it is a remarkable facility. All those schools, a great breeding ground for the young rowers of Australia. I think there's no regional town in Australia, surely, with what Ballarat has in terms of a rowing program.
Well, even if you look right to the top, Richard, of Olympic representatives, there's been a significant number of Ballarashans that have represented Australia at the Olympic Games. So full credit to them. Great facility, all on the lake's edge, not far away where their schools are. So plenty of opportunity. Loretto Ballarat, who are leading this race. So Craig Smith has moved from Caulfield Grammar School to Loretto, and certainly in terms of their development side of things there, they won just about every race at the head of the lake a few weeks ago in the bottom age category. So look out for Loretto Ballarat in the next couple of years. And they're leading the charge here in this in the D final of the Open Division double scull. What we noticed earlier, Richard, by not being able to see them on the vision, is the difficulty of this course for the coxless boats as well too, and holding their line. And if anyone looks at the live feed, you'll see that famous bend on the river here there too. And when you aren't looking at the direction you're actually going, it's very easy to sort of stray and to follow the line of the bank around too. And that happened earlier in this race. And so we've got a reasonable margin here now as they come down to the line.
Yeah, indeed, a uniquely challenging course here on the Barwon River. There's no doubt about that, but Loretto Ballarat handling it pretty well here, and certainly the water much more kind today than it was in the later stages of yesterday's racing too. So these double sculls, certainly the Loretto crew doing a very good job to stay in their lane. Not so much the case, unfortunately, for PLC Melbourne and Toorak College, who are the joint occupants of lane 1 at the moment, but a fair way apart in terms of race distance, so it won't cause any issues there as long as they can avoid the lines of boys. But Remy Callender and Regan Sheehan will take out the D final here for Loretto Ballarat, and they'll win it very, very comfortably as they come across now to take out race 457. So Loretto Ballarat win the D final in the Open Double Scull Division 1. Toorak College it is who'll finish in second place. That's Jenna Campbell and Nadia Walland. And then PLC Melbourne, certainly with a few steering issues, coming down the outer edge of lane 1, but they'll eventually finish in third place. The PLC combination of Grace Chen and Jessica Hugh in the D final of the Open Double Scull Division 1, and the C final is already halfway down the course as well. And that PLC crew just hopefully needs to steer quickly away from the bank. PLC on stroke side, I'd suggest, or come to a stop. PLC, stop rowing. Excellent recovery there from PLC. Thank you for the assistance from the bank there. And Grace Chen and Jessica Hugh will finish off the last couple of strokes of their race. And they're across now to conclude the D final of the Open Division 1 double scull. So a good recovery there from PLC. But as Noel said, you can see the difficulty of steering a coxless boat on this course here at Geelong. The C final well underway. Two crews here from Shelford Girls Grammar School sitting first and second. In fact, lane 2, Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins, ahead of Joanna Perkins and Gemma Beer. And then over to the far side, it'll be Lowther Hall in third, Emily Wilson and Emily Ray. And then Hamilton and Alexander, I think it is back there in fourth place, Annabelle Walker and Isabel Meacham. So just a few strokes to go for the Shelford combinations, who should do the Quinella here, first and second in the C final of the Open Division 1 double scull. Well clear of the third place crew from Lowther Hall and Hamilton and Alexandra there as well, with the B final coming down quickly behind. So again, our officials sending a couple of races in fairly quick succession, but certainly Shelford will take the win here in the C final. Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins will finish in first place. Second, a few lengths back, looks likely to go to Shelford. Yes, in lane 1 they'll finish second, so Shelford well represented here in both of these finals. In fact, third will go the way of lane 4, that is Lowther Hall, and fourth Hamilton and Alexandra. And Shelford well placed in this B final too, it seems. In the centre lane, Rose Davies and Bianca Brown alongside Belmont High School, another of the local Geelong schools who've been very strong in this regatta as well. And here comes Shelford once again leading in the B final of the Open Division 1 double scull. This is Rose Davies and Bianca Brown. A good battle with Belmont High's Charlize Stanley and Nina Oberlei, but Shelford very strong in these double scull events so far. Noel, the top two in the last race and looking possibly for the win here as well.
Yeah, it's pretty close there with the locals, as you call that, Richard, from Belmont High School. So I think Shelford just in front there. Julian Whitehead, who's been there for a few years now and very experienced campaigner. Done a good job there. We've seen them first and second in the previous race as well too. But certainly a race in two at the front of the field there between Belmont High School and Shelford, going stroke for stroke at the moment. Too early to call it at the moment. They've got to get themselves clear with 100 metres left to run. So we'll wait till they come a little bit more in view before we can actually call it more accurately. Those over on the grandstand may be able to see it a little bit closer, but it's really close at the moment. Shelford just got their nose in front of Belmont High School, and 3 or 4 strokes to go. I think it's going to be Shelford that are just going to take this race out. Shelford coming to the line now, just about a half a metre ahead of Belmont High School. In third place, we have on lane 4. There's the Gippsland Grammar School crew, and then Wrighton, who are having just a little bit of blade work cohesion there problem, will come home in 4th place. So that's Shelford. They've got the trifecta, you could almost say there, Rich. First, second in one race and first in the next. And we move now to the Female School 8 Open Division 1 C final with Geelong College in lane 1, Genazzano in lane 2, Carey in lane 3 and Lauriston in lane 4.
Thanks, Noel. Yes, from the single sculls to the cockstate. Well, from the double sculls, isn't it, to the cockstate. So one of the slower categories of boats to certainly the fastest here at this regatta, the Female School Open 8 Division 1. Sure, if you were here yesterday when Loretto Turak and St Catherine's put on an extremely close finish in one of the semi-finals of this event, and they'll reprise that battle in the A final to come. But these are the schools racing for positions 9 through to 12. Geelong College in lane 1, Genazzano, Carey Grammar and Lauriston Girls. And I think the Genazzano crew probably showing out in front here with about 500 metres to race. Mackenzie Crawford, Zoe Caldwell, Anna Stone, Matilda Fulton, Samantha Bianco, Sienna McLeish, Alice Egan, Isabella Morrison and Lexi Tricarico. The cocks there of that crew from Genazzano, who would have some margin of probably about 2/3 of a length possibly on Carey in second place. In lane 3, Alice Byrne, Rachel Crawford, Sophie Condigianis, Charlotte Clements, Charlie Barker, Indy Kluge, Lucy Wynn, Ruby Schultz and Ava Law. They are coached by Olivia Yamuni. And they're certainly the top two. Tied for third then between the two crews on either side of the course. The Geelong College in lane 1 and Lauriston Girls in lane 4. But they're quickly progressing down towards the finish line here. Just over 200 metres to go for our race leaders from Genazzano. Looking for a C final win to make up, I suspect, from their unhappiness with not making the semi-finals earlier in the regatta, but at least they can claim a victory here in a finals race. Now leading by a length the crew from Genazzano over Carey, and a pretty strong finish from Lauriston Girls also out on the far side of the course. So Genazzano holding on still by the best part of a boat length, but Carey and Lauriston looking to close on them as they approach the finish of the race. Certainly Lauriston in the outside lane making up some ground on Carey and Genazzano as well, but they will hold on, the crew from Genazzano. A couple of strokes to go. It's getting very tight for second and third, but Genazzano will go across and take the win on lane 2. It'll be a photo, I think, for the minor placings. Carey will just stay there and take second place. Lauriston third, and fourth then goes to the crew from the Geelong College. So it's Genazzano who rank 9th overall. They win the C final of the Female School Open 8 Division 1. And Noel, I think you'd agree the standard of schoolgirl 8 racing here in Victoria is extremely high on a national level.
Well, if we actually listen to the crowd there, Richard, if that's a forerunner with 3 schools going ding-dong there over the line there with that likely close racing we're going to see in the Division 1A final there too, it will show us that schoolgirl rowing is strong. St Catherine's obviously very easy to note their achievements in the last couple of years. Melbourne Girls Grammar have been solid alongside them for a while. The James Rook, Loretto Turak crew this year have had a couple of wins, and so it's there, and the David McGrath inspired MLC rounds out the 4 crews there. So it's going to be exciting. Not the last race of the day. We've got a couple of races that will occur after that at the end of the day's racing, but nothing like a big girls' eights race there. And St Catherine's, not Melbourne, but St Catherine's Sydney winning the head of the river in Sydney yesterday too. So that all makes for a really exciting national championships. And can it be St Catherine's 1 and St Catherine's 2, or will it be Melbourne Girls Grammar or Loretto? Well, we'll let the judges work that out in a few weeks' time.
It'll be a commentator's nightmare, St Catherine's and St Catherine's in the Schoolgirl 8s final. It's like when all the Lorettos line up against each other too from around the country. St Catherine's Sydney won the New South Wales title a few weeks ago as well, so they certainly are the form crew in that part of the world, and we'll know in a couple of hours who will go to Perth as the highest ranked schoolgirls crew from Victoria as well. But we have first of all the B final of the Open 8 Division 1, which is as we near the end of our B finals, almost ready for the first A final, in fact, in a couple of races time. Race 463, which is the Year 9 Division 9 quad scull. So 2 more open races to go, and then we begin to race for the medals here at the head of the schoolgirls for 2023. A huge crowd certainly is built up here, as Noel noted, packed into every position you can see close to the bank, and the new viewing structure on the southern side as well. A great elevated view of the concluding stages of the regatta. And we see the crews coming into view here in the B final. Wesley College still slightly out of view there on the inside lane, but Caulfield Grammar are there in lane 2. That is the Hannah Every Hall coach crew, which Noel spoke about. Hannah's long and very impressive career before. Furbank Grammar, I think, would be the race leaders in lane 3. And Geelong Grammar lane 4. Furbank Grammar's crew was Annabelle Russell, Frankie Diva, Orla McCarthy, Clodagh McCarthy, Giselle Buckley, Emily Goff, Sophia Scott, Angelica Woodruff, and Aurelia Fife, the cocks. They're coached by Nikki Plakinski, who had such success at Ballarat Clarendon. And certainly, I think, from my observations, Noel, Furbank Grammar have been the big improvers this season in the 8s racing.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and some of these girls were in the winning Victorian Under-18 Pathway 8 last year too, so they've had a sound foundation, and Nikki's taken over the program, as you said, Richard, from Ballarat and Clarendon, but they're not perhaps having it all their own way. Wesley College, coached by David Webster, who's experienced Australian representative coxswain there. I know how disappointed he was in them not getting through to the A final yesterday, but Furbank's still got a little bit of a lead over Wesley College at the moment. Back in 3rd place is the crew from Caulfield Grammar, coached by Hannah Every Hall, and in 4th place is the Geelong Grammar School, coached by Pauline Frasco. But not much between Caulfield and Geelong Grammar there in that 3rd and 4th place. But Furbank just a narrow leaders at the moment over Wesley, but Wesley going to make a fairly big charge in this last 250 metres.
Yeah, they will indeed. Wesley sort of obscured from view there in the centre of the course, but as they came back into the last 500, clearly up there with their race leaders from Furbank, maybe just trailing, but there'd be, at best, you'd think, a third of a length or so between these top couple of crews. In between them does sit Caulfield Grammar, probably a length or so further back into 3rd place, and Geelong Grammar in 4th, but it's Furbank and Wesley College setting sail for the finish line now with about 120 metres to race, and both crews really winding up. The Furbank crew still narrowly in the ascendancy. Wesley trying to make up some ground and squeeze a little extra out of every stroke they take. Caulfield Grammar also have the pace up late in the race, but Furbank Grammar will be too good, and they'll be across to take this out by almost a length in the end. So a strong finish there by the Furbank Grammar combination on lane 3. Wesley College will indeed take 2nd place, Caulfield Grammar 3rd, and then Geelong Grammar in 4th place. Complete the field of 4 in the B final of the Open 8 Division 1.
And that also gives us a little bit of a look at the head of the river for next week, actually, there with Wesley maybe now going to start favourites perhaps at the APS head of the river at Ngambie next weekend, getting in just ahead of Caulfield Grammar and then Geelong Grammar School, having seen Geelong College in an earlier final there too. One person will be very happy on that result there will be the consultant to the Furbank program, the great James Tompkins, who's riding along there on his bicycle there, so I'm sure he'll take claim of that win, but he's done a great job helping Nicky and the team out there at Furbank.
Yes, no, it's been great to see the improvement of Furbank over the past season or so. I didn't know about James Tompkins' involvement, but it does make perfect sense, and it's been a very good season for them. And it's great to see Furbank finish with a 5th place finish there in that, the first in the B final, but 5th overall in the Open 8 Division 1. So just the top 4 spots to be sorted out, and that will be the 3rd last race of the regatta. But we have one more B final to come, and it is again at the Open level, the Open Division 1 Cox Quad Scull, Fintona, Corowa and Strathcona, the three crews in this race. And Corowa in the centre lane look to have a bit of a margin over probably Strathcona second and Finton in third place. Strathcona were the winners of this event last year, but a different, completely different crew this year. So through to the B final instead for Strathcona, and in a pretty tight battle, in fact, with Corowa. But Corowa narrowly there in front. Mia Smith, Annabelle Phipps-Parsons, Maddie Pavlovich, Abby Sharrock and Molly Lassen, coached by Ailish McGrath. And Strathcona trying to chase them down late in this race. Charlotte Harris, Leah Leeton, Sophie McIntosh, Lily Douglas and Millie Pitkinen. And they are coached by Patrick Daly. And they're making up some ground here too in the closing stages. The crew from Strathcona. Still it would be Corowa in front. Finton are the third crew on the race over on the northern side. Mia McGavigan, Maggie Little, Jessica Lennon, Francesca Spano and Elena Karamidos coxing that boat for Finton. But it's Corowa and Strathcona in the top two spots. Strathcona still trailing by probably 3/4 of a length from the Corowa crew, which is rowing reasonably neatly still out in front in the concluding stages of this race, looking for a 5th spot finish overall in the Open Division 1 Quad Scull, still narrowly ahead of Strathcona, who are gaining late here. They've got within half a length or so of the crew from Corowa, but the finish line will be a little bit too close for Strathcona, and Corowa will go through and take the win in the B final of the Open Division 1 Quad Scull. It is Corowa first, Strathcona second, and Finton in third place in race 462. As the Finton crew comes across now and completes the race. And that does complete our B finals here at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. We are soon to be underway in our A finals, beginning with the Year 9 Division 9 event.
Just a little bit of a shout out there to the coach of the winning crew there, Ailish McGrath. She's a Gippsland girl and had the pleasure of working with her for her level 2 coaching accreditation only a few months ago. So proves a bit of the power of coaches improving themselves and getting better, and then offering their knowledge and ability back to these young ladies doing their best at the head of the Schoolgirls.
And we have had a start now in the first of our A finals. So the opening medals of Head of the Schoolgirls for 2023 will be decided in the next 3 or 4 minutes as these Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Sculls make their way down the 1,000-metre course. 2 crews in this race from Loretto Turak in lanes 1 and 4, and 2 crews from MLCQ in lanes 2 and 3. And it's great to see the depth that those 2 programs, especially occupying 2 lanes each in the A final of the Year 9 Division 9 event, as they are through the first 400 metres of the race. Of course, it's hard to pick where the next generation of Olympians will come from, Noel, but it could well be from a Year 9 Division 9 event at this stage of their career, just beginning in their first season in the sport.
It's a bit of you never know. Hamie Fernandez, who's the National Deputy High Performance Manager in charge of Pathways, he has a wonderful saying that development is non-linear. So we never know from where they start to where they're actually going to end up there too. But some, certainly the ones who are in these A finals here now, they've started their careers really well and got themselves into that there too. Sometimes that's a natural progression up through the ranks, and other times someone who rose in the thirds or the fourths there ends up making it just a little bit slower developing. But good to keep our eyes on all of them as they come through the programs.
Richard Dorstein, didn't your brother start in Division 9 in Year 9s and end up as an Australian rower?
He did indeed, Lynn. I'm glad you were listening last night during dinner, but exactly right. Year 9, I think it was a Division 9 quad, and then to a Year 10 Division 1 quad the next year, and the first 8 the year after that. So certainly we do see, as you say, Noel, some non-linear progression through the sport. And this is Division 9 here, or Division 9 and Division 10 effectively, with Loretto Toorak and MLCQ having 2 crews in the race. And what a race they're putting on here. It's hard to pick a leader here amongst these 4 crews. It would be Loretto Toorak on the far side of the course, that distinctively coloured bright blue boat doing best of all. That's Eva Whiting, Ruby Colbatch, Jasmine Wheeler, Minty Clements and Rose Wriggle. And then the MLCQ crews sit next, very tight between lanes 2 and 3. Lane 3, Tiffany Spencer, Chloe Waters, Xenia Christodoulis and Estelle Morton, coxed by Audrey de Cruz. And lane 2 from MLC, Pippa Hawker, Saskia Teal, Harriet Roy, Zara Keogh and Michelle Zhang in that boat. Just steering a little bit off course there in the middle lanes, proving that steering issues are not limited to the coxless combinations. And the other crew in the race is Loretto Toorak, lane 1, Giselle Becker, Zoe Doyle, Isabella Fonzi, Rihanna Bokta and Greta Hardwick. But it is Loretto Toorak on the other side of the course over in lane 4 who'll claim the first gold medals at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. And in the end, they'll get there by about 2.5 lengths. So a strong finish from Loretto on lane 4, and they take the win in the Year 9 Division 9 at Cox Quad Skull, and they'll collect their gold medals at the conclusion of the regatta. MLCQ will finish 2nd and 3rd. Lane 3 in 2nd place. Lane 2 will be next, and then Loretto lane 1 will finish in 4th position in the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Skull A final.
And now that we are in the A finals, this is your last opportunity to pick up your online orders and to do your shopping with the Regatta shop. They will be closing at the conclusion of rowing, so don't wait until you've had your race. Get your parents, get your friends to pick up your...
Rowing Australia, Mr. John Bowes down here, so fantastic to have my colleagues here and supporting this regatta, keeping an eye on the girls now that hopefully will come through into some of those development and national programs and Olympians in the future. So thank you very much to John and John for actually being here at this regatta.
Yes, indeed. Now, I saw John Bowes here at the regatta yesterday, hanging around the food tents, as he said he would be through most of the day, and obviously answering a lot of questions from potential rowers. So it is great to see that support from Rowing Australia of the next generation of potential national rowers. And I did mention briefly before that Rowing Australia has just today released the team list of the Australian team for the current season who will travel overseas, and suggest you have a look at the Rowing Australia website or their social media channels. You might see the name of Noel Donaldson there too, for the first time I think in 11 years, back coaching in the Australian team. But I'll ask him about that later on. But we are about to witness the concluding stages here of this race, the A final of the Year 9 Division 8 Cox Quad Skull, and the Wesley crew have leading. You had a bit of a wobble there, it looked like, there through the towards the bridge, but they are still, I think, narrowly in front. Wesley College, Millie Welbury, Chloe Cascani, Bonnie Schmidt, Laura Bayliss and Isabella Hand, and alongside them in lane 3, MLCQ, Monique Palavestra, Emily Wine, Phoebe Rogan, Rosie Shannon McDonald and Meg Lucchini there, the cocks of that crew. A clear top 2 here, but Wesley, it does seem, have their boat just narrowly in front. Then in 3rd place, it would be Strathcona to the far side from Loretto Toorak down at lane 1, but it's MLC and Wesley College going for the finish. Still Wesley by about 1/3 of a length. MLC trying to close the gap, but the finish line only a couple of strokes away, and it will be Wesley College who get the win in the Year 9 Division 8 Cox Quad Skull. Wesley College first, MLCQ in 2nd place. 3rd will go to the crew from Strathcona, and 4th then will be Loretto Toorak on the northern side of the course as they approach the finish line now and complete the A final.
And I know there'll be a very, very, very excited parent there. Bonnie Schmidt winning that race in for Wesley College there. Her father, Trent, is here today, former captain of boats at Brighton Grammar School. I had the great pleasure of coaching him many years ago, and great to catch up with him today. So Big Trent will be beside himself, and Marty will be alongside there. Very, very, very excited about the efforts of their daughter today. And well done to all those Wesley girls winning that race.
Yep, sometimes the celebration from the parents is almost as exuberant as from the girls in the boat themselves. It is great to see the support for all the schoolgirls racing here today and over the course of the weekend. And we're about to have another set of gold medalists decided in the next couple of minutes. They are under the bridge already in the A final of the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar Lane 1, Melbourne Girls College Lane 2, MLCQ out in front there on Lane 3, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in Lane 4. So with the MLCQ crew in front there, we may have 3 different winners in the first 3 finals of the day, which is great to see the gold medals already potentially being shared around here. The MLC crew is Lucy Stubbings, Eleanor Love, Charlotte Wallace, Olivia Apostolou and Alexandra Tsesevsky, the crew from MLC, and they've got about 2 lengths on probably Melbourne Girls College in second place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School also there on the southern side of the course. And the yellow colours, again, the distinctive yellow colours of Furbank Grammar, who we mentioned earlier today, have had a pretty successful and improving season, but probably back in 3rd or 4th place in this particular race. So the second place crew looks at this stage to be Melbourne Girls College, Giselle Josa, Arabella Cavagna, Gemma Perry, Victoria Hogan and Imogen Harling. And then also across to the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Annie Briggs, Freya Pangborn, Ines Papp, Stella Kefala and Noah Lane Smith, the crew there. But it's MLCQ certainly out in front by a couple of lengths, who will take the win here in the A final, the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. And the gold medals will go the way of MLC from Q on Lane 3. They're across now for the win. It is tight for second place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School on the far side look to just have their boat in front with still a couple of strokes to go, and they'll get there by half a canvas. I think Melbourne Girls Grammar School just into second, Melbourne Girls College third, and 4th place goes to the crew from Furbank Grammar.
So these boats will now end up on their trailers. Now they've been finished with for the season here, and the MLC crew will. The boatman there, Al Haynes, one of Tim Dolphin's right-hand men there, he's probably won't be loading the trailer at the moment. I'd imagine he'd be polishing that MLC boat ready for the final. Having a contest with Mark Dwyer from Melbourne Girls Grammar School there about who's got the sharpest polished boat. But a big shout-out to all of the staff who help behind the scenes in towing boats and polishing boats and de-rigging and all that. Great effort for all the people who support in the background.
Yes, indeed. You've only got to go for a walk through the boat park just to see the amount of equipment and the work required to get it here and rigged and ready for racing, and then back on the trailers at the end of the day. It's a huge logistical exercise. But here comes the concluding stages of the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull, Strathcona Lane 1, MLCQ Lane 2, looking for 2 wins in a row, but Furbank Grammar Lane 3, very, very close, and then Loretto Turak on the far side of the course. So we'll see if Furbank can move through here and make it 4 different winners from the opening 4A finals, but they're in a pitched battle with the crew from MLC, Clem O'Brien, Tilly Ellis, Isabel Yao, Sienna Kalfas and Edie Donovan there for MLC. And the Furbank crew in yellow, Priscilla Bagnon, Miller Ritchie, Georgia Rao, Ruby Leibovitz and Amy Summers in the cox seat of the Furbank crew, urging them on and getting them narrowly ahead, it would seem, of the crew from MLC. Tied also for 3rd place, Loretto and Strathcona on either side of the course, but it's going to be Furbank Grammar. They're clear by 2/3 of a length and going away from MLC here as they approach the finish line in the Year 9 Division 6 Cox Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar take the win. MLC will finish in 2nd place. 3rd will go to Loretto Turak, and 4th the crew from Strathcona. So incredibly, Noel, 4 different schools have taken gold medals in 4 races. It is wonderful to see the results being shared around.
It certainly is. We didn't quite have that trend yesterday at the Scots Mercantile Regatta, where St Pat's Ballarat decided to win the first 3 or 4 Year 10 quad races there too. An interesting note there, Richard, in the that race there, the first 2 crews over the line were the crews coxed in the stern of the boat. So that's the coxswain looking the direction they're going. And the 3rd and 4th boats there lying down in the bow of the boat there too. So we've got a real mixture of what the coxswain's roles are here. But certainly compared to the coxswain's boats here, we're seeing some great coxing done, whether you're in the stern or the bow of these boats as they're holding good lines down this 4-laned 1,500 metre course. As we welcome Lynn Charge back to the microphone.
Thanks very much, Richard and Noel. Yeah, we've got race 4, 6, 7 coming down the course now. This is the Year 9 Division 5A final. Furbank Grammar, Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and MLCQ. And at the moment, it's Melbourne Girls Grammar with Sarah Blennerhassett, Alexandra Chan, Aileen Diamanatri, Charlie Evans and Poppy Noxon just in front of the Furbank Grammar crew of Chloe Rollison, Zara Fife, Catherine Bloomfield, Willow Hunt and Dana Lee. In the middle of those two, Melbourne Girls College, Stevie Malpelli, Clementine Hewen, Jessica Jennings, Mimi Kirsten Rutan and Maddie England. And in lane 4, MLCQ, Scarlett Ramsdale, Bella Jovananovic, Ella Kitts, Bonnie McIntyre and Freya Casanandra. But it is the lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, just still ahead of Furbank Grammar, but being challenged for second position by Melbourne Girls College. But Melbourne Girls Grammar well ahead. Furbank now challenging for first position. MLCQ probably out of those 3 positions, but it is Melbourne Girls Grammar. Furbank putting on a late charge. Melbourne Girls Grammar moving up. Melbourne Girls Grammar are going to get there, but who's going to be second? Will it be College or not? But it is Melbourne Girls Grammar who is first. Furbank Grammar in lane 1 second, and then in third MLCQ, and 4th Melbourne Girls College. So a change of positions in the last little bit of that race, Noel.
Yeah, I think we might almost be needing the judges to tell us who came second and third. And great effort by MLC on the line there. And the Strokes lost her bow side oar there. Timing was pretty right there. I think they just crossed the line before she actually lost that oar. So we'll wait till we hear the official. Have we got the official result of second place there? Not sure yet. And the next race is on the course now. It's the A final of the Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4. So the starters here are Melbourne Girls College in lane 1, MLCQ in 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 3, and Ballarat Grammar School in lane 4. So that's almost a repeat of the race ahead of us, with Ballarat Grammar coming in, taking Furbank's place. So some really good results already starting to happen here, Lynn, in the A finals.
That's right, and a big shout out to Ballarat Grammar and the rowers in Ballarat Grammar, Soph Reid, Millicent Usher, Mia Matthews, Alice Booth and Kenzie Deacon, and they've just got the work to do now. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Lily Ebbles, Romy Smythe, Lucia Alexandra, Isabel Thomas and Yell Lay, just a half a boat length behind MLCQ, Talia Walker, Eleanor Arabelle Benhindi, Zoe Jackal, Isabella Gregory, and a little way back, about 4 lengths back, is Ruby McNemini, Madison Bushney, Matilda Wright, Zara Lanigan and Sophie Bryant for Melbourne Girls College. But now MLCQ has started to take a bit of a lead off Melbourne Girls Grammar. They're about a boat and a half length in front. Coming third at the moment, Melbourne Girls College and Ballarat Grammar, just with the work to do down there. But they're all doing a great job. And just while we conclude these races, please return your bow numbers as soon as you've finished racing. Girls, please return your bow numbers. Coaches, make sure you get onto the bow numbers. But back to this A final of Year 9, Division 4, MLCQ, streaking away now. They're a boat and a half length in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar, with in third position Melbourne Girls College and Ballarat Grammar in fourth position. But Melbourne Girls Grammar will be there a boat length and a half against MLCQ, a boat length and a half in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar. Still pushing away there. Well done to MLCQ. And lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and lane 1, Melbourne Girls College will be third, and Ballarat Grammar will be fourth.
Good win there to MLCQ. As we just keep rolling through here, starters doing an excellent job keeping the regatta on time and keeping these races coming down for us. So we've now got the Division 3 Year 9 Quad Scull final between Loretto Toorak in lane 1, Strathcona in lane 2, MLC in lane 3, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 4. So a lot of representation, Melbourne MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. We'll give you some names there while they're coming. Loretto Turex, Annalise Ralph, Grace Kennedy, Lucy Woods, Luca McComas, and Violet Sandwich is the Cox. Strathcona, Saloni Gunasakara, Annabelle Howard, Ruby Gibson, Sharon Zhao, and Eloise Allen the Cox. MLC, Sienna Fitzgerald, Imogen Grant, Alice Van Onselen, Alice Newton, Charlotte Lowe is the Cox. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Alexandra Duncan, Ruby Cheetham, Olivia Jane, Caitlin Anthony from the famous Anthony Milne family, and Lily Roberts is the coxswain there. But as they come down at the moment, it's MLC looking like they might win 2 races in a row here over there in lane 3. They look like they're ahead of the crew in lane 1. That's the Loretto Turek, who are just shading the crew in lane 2 and 4. So that's the crews from Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But it's MLC as Loretto Turek straighten and correct their boat there. That may cost them a little bit of water there for the 2nd, 3rd place getting result there, but MLC out clear water ahead. Loretto Turek still coming over in their course there, forcing over onto the Strathcona boat at the moment, but they've still got their bow in front. But over on the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar School there may shade both of those crews. It's going to be close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And dirty water for Loretto, which has put them unfortunately out of action as MLC come across first. Melbourne Girls Grammar second. Strathcona will be third. And with that little bit of wobble in the last part of the course, we find Loretto Turek in 4th place. And as we move now to the female school Cox Quad Scale Division 2, we've got in lane 1 Albert Park College, lane 2 MLCQ, lane 3 Wrighton Girls, and in lane 4 Melbourne Girls Grammar.
Thank you, Noel. It's interesting you said there about the dirty water that Loretto Turek caught just at the very end when they were impeded a little bit by a crew moving over, and it's something that we try to stay in our own lanes so that we don't create dirty water. And there is a specific width of lanes so that that doesn't happen in the national rowing teams. But in Albert Park College, in the A final of Year 9 Division 2, we have Isabel Perkins, Eliza Voss, Coco Jones, Michaela Strombolzi, Indigo Brown, and coached by Eric Schrader. MLCQ, which is in 2nd position at the moment, Amelia DeBanks, Emily Codugno, Emily Tahine, Madeline Turnham, and Lucy Chin. Leading this field now, Wrighton Girls, Anna Trong, Saya McIntyre, Valentine de Bourgonosier, Letitia de Bourgonosier, Lulu Spinks, coached by Louise Chin and Grace Jensen. And on the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Hannah Kushnis, Stephanie Speller, Georgia Harris, Addie Dean, and Ali Polglaze. And this looks to be a very other tight finish like that other race. Wrighton is just in front now, but over on the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar's made a bit of a push against MLCQ. Wrighton doing a great job there in the A final, Division 2, but Melbourne Girls Grammar moving up on them very closely. I think they're going to run out of water. I think Wrighton is going to get it in lane 3 is first, lane 4 is second, lane 2 is third, and lane 1 will be fourth. So that's Wrighton Girls, Melbourne Girls Grammar, MLCQ and Albert Park College. Quite an exciting finish to that race. Next race, the A final, Year 9, Division 1. Loretto Ballarat, Melbourne Girls Grammar, St Catherine's and Wrighton.
Yeah, that was actually pretty exciting there. And as we go through the divisions, of course, we've got the girls who are a little more senior and experienced within their categories here. So we expect to see that. So some great acceleration of the boat on the Melbourne Grammar girls quad there, trying to catch up to the winners there, but just falling a little bit short. But as we look at this race here now, it's the crews in the middle, and it will generally be the crews in the middle from the semi-finals and through there that we should be looking at here, ahead of the crews on the extremity. And at this stage, it looks like the crew in lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, have started these finals of the Year 9s really well. Look like they've just got a small lead over St Catherine's in lane 3. and then back to Wrighton in lane 4, and Loretto Ballarat in the gold colours on lane 1. But at the moment, it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School, keeping a little tidier. A couple of rattling strokes there from St Catherine's alongside them, maybe opening the door for Wrighton to push up into second place at the moment. And then in fourth place is the crew from Loretto Ballarat, who had a wonderful Year 9 division at the head of the lake only a few weeks ago, winning almost every division of the head of the lake. But on this occasion, it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School sitting out half a length in front of St Catherine's, who are half to 3/4 ahead of Wrighton, and back another length further away to Loretto Ballarat in fourth place. But this is going to be another victory for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. We're used to seeing them win a lot of these races. Good second place there to St Catherine's, third to Wrighton, and another length further back, just coming to the line now, is Loretto Ballarat. That was the Division 1, the premier event of the Year 9 Quad Sculls. So congratulations to Melbourne Girls Grammar School for taking out that prestigious title for the first year. And the crew is Pippa Bisley, Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Sofra, Grace Perrott, coxswain is Camilla Rowe. Great job there under the leadership of Angus Seller as the director of rowing there, and Ed Fuller as the head coach there, doing a wonderful job there. They're well represented throughout all of those Year 9 quads. We now move to the double scull Year 9 Division 1A final.
Just before we get on to that race, just a notice from the event organiser to tidy up your tent sites when you are leaving. Tidy your tent sites. Fines may apply if it is not left tidy. And remember, in the brochure it said take home all your rubbish. So remove all your rubbish. It's a bring in, bring out affair here. Tidy your tent site, and if you see any rubbish that's not yours, you can also pick that up. So tidy your tent sites, take home your rubbish, and remind everyone to return your bow numbers as soon as possible. So the double sculls, I quite like these. This is a boat that I like to row. It's a Year 9 Division 1A final with Albert Park College, Corowa, Lowther Hall and Genazzano. So in Albert Park College, we've got Hridaya Fafandi and Jocelyn Doig, coached by Eric Schrader. Natalina Newen and Molly Phillips, coached by Ailish Maguire, with Corowa, who is just now in front of Lowther Hall, Ashley Dorrington and Olivia Douglas. Little way back, Genazzano, Olivia Mack and Fiona Liu. But it now is a very tight battle between Corowa and Lowther Hall, lanes 2 and 3. Lowther Hall just out of their lane. They just moved into lane 4, which may have just opened the hall now for Corowa. Corowa may now just be rowing a little less room, and Corowa is now moving well ahead. Unfortunately, Albert Park College just caught a crab in the closing stages, but we look to the winning line, and it is Corowa in lane 2 coming through first with a very good second from Lowther Hall, and Genazzano right out of their lane. It's not going to matter. They're not going to hurt anyone. Coming through in third. Albert Park College, check your boat. Albert Park College, check your boat. Albert Park College, check your boat. Check. Bang. And Albert Park College will finish in 4th place. That was the Year 9 Division 1A final. And as Noel Donaldson has said in the past, without a cox, it is very difficult for these young girls and the older girls to steer down the course. We've now got the Year 9 Division 1A final of the single sculls. Genazzano, Chloe Sakias, coached by Samantha Cady. Haileybury, Kate McNeil, coached by Andrew McNeil. St Catherine's, Emma Peel, coached by Bridget Carlisle. And Clonard, Aurora Shield, coached by Jan Keats, Roman Tonzak and Brooke Parsons. Are there any names in the coaches that you recognise, Noel?
Well, not only the coaches but the athletes as well too, actually. So leading this race at the moment is Kate McNeil from Haileybury, coached by her father Andrew, both members of Mercantile Rowing Club, so that's a great credit to them. Kate's had a wonderful year. She's rode in a lot of races. Mercantile Rowing Club are very excited about it because she's won them a lot of points for the season there. And then what we've got actually Emma Peel from St Catherine's back in lane 3, coached by Bridget Carlisle. Now Emma Peel is the daughter of Stuart Peel and Georgina Douglas, who's an Australian Olympian who I coached at the Sydney Olympics, so that's a fairly famous name in the sport. At the moment, Emma's sitting in 3rd place, though. In 2nd place is the crew in lane 1, which is the Giannazzano Scala Chloe Sekis. And then, but Kate McNeil's going to take all before her here. And then we'll be back to Chloe Sekis probably in 2nd place. Then Emma Peel will most likely come home in 3rd place. And then Aurora Shields from Clonard College in 4th. But as Kate McNeil comes through for a magnificent season, won a lot of races. Well done, Kate. She's used to these home waters. The family live down this neck of the woods, so she's been there plenty. And we've also got another crew coming in lane 0 again. They're doing this for the crowd, I think. The crew's on lane 1 swerving over into lane 0, but the crew in lane 1, Chloe Sekis, will get up in 2nd place. Then it'll be Emma Peel in lane 3 in 3rd place, and then in 4th place will be the Clonard Scala Aurora Shields. So the breeding program is working well. That's what you could say there, Lynn. The breeding program is strong. And Bridget Carlisle, of course, was the coach of Emma Peel there. Bridget is the head coach at St Catherine's, and she's probably getting a bit nervous now about the 3rd last race of the day as well too. So some well-credentialed people and names associated with that race.
It certainly bodes well. They're only year 9, great lineage there, and it'll be interesting to see in year 10 how many of these girls come back either in single sculls, doubles, quads, or in the 8s. But now we've got the year 10 Division 7 A final. Lauriston girls, this is the Coxed Quad Sculls. So in Lauriston we've got Zoe Bedelis, Cameron Sparrow, Sophie Dunlop, Brianna Ginn and Yuki Markwell. Melbourne Girls College, which is leading the field, Zara Bridger, Lydia Giles, Holly Hawkins, Zara Nash and Zara Stockdale. Lauriston Girls sitting in 3rd position at the moment, Helena Officer, Romy Frey, Claudia Graham, Stella Catamol and Joanne Lynn. And in 4th position, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Scarlett Silverwood, Winnie Masteris, Scarlett Wilson, Miller Sims and Olivia Paproth. But it is Melbourne Girls Grammar, who can look back on the rest of the field with a 3-boat length lead and be fairly confident that they will take out the A final of the Year 10 Division 7 Coxed Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls Grammar doing a great job there, but the interest is going to be in 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, while Melbourne Girls Grammar crosses in 1st. 2nd and 3rd is going to be very tight between Lauriston and Lauriston. So Lauriston in lane 3 doing a great job, but also Lauriston in lane 1 doing a great job, but it is going to be Lauriston in lane 3 that will come through 2nd. In lane 1 will be 3rd, and Melbourne Girls Grammar will be 4th in that lane. And Year 10 Division 6 A final, Cox Quad Skull, Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Lauriston and Genazzano. And the leading boat at the moment, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Marlo McCulloch, Isabel Popplestone, Charlize Brown, Charlotte Berryman and Erin Lee. Just ahead now, a couple of boat lengths ahead of Genazzano, Zali Burgess, Molly Pitson, Mariah Karzoff, Miller Sinikov and Anna Clemidis. And then in third place is Lauriston with Amelia McLeish, Lucy Goff, Alice Dunlop, Billy Thompson and Sophie Trelaw. But challenging them for second and third place is Loretto Turak, Eleanor Seskus, Peyton Wu, Thea Ball, Zaminian Duffy and Claire Hogan. But all the interest is at the front with a Lauriston Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 2, doing a very nice job there of coming through in the A final of the Division 6 Year 10. Melbourne Girls Grammar there, and the interest for second, third and fourth. Very close racing here. It could be lane 4, it could be lane 1 coming in second. I think it's going to be lane 4, lane 1, lane 3. So that's Melbourne Girls Grammar, followed by Genazzano in second place, Loretto Turak in third, and Lauriston in fourth. And race 476, Year 10, Division 5A final. Loretto Ballarat, MLCQ, Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar. And it is Loretto Turak, Anne Curtis, Rachel O'Hara, Rosie Darcy and Sophie Elstruff and Charlotte Hall well in the lead now. MLCQ with Bridget Arnold, Sophia Rodriguez Espinoza, Abby Case and Victoria Wilson and Hanisha Sothi in second place. On the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Hayley Dunwoody, Cecilia Michael, Celeste Milaka and Camilla Wong Hansen and Miranda Page. But it is Loretto Turak going to go through in first position with a good job there, and only a boat length there ahead of lane 4, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and then a further boat length back to lane 2, MLCQ, and half a boat length back to the Loretto Turak crew of Chelsea Templar, Abigail Cartledge, Eden Templar, Maddie Keane and Amber Gross. So well done to Loretto Turak there, coming in first place. Race 477, Year 10, Division 4, the A final, MLCQ, Furbank Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Genazzano. And very close racing here, but it does look to be Melbourne Girls Grammar, Xin Yu Jing, Sophie Purton, Indigo Jealous, Harriet Ellard and Emma Davis, just ahead of the MLC crew of Amelia Reinberger, Samantha White, Sierra McKechnie, Miranda Liu and Lucy Vukarovic, and in the far side, Jenna Zano, Olivia Gosson, Sophie Redmond, Jessica Bianco, Dominique Matthews and Sienna Wheeler, coached by Sophie May. And then the Furbank Grammar crew just a little way back, Chloe Stokes, Rebecca Moshidis, Charlie Pordash, Holly Carney, Georgina Patterson, coached by Sienna Scott. But the interest between lane 1 and lane 3, MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar. Melbourne Girls Grammar has been in the lead, but MLCQ in lane 1 just moving up on them now, and I think MLCQ might just have taken the lead by about half a boat length. Half a boat length back to Melbourne Girls Grammar, then a boat length back to Furbank, and 2 boat lengths back to Genazzano. MLC in lane 1 and lane 3 with Melbourne Girls Grammar fighting it out for first position in the A final of the Year 10 Division 4. So very close rowing there. It's going to come right down to the last couple of strokes. MLCQ or Melbourne Girls Grammar, lane 1 or lane 3. It is going to be lane 3 who comes across first. Lane 1 in second place. Lane 2 Furbank in third. And in fourth position, Genazzano. And as you would expect in the finals, some very close racing from all of these crews. So a couple of announcements. Pick up your pre-orders from the regatta shop, pick up your rubbish and take back your bow numbers. Race 478 is on the course now. This is the Year 10 Division 3, the A final. MLCQ in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 2, Furbank Grammar in lane 3 and St Catherine's in lane 4. So the leading boat at the moment, Furbank Grammar, Celine Sorensen, Lola Graham, Sophia Lyons, Stephanie York and Caitlin Barwood, coached by Melanie Hickey, is just a little way in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar, Ellie Horosidis, Megan Barrow, Isabel Gelder, Chloe Williams and Ava Shamashinki. But the lead could change at any time. Lane 1 MLCQ, Jess Watson, Amaya Crochet, Chloe Brown, Georgie Dumrell and Josie Carson. And over on the far side, St Catherine's, Amelia Chen, Emma Hibbins, Sophie Knight, Melanie Young and Isabella Kent-Jones. Furbank just in the lead now over Melbourne Girls Grammar. So Furbank Grammar in the lead, Melbourne Girls Grammar catching up to them. They're stroking very well with all of those girls there. Chloe Williams, the stroke of that boat. She's really putting in the effort as the rest of the crew. And Furbank is just losing a little bit of their lead. They may have left their run a bit late, but Melbourne Girls Grammar pushing hard now. Furbank have seen and responding with the challenge. These girls in Year 10 Division 3, the A final, doing a great job. I think it's going to be Furbank by about a length over Melbourne Girls Grammar. Well done to that Furbank crew, really pushing through 3/4 of a boat length back to Melbourne Girls Grammar. And on the near side here, MLCQ will be the third place getters and St Catherine's on the far side coming in fourth. That is Division 3 Year 10 A finals complete, and I will hand the mic over to Richard Dorstein and Noel Donaldson. Just a reminder to those parents on the south side, you have been constantly reminded for 2.5 days to stay behind the barrier for your safety and for the safety of the cyclists. I can see a photographer, I think, sitting on the bank. It would be best if you got up and moved before someone had to come and move you. But all those parents, you've been constantly reminded to stay behind the barrier. The next call will be naming and shaming.
Thank you to Lynn and for your great work over the course of this regatta. I think you've got some official duties to complete over the next hour or so, so good luck with that. And Noel and I will try and bring you some action here over the past, the final hour of the regatta. It is the second division of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and Lynn's not quite finished yet.
I could also say that I'm just charging off.
Oh, that was worth the wait. Here come Melbourne Girls Grammar School leading in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. Melbourne Girls Grammar from Loretto Ballarat, the two crews in the centre lanes, the two semi-final winners here. Melbourne Girls in lane 2, Rose Keys Tilly, Lucy Munro, Annabelle Guthrie, Rose Anderson and Phoebe Paul there by probably the best part of a length from Loretto Ballarat. They're over in lane 3. That's Annabelle Pituch, Bronte Malloy, Charlotte Pecker, Mia McTeague and Bethany Atherton. Cox by Lucy O'Loughlin. Also MLCQ on the inside lane, and the far side, the crew from Furbank Grammar. A good race for her. 3rd and 4th place, but it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School hanging on. Loretto Ballarat certainly closing late, but the margin's still about half a length on the line. So it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School who take out another win here today on lane 2 in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull from Loretto Ballarat. MLCQ on 3rd place and Furbank Grammar in 4th. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School continue a very successful day here. By my count, that's their 6th win of the regatta so far.
Yes, Richard, it's starting to hot up here, isn't it? And it's good to count the winners and the losers, so to speak there, or the number of wins for which school ends up being regarded as the best school at this regatta. As we move now to the next race, which is the Division 2 final, which is lane 1 Wesley, lane 2 Carey Grammar, lane 3 MLC and lane 4 is Geelong Grammar. And this is the bigger boats now. We're now moving to the 8s, the Division 2 8s race. So Wesley's Lesser Keneally, Zala Wheatley, Carter McGuinness, Holly Thomas, Tora Fagan, Zara Pinan, Amali Burke, Miller Menegazzo and Zen Zhao the coxswain. Carey Grammar, Claire Munro, Yasmin Pace, Shelley Zhao, Rosemarie Morris, Zoe Beasley, Miller Kepich, Miller Zureb, Ella Eagleton and Esther Ardern is the coxswain. MLC, Chloe O'Sullivan, Olivia Turnham, Zoe Bonnet, Francesca Moore, Lauren Tresida, Elise Nixon, Isabel Tan, Mia Pitakis and Eliza Wong the coxswain and Geelong Grammar. Willow Hines, Eda Phillip, Sassy Palmer, Sasha Laidlaw, Alice Hamilton, Lulu Poglasi, Imogen Metcalf, Sienna Bailey and Winifred Heaven is the coxswain. As we look now, it's the crew on the inside running, which is the Wesley College crew that are leading this race. Fairly close between the crews alongside them there. Very close between MLC and Carey Grammar in the centre of the course. And over it in the far side is Geelong Grammar School in 4th place. But with 150 metres left to go, I think it's Wesley College are going to get up and win this race. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Noel. Yes, Wesley indeed out by a boat length here on a very tight race for second. Carey and MLCQ locked in the battle for the silver medal there in the centre of the course, but Wesley certainly gone for home in the outside lane from lane 1, so second place in their semi-final, but they've saved their best for the A final here in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8, and they are clear by just under a length. Now MLC certainly closing fast late, but Wesley have done the job and they'll go through for the win in race 480. Wesley College first, MLC in second place, Carey finished 3rd and Geelong Grammar in 4th place, about 2 lengths first to 4th there. So a very great 8th race here, as it so often is when there's 8 sprint down the 1,000 metre course, and it's Wesley College, their first win of the day. I think that is, and they get on the board here in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8. They call for Alison Curnow. Alison Curnow, if you are in the regatta venue, can you please report to the judges box to collect an item of lost property? Alison Curnow, please report to the bottom level of the judges tower to collect some lost property.
And before we move to the next race there, what we should be seeing are the crews in the middle lanes from the semi-final winners, but as Richard said, it was a second place getter in the semi-finals coming up in the extremities, lane 1 or 4 on the course. So Alex Hagan, who leads the girls program at Wesley College, there to be very happy, and an ex-Australian Olympian. As we move now to the Cox 4 Division Year 10 Division 1 final between Ballarat High School and Ballarat High School. So Ballarat High School are going to win it. In lane 2, Mackenzie Hocking, Elizabeth Keat, Isabel Carlish, Peyton Smith, Mia Sanders as the Cox, and Robert Simmons as the coach. And the other Ballarat crew in lane 3, Georgia Commons, Ashley Carnes, Nathalia Jenkins, Olivia Bell, and Gemma Reid is the coxswain. And at this stage, it's that latter crew that we've just called out in lane 3 that lead a couple of lengths ahead of the crew from Ballarat High School. So I'm not certain if there's a rank order. They're not listed there. Robbie Simmons has been a long time leader of the Ballarat High School program. He's got himself alongside the crew in second place now, and he's not listed for the other crew, but he may well be coaching both crews there too. He'd probably take credit for it anyway. And so it's the Ballarat High School crew in lane 3. A little bit of dirty water there, but leading the crew from lane 2 by about two and a half lengths at the moment.
Yeah, Ballarat schools and the Cox 4s, it's so often a recipe for success. So it helps when you're the only two entrants, it seems, in this particular division, but always been so strong in the Cox 4 races, the Ballarat schools in general, including at the national championships over many, many years. So certainly it will be Ballarat High taking the win here. Just getting a bit messy. In fact, the stroke stopped rowing currently in the lane 3 crew. I'm not sure if this is a self-handicapping effect or not, because it will narrow the gap now. It was about 2 lengths, Ballarat High lane 3 over lane 2. They're still maintaining relatively decent boat speed despite just having 3 athletes rowing. So it looks like the oars out of the gate in the stroke seat, so a lot more power on the bow side of this boat. They are getting a bit messy late in the race, but they should just do enough to limp across the line and take the gold medal in the Year 10 Division 1 Cox 4. So it's a win regardless for Ballarat High. Lane 3, Georgia Commons, Ashley Carnes, Natalia Jenkins, Olivia Bell, and Gemma Reid. The head of the Schoolgirls champions for Ballarat High. Second place goes to the lane 2 combination, Mackenzie Hocking, Elizabeth Kite, Isabel Kalsh, Peyton Smith, and Mia Sanders. And the next race is quickly approaching. The quad sculls a little faster than the Cox 4s, of course, with 8 blades compared to 4 or 3 in the case of our winning crew there. It looks to be Melbourne Girls Grammar School looking for another win so far today, out in front here narrowly in the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox quad scull. So Loretta Turacker on lane 1. Loretto Ballarat in lane 2, probably in second place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 3, and Furbank Grammar in lane 4. The lead crew for Melbourne Girls Grammar is Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe, Emily Anthony, and Lily Machini. So the Anthony sisters looking to make it 2 wins so far today, both in the stroke seat of their respective crews, one obviously in Year 9, one in Year 10, and the Emily Anthony stroked crew, of course, the daughter of the great Peter Anthony, the Olympic gold medalist, clear by over a length now in this Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination. Loretto Ballarat still there in second place. Kate Connell, Lavinia Cushing, Tilly Stringer, Meg Lynch, and Grace Bales. They are coached by Barry Halsall, but it will be Melbourne Girls Grammar School still a couple of strokes away, but really powering late in this race to extend their margin of victory out to over 2 lengths on the line. So a strong win there on lane 3 to Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Second place will go to Loretto Ballarat. Third will be likely the far side there, Furbank Grammar just in third place, and Loretto Turak back in fourth. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School who take the win in the A final of the Year 10 Division 1 at Cox Quad Scull and conclude race 482. And there's 1 Year 10, no, there's 2 or 3 Year 10 races in fact to go here, Noel, but the 8s are next on the course, the Year 10 Division 1 8.
And of course, there'll be a fight in the breeding program in the Anthony household with Emily's mother, Fiona Milne, also a world champion lightweight rower for Canada and a long time living here in Australia. So well done to that crew. I think it was Year 9 division they won last year, so back to back as they go through. We should follow them through years 11 and 12 and see what Melbourne Girls Grammar do in that quad scull event. But the Division 1 Year 10 final is about to be run. Geelong College. I know Geelong College is coached by Pam Westendorf, a great Australian Olympian as well. And then lane 2, Caulfield Grammar. Lane 3, Wesley College. And lane 4 is Wrighton Girls School. And they're in the blocks as we speak at the moment. Just about to start. So regatta running perfectly to time.
Yes, it has for all 3 days. Really been racing at 3-minute intervals, 483 races in. And still you can set your clock by it. And there they go in the final of the Year 10 Division 1-8. Great to see this vision from the start line. We do thank our live stream operators this year for their hard work and these great pictures coming through. And high definition as these 4-8s are on their way and winding up the rate in the early strokes of this event. Geelong College lane 1 there closest to the camera. Caulfield Grammar in 2 are in fact the crew on camera at the moment. Lane 3 is the crew from Wesley College. Lane 4 is Wrighton Girls. They're known for their exploits in quad sculls generally, but racing here of course in the Year 10 Division 1-8 as well. And that's the crew with the yellow blades and the yellow caps over on the far side of the Barwon River course. So they'll be with us pretty quickly here at the finish line now, already a couple of 100 metres into this race as they head down towards the halfway point. Looks like Wesley in 3 have got off to a pretty good start, right and alongside them. The other couple of crews slightly obscured from view, but a great sight to see shortly as these crews make their way down the course, and a great atmosphere out there in the regatta venue. Noel, you went for a walk just a few minutes ago to check it out. There's plenty happening out there on the course.
There are, and the food queues are even still lengthy, and the toilet queue to boot there. But when I ran into Pam Westendorf there, she actually was hoping her girls were going to do really well, but thought Wesley would be the favourite. So there's a bit of inside information for you, and at the moment it does look like Wesley sitting out a little bit in front of this race, ahead of Caulfield Grammar School. We're a little bit obscured at the moment from the crew in lane 1, which is Geelong College, but they don't look like they're far out of the second, third, fourth battle. But it's certainly Wesley at this stage who've got their nose in front. As we get a cross-view vision of that at the moment, it does look like they're about a length in front of Geelong College, and closely followed by Caulfield and Wrighton, pretty much level as the crews come towards the McIntyre Bridge.
Thanks, Noel. And I mentioned our live stream operators. Specifically, thank you to Hyped Media, who are in charge of the live stream operations at this regatta for the first time this year and doing a great job with a lot of the camera shots and the graphics coming through on that live stream. So we thank them for their work and look forward to doing it again next year. But the 2 crews in this race, Wesley College and Geelong College, certainly look to be our leading 2 crews as they have come well through the halfway mark of the race now. The crew in lane 3 from Wesley College: Annabelle Major, Sibylla White, Ebony Harridge, Therese Matheson, Olivia Nicholson, Lucy Douglas Hines, Jessica Chiba Lynch, Jasmine Barrett Judd and Emma Wallace. And Geelong College on the northern bank, sure to get plenty of home support here on the Barwon. That's Emma Martin, M. Smith, Eliza Clancy, Ruby Jane Roberts, Stella Benson, Hannah Dunton, Mackenzie Pugh, Eva Chalmers and Audrey Jantz, coached, as Noel mentioned, by Pam Westendorf. But it looks to be Wesley holding clear here by maybe a half or length or so from the Geelong College crew. Then we go back to Caulfield Grammar, who'd sit narrowly third, with Wrighton still there on the far side. So the bronze medal very much up for grabs here as well between these 2 crews as they head for home now. The concluding stages of the Year 10 Division 1-8A final. Wesley College it is there on lane 3. Look to have the race in there, keeping now Geelong College still ahead of Caulfield Grammar and Wrighton. That race for the minor medal is certainly getting very interesting indeed. But Wesley College, who won their first event only a couple of races ago, have now got 2 wins on ahead of the Schoolgirls finals day as they win the Year 10 Division 1-8 by a length and a half. Geelong College should just hold on to second place. They will ahead of Wrighton, who finished well on the far side of the course. And then 4th goes to the crew from Caulfield Grammar. So as it was in the Division 2-8, just 2 lengths separate the field in the Division 1-8, and it is Wesley College who will get the win after 1,000 metres of racing.
And congratulations to Andrew Judge, former Australian representative a few years ago there. He's done a very, very good job this year with the Wesley College boat stroked on the bow side, so he's used good innovation to determine who should be sitting well, and He's been confident and aggressive all year in his coaching, and he deserves to take home the bacon in that Year 10 Division 1.
Yeah, the role of the coaches so often understated here too. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the crews don't actually list the coaches in the program, so we're not always fully aware of who they are. But having done a little bit of coaching at school level myself, and obviously the man beside me has done a lot more coaching, it is such an important role at this young level that the coaching as to guide these athletes through the formative years in the sport. And we're seeing the results of that now in the finals here at the head of the Schoolgirls, and we're about to see here in the double scull final as well.
Yeah, so this is the Year 10 Division 1 A final of the double sculls. In lane 1, Gippsland Grammar, April Harrison and Tilly Fox. In lane 2, the Scots School, Summer Hogan, Anastasia McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny, who's put a lot of good crews out there today from Corowa region, Albert Park College, Emma Westerbeek and Alice Roberts, Melbourne Girls College, Hannah Dowling and Hazel Muxlow. And as we get a little bit of a look at this off the vision at the moment, it looks like the Scots School from Corowa are in the lead at the moment. We don't have quite a look on the Gippsland Grammar School crew yet, but they'll come into view soon. It looks like it's the crews in the middle who we are expecting to maybe be the favoured crew, but definitely at the moment the Scots School are out probably clear water ahead. Albert Park College look like they may well be in second place, and then back to the crews on the extremity of the course. And lane 4 at the moment, Melbourne Girls College, would be narrowly ahead of Gippsland Grammar School, but not much in that third place as they come towards the McIntyre Bridge. And the crew from the Scots School, the Wes Canny and Emily Tidd coached crew, will take some running down here. We notice with these a little bit more experienced girls, Richard, that without the vision behind them there, they're steering a little bit better than the younger girls here. All crews sitting nicely in their lane at the moment. But we'll wait till we see them a bit closer here. The lane 1's drifted to lane 0 at times, but maybe hopefully not today. But at the moment, it's the Scots School making all the running ahead of Albert Park College.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Noel. It is a good row here from the Corowa combination, rowing here for the Scots School. So fortuitously, I think for these two scullers from the Corowa Rowing Club, they do attend the same school, Summers Hogan and Anastasia McFarlane. They've rowed at many regattas around the state, of course, in the colours of the Corowa Rowing Club, as they're doing, in fact, in this race as well. But as the Scots School, they're looking set to take out the title here in the Year 10 Division 1 double scull, and certainly maintaining their line well down the centre of their lane, as is the lane 1 combination at this stage. It can get tricky in the final couple of 100 metres when the river does widen slightly here at the finish section, and some crews tend to follow the bank rather than follow the line of boys, but hopefully that fate won't befall Gippsland Grammar, April Harrison and Tilly Fox in lane 1, because they're in the hunt for a silver medal here, just trailing Albert Park College, Emma Westerbeek and Alice Roberts, another of the many Virginia Lee coached combinations at Albert Park College. But Gippsland certainly are coming at them strongly here late in the race, and are doing a good job to stay in their lane, so very much on for the silver medal. And then back to Melbourne Girls College, Hannah Dowling and Hazel Muxlow in 4th position. But the wind's going to go the way of Summers Hogan and Anastasia McFarlane for the Scots School, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, on their last stroke now as they go across and take out the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. A great race for second place. Albert Park College and Gippsland Grammar will hit it close together, but the yellow boat will get the verdict there, and it will be Albert Park College, Westerbeek and Roberts, the silver medal, and bronze going the way of Harrison and Fox from Gippsland Grammar. And then 4th place will be Hannah Dowling and Hazel Muxlow from Melbourne Girls College. So the Scots School from Corowa are on the board too with a win in the Year 10 Division 1 double scull.
And well and truly on the course at the moment is the Division 1 Year 10 scull final, single scull final. Lane 1, Cardinia International College, Ella Teffrey, coached by Sydney Arnold and Anita Whitehouse. In lane 2, Corowa, the sculler is Alice Lieberman, coached by Hilary Zhao. Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski, and in lane 4 is St Francis de Sales Imogen Tomlinson, coached again by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. But unfortunately, this time around, I don't think Wes is going to get a win here because out in front at the moment is the crew in lane 3, which is the Gippsland Grammar School crew. We saw them rattling home there to nearly get second place in that last race, but at this stage it's Scarlett Tavaski that's sitting out in front and should win this race.
Interestingly too, Gippsland Grammar won this race last year too in the form of Ella Garand, who went on to win a state title in the schoolgirls single scull by the smallest of margins a couple of weeks ago at Ngambie. So they are the defending champions of Gippsland Grammar, and it looks like Scarlett Tavaski will defend the title that Ella Garand took out this time last year. She is clear by several boat lengths, in fact, on the rest of the field here. Second place looks to be Corowa's Alice Lieberman. And then it would indeed be the Cardinia International College sculler Ella Treffley in third position. So fairly spread out here in the concluding stages. Just getting a bit close together to the lanes 1 and 2 scullers, but well behind our leader from Gippsland Grammar. And Scarlett Tavaski takes out the Year 10 Division 1 single scull title for the Gippsland Grammar School, who get their first win of this regatta. Second place will go to the Corowa Anglican Girls School, Alice Lieberman there. Third will be Ella Treffley for Cardinia. And fourth place is Imogen Tomlinson of St Francis de Sales and the Corowa Rowing Club. She's across shortly to conclude race 485. So that does conclude the Year 10 event. So we've been all through the Year 9 finals, all through the Year 10 finals, and we have reached the Open. So a number of girls in these races, of course, will be completing at the head of the schoolgirls for the final time over these next 15 or so races. Remarkably, we've got a 501 race program, and if my maths is right, I think 16 races remain to crown our Open head of the schoolgirls champions for 2023. So it really is the business end of the regatta over the next 40 minutes or so, and we are well underway in the first of those races, the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Scull, with two crews from Strathcona here in the centre lanes of the course. Lauriston in lane 1 and also Genazzano in lane 4. But you would think Strathcona, the two semi-final winners, are where you'd like to look for the leading crews. No clear look at Lauriston at this stage, but certainly lanes 2 and 3 do look to be showing out in front the two crews from Strathcona ahead of Genazzano on the far side of the course.
Yeah, so it's a contest here between Talia Fisher, Georgia Snowden, Kayla Griffiths, Lucy Gratian, Eleanor Appleton the Cox. That's the lane 2 Strathcona crew. The lane 3 Strathcona crew is Hannah Geary, Celia Chen, Sophie Norman, Olivia McInnes, and Charlotte Pierce, the coxswain. So at the moment, there's not much separating them, I think, at the moment. It's the crew in lane 3 that narrowly lead the crew in lane 2. At this stage there, about a third of a length would be the margin, as they've got around about 450 metres left to run in this race. And back in third and fourth place. Third place looks like it's a crew in lane 1, Lauriston, and Genazzano in lane 4. But a fairly close affair for the third and fourth. But at the moment, it looks like Strathcona in lane 3 are the leaders narrowly over the crew in lane 2. So they're through the McIntyre Bridge and stretching out now. I think they might have increased that lead somewhat, the Strathcona lane 3 crew. Certainly at this stage looks like they will Quinella the race, and then still quite a close margin between the crews on the extremity, of course, Lauriston and Genazzano. So good to see Strathcona, though their sculling programs improved last year. We really saw them starting to make great inroads in what they're doing there, and again by being in these Division 5 finals, their sculling program's good. And we've got to give a lot of credit to all those Yarra crews that have been in that flooded area there. They really suffered in the early part of the season, and good to see that by the time they've got here that they're got some very nice rowing going. And the crew in lane 3 from Strathcona stretching out now, probably about a length ahead of the crew in lane 2. Back in lane 1, I would say that's the crew from Lauriston, narrowly leading the crew in lane 4 from Genazzano to round out the place gettings in this race. But I don't think it's over, though, for the third and fourth place getters. Give them a cheer as they come to the line. Not only the Strathcona crews coming 1 and 2, but Genazzano and Lauriston in third and fourth place. So Strathcona come to the line now. Strathcona in first place. A length and a half now to their second boat. And it's still going to be a very close affair now for the Lauriston crew on the lane 1 and the Genazzano crew. But I think Genazzano might have it. Just a little bit clearer run to the post. Oh, and crabbing on the line there, Genazzano, but still getting up by half a length over Lauriston for third and fourth place. And further up the field at the moment is the Division 4 crew, the Division 5 Cox 4, the Division 5 Cox 4, between Genazzano on lane 1, Loretto Ballarat lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon lane 3, another Loretto Ballarat. So we've got multiple schools in the same race that we've just seen in the previous race. So Genazzano in lane 1, Claudia Lucci, Alice Birrell, Eliza Hines, Hannah Courtney, and that's the daughter of Tom Courtney, the Director of Sport at St Kevin's College. A fair bit of a rowing pedigree there. Zara Linnane, the Cox, and the coaches Daniel Parrish and Pete Campbell. Loretto Ballarat's number 1 crew, so they will hope they're going to beat their number 2 crew. Olivia Jones, Tess Clark, Abby Britt, Jane McInnes, Holly Boyd is the coxswain. Ballarat Clarendon, Mabel Goss, Phoebe Marr, Taylor Mason, Anna Anderson, Georgia Lennox is the coxswain, and Kate Littlejohn is the coach. Loretto Ballarat's second boat is Zali Klein, Alexandra Grieve, Poppy Charleston, Taylor Keane, Sienna Hoyles is a coxswain, coached by Sharon Waters. Sharon rode in the Victorian Masters Women's 8 last year too, so a good stalwart of Ballarat rowing. And at this stage it looks like the crew in lane 2 from Loretto Ballarat's number 1 crew would be shading the crews on either side of them. The crew in lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon, look like they're currently in second place, and then it would be back to the crew in lane 1 is Genazzano, and then the Loretto Ballarat's second crew would be back in fourth place.
It's an urgent public service announcement directed specifically at the students and some of the parents from the Wrighton Girls School on the South Bank. You do need to move back from the bank. There are some security guards and officials giving instructions which we understand are not being followed. So can Wrighton Girls spectators and rowers on the South Bank please ensure you move away from the bank and follow the instructions of the security guards and others in the area, and stay in your designated zone, please. Here come the crews in the Open Division 5 Cox 4. It is, again, a strong representation from Loretto, with Loretto Ballarat out in front. Ballarat Clarendon possibly second, although Genazzano might, well, they will spoil the Ballarat podium here almost certainly, because they're sitting clearly in the top 3 at least, ahead of Loretto Ballarat over in lane 4. But the crew out in front on lane 2, Olivia Jones, Tess Clark, Abby Britt, Jane McInnes and Holly Boyd it is, who are clear by a couple of lengths, either Ballarat Clarendon now or Genazzano for second place. Those two, you know, good battle for the silver medal it will certainly be, and then back to Loretto Ballarat on the far side of the course. But certainly, in fact, it looks like Loretto Ballarat will claim either end of the results here, first and fourth place. The win certainly coming up to their crew on lane 2. Loretto Ballarat in race 487, the final of the Open Division 5 Cox 4. They are clear by about 1 2/3 of a length, and they'll go across and take the win. It will be Ballarat Clarendon who move up late into a clear second spot by over a length from Genazzano in third, and fourth place also goes the way of the second crew there from Loretto Ballarat. Again, a reminder to those Wrighton rowers and spectators on the south bank, particularly directed at those between the two bridges on that very narrow strip of land. You need to ensure a clear path for the bikes to come through that section of the course. So we ask that you please follow the instructions of the security guards and the officials in that area. And if they ask you to move, please do so immediately. To all Wrighton athletes and spectators on the south bank, just upstream of the Harrison Bridge. Here comes race 488, the final of the Open Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. So we've gone from Cox 4s to quads again. Corowa lane 1, Strathcona lane 2, Melbourne Girls College in lane 3, and Sacred Heart in lane 4. And it is certainly the Strathcona crew who are very comfortably out in front here. The crew of Bethany Moore, Isabel Kale, Zoe Fotheringham, Isabel Chiardulli and Isabella Donovan. The combination leading for Strathcona, and leading comfortably by about 3 lengths in fact from Melbourne Girls College, who'd be in second place sitting in lane 3. That's Isabel Gilbert, Manon Shaw, Kiara Marigi, Lucas Sherman and Sienna Fenton there in second place for Melbourne Girls College. And then to the South Bank, Sacred Heart would be in third. Hannah Glover, Ruby Davey, Olivia Broadbent, Sophie Whelan and Charlotte Shooten. The cooks of that crew from Sacred Heart, who do look very much to be in a podium position here, ahead then of Corowa in fourth place, Emma Wang, Ruby Dargaville, Joy Wang, Emily Bell and Zoe Renfrey. But the crew out in front from Strathcona, and doing it fairly comfortably indeed in the closing strokes of this race. No real need to sprint towards the finish line, because they're clear by 2.5 lengths, and they'll win the Open Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. Strathcona first. It'll be Melbourne Girls College in second place over in lane 3. Third place to Sacred Heart, and fourth then the crew from Corowa in the Open Division 4 Quad Scull.
As we round out this race with Corowa coming over the line there, we'll just ask you, Richard, what's the scoreboard like at the moment in our winners tally at the moment? Who's the leading school?
Yeah, thanks, Noel. Well, Melbourne Girls Grammar School certainly dominant so far. And I'm hoping my maths is correct now. We're going to be reading this out, but I missed a couple of races at the beginning, but I think we've caught up. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, by my count, have won 7 different events, all in Year 9 and Year 10. MLC have 3 wins on the board. Strathcona, with that race, take out their second win. Wesley College also have 2. Along with Furbank and Loretto Toorak, but 14 schools in total have won a race so far, which is an incredible spread of results. I recall doing the same thing a few years ago, and Loretto Toorak and St Catherine's, I think, were the dominant crews, just scooping up victory after victory, but not the case here. They have been well shared around. Further request to the parents and supporters here, please, to ensure you do begin to prepare to leave the regatta venue in a clean state, and particularly we'd suggest that you could follow the lead of the Furbank parents and commence your marquee pack-up so that there's nothing left here at the end of the day. So all parents and supporters, please have a look at what Furbank are up to if you're in that area and follow their lead and commence your marquee pack-up as soon as possible so that we can ensure the regatta venue is left in a pristine state at the end of the head of the Schoolgirls.
So we're moving back to the big boats now, the 8s. This is the Open Division 4 race. In lane 1, MLCQ. Lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Their other crew, Melbourne Girls Grammar in the middle, and then Loretto Turak in lane 4. So we've got Jessica Anderson from MLCQ. We've got Stephanie Tasevsky, Maddie Smith, Georgia Duke, Alexander Sterrett, Alexandra Tressida, Lily Zymer, Ella Hosking, and the coxswain Hannah Kilpatrick. Melbourne Girls Grammar in the middle there in lane 2, Corinne He, Finya Hansen, Honey Anderson, Sienna Davey, Sarah Meredith Smith, Chloe McRae, Sienna Richards, Carla Mitchell, and the coxswain is Lucy Markison. The next Melbourne Grammar School crew in lane 3, Sophia Brew Ferrer, Ginger Elkins, Priest, Eva Rako, Fia Atkins, Mimi Kochar, Kate Lambourne, Emma Munro, Lillian Johnson, the coxswain Kitty McKinnon, and Loretto Turak, Alana Vivian, Zara Perry, Ella Birch, Maggie Ralph, Ruby Simpfendorfer, Lucy McCann, Holly Thompson, Alice Dunn, and the coxswain Charlotte Teague. So as they come towards the Moorabool Bridge, at the moment is the Melbourne Grammar crew in lane 2 that leads from the crew in lane 1. That's narrow between MLC's crew in lane 1 and the Melbourne Grammar crew over in lane 3, and Loretto Turak back in 4th place. But it's going to be a Melbourne Girls Grammar win from where we are at the moment, sitting out a length in front of MLC and the second Melbourne Grammar crew coming very close between MLC and Melbourne Grammar. Can Melbourne Grammar Quinella the race? It's Melbourne Grammar School in lane 2 that are going to take out this Division 4 8's final, and it looks like they may well Quinella as they come to the run to the line there. So it's going to be another Melbourne Grammar win. First to Melbourne Grammar, second to Melbourne Grammar, third place on the podiums MLCQ, and in 4th place will be Loretto Turak. So that's going to help your scoreboard there, Richard. I don't think we're giving one score for second place, but great Quinella there to the Melbourne Girls Grammar School crew, and then up to 8 wins so far for the Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the final so far, with the next race not far from being in our hands, which is the Cox 4 Open Division 4 final. In lane 1, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Another time they're in the middle of the course. Lane 3, Genazzano. Lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon. So Loretto Ballarat, Emma Cosgriff, Poppy McElwain, Hannah McCrum, Maya Howard, and Lily Connell the Cox. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Sarah Casserly, Sophie Long, Harriet Cogler, Arabella Simmons, Tilly Unsworth the Cox. Genazzano, Mia Kennedy, Charlotte Hurlston, Tegan Pote, Michaela Tossolini, Sarah Ferragino the Cox, and coached by the director of rowing, Pete Campbell himself. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 4, Georgia Fall, Charlotte Skeen, Elkie Dent, Ruby Kinnersley, Portia Kane the coxswain, and coached by Luke Dwyer. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Noel. Yes, once again, a field heavy with Ballarat crews here in the Open Division 4 Cox 4, but they're not in the centre lanes. It's Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Genazzano, the leading 2 crews, and they are out in front there on lanes 2 and 3 respectively. So Melbourne Girls Grammar looking for what would be their 9th win of the regatta, and they've got clear water on Genazzano already, and then the 2 crews from Ballarat on either side of the course. Loretto Ballarat there in the yellow closest to the camera for those watching on the live stream as the crews head beneath the McIntyre Bridge. So they've got about 450 metres to go, and over on the far side in the red colours would be the combination from Ballarat Clarendon College, but still plenty of supporters up there on the McIntyre Bridge for that unique perspective of the racing, watching from above, and the lead crew there from Melbourne Girls Grammar School certainly moving comfortably away from the field now into the closing 350 metres or so of this race. Over 1,500 metres, of course, as all our open events are here at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, and they look to be extending out to probably a 2-boat length lead now over what may yet become an interesting race for second and third. Still Genazzano there in the silver medal spot at this point, and then Loretto Ballarat in third place. And reminder, of course, that presentations to winning crews will take place after the conclusion of the last race in race order. So all gold medal winning crews will receive their medals at the formal presentation ceremony. And I believe that silver and bronze medal winners can collect those medals, or the schools can collect those medals again after the conclusion of the last race. So remember that for all the first, second and third place crews in the A finals today. But it still is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Maybe Genazzano closing a little late in this race. They've had no choice because Loretto Ballarat certainly pushing hard on the northern bank of the course in a clear third spot and several lengths away from Ballarat Clarendon over on the south side of the course. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School looking to take yet another win here at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023, and they will do exactly that in a couple of strokes time. They're clear by about 1.5 lengths as they go across and take the win. Melbourne Girls Grammar School from Genazzano in second place. Third goes to Loretto Ballarat, and fourth place is Ballarat Clarendon. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School yet again, win number 9 at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. They continue with their very impressive day here on the Barwon River. And we go straight up to our next race, which is well past halfway. It looks like the Open Division 3 Coxed Quad Scull, with Melbourne Girls College here racing in lane 1, Wrighton Girls in 2, Strathcona in 3, and Corowa in 4. And they're about to come past the 2/3 mark of this race now, with Wrighton and Strathcona seemingly in the ascendancy.
Yeah, we've got a close one here, Richard. We've got Strathcona just very narrowly ahead of Wrighton, and we see that's the 1,000-metre mark, so that's 500 metres left to go. At the moment, nothing separating them. And then over in lane 1 is the crew from Melbourne Girls College that are in third place, and back to Corowa in the fourth place on the far bank here at the moment. So this is going to be a close race to watch. It's so close through that 1,000-metre mark that anyone can actually win. Both schools have had a very strong quad sculling program for the last few years. Wrighton for many years under Matt Wilson, and Strathcona more recently have started to pop their head up, along with Melbourne Girls College. So these are 3 of the strongest sculling schools that we've seen there, and with Jane Robinson's few years at Corowa, we're starting to see Corowa start to enter into that field as well there too. So this is an outstanding Division 3 race at the moment. It looks like the crew in lane 3 at the moment from Wrighton. Wrighton may have just snuck their bow a little bit further ahead. Strathcona's in lane 3, snuck their bow ahead of Wrighton, and moving up in the third place there, probably challenging Wrighton for second, is Melbourne Girls College in lane 1. At the moment, it's Strathcona sitting out third to half a length in front of Wrighton, who are only much the same margin ahead of Melbourne Girls College, 2 or 3 lengths back to Corowa in fourth place. And we'll watch this with 100 metres left to run. Strathcona holding the lead. Wrighton, a little bit of steering wobbles there. They just moved over a little bit to the right side of their lane, and Melbourne Girls College can press them for maybe taking a silver medal, but Strathcona at the moment have got the race won, so they've taken maybe a length advantage in the last 500 metres from where they were level coming through that key marker point of the race. But as they cross the line, it's Strathcona 1 length to Wrighton in second place, half a length further back to Melbourne Girls College. A good row from them in the back end of the course, and over the line now in fourth place is Corowa. Good standard rowing, young ladies, good standard as we move to the next race, which is the Open 8 Division 3A final. In lane 1, MLC. In lane 2 is Loretto Toorak. Lane 3, Melbourne Grammar. And in lane 4 is Furbank Grammar. So it's the crews in the middle of the course. And it's been our major race winners, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who hold a reasonably commanding lead in this race as we're into the last 500 metres of the race. So Melbourne Grammar in first place, close between Loretto Toorak in lane 2, and the crew in lane 1, which is MLCQ for second place, and back in fourth place at the moment is Furbank College. And I'll hand over to you, Rich.
Thank you, Noel. Yes, Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Loretto Turak, certainly the lead two crews in this one. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School do look pretty comfortable out in front, looking to make it a perfect 10 if they can win this race. And they keep racking up the victories here at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. Loretto Turak would be narrowly in second, I think, ahead of MLCQ. But both those two crews sit over a length behind our race leaders. So it's about 300 metres to go for our lead crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Isabella Hunt, Arabella Beeston, Bella Pitt, Belle Duncan, Catherine Pratt and Lillian Wolfe, Tess Fawkes, Zoe Paul and Zoe Small, the cocks of that particular crew. And the next two getting very close together. I'm not sure if there was a clashing of blades there or not, but Loretto certainly lost a bit of certainly slowed down there for a stroke or two. They're moving again now as the crews separate, but that's the race for the silver medal, MLCQ and Loretto Turak lanes 1 and 2. So that will remain interesting, I'd suggest, all the way down to the finish line. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School remain comfortably out in front. MLCQ really sprinting home down the northern lane of the course, but about a length and a half behind our race leaders. And it will once again be Melbourne Girls Grammar School who'll take the title this time in the Open 8 Division 3 as they go across on lane 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in first place, and Loretto Turak look like they'll just hold on ahead of MLCQ and take out second. Loretto second, MLC in third place, and then fourth over on the southern side will go to the crew from Furbank Grammar in the A final of the Open 8 Division 3, but it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School once again, their 10th victory of today's finals. What a day it's been for that school. And the racing continues with the Open Division 3 Cox 4, Caulfield Grammar Lane 1, Ballarat Grammar Lane 2, Loretto Ballarat Lane 3, and Ballarat Clarendon Lane 4. And maybe, Noel, you can answer the question for me about what it is with Ballarat schools and Cox 4s. It just seems like something they've done for a long, long time.
Yeah, well, I think part of it is that they don't row the 8s as much historically, and so therefore they've got a fair bit of time in the Cox 4s, and so they're pretty damn good at it, actually. We've seen that at national level. National school girl titles been won by the Ballarat schools on many an occasion. And the tip, of course, in the first girls' cruise would be Ballarat Clarendon, the winners of the Head of the Lake, and they've won there for quite a few years. We had two Australian representatives in that boat, in Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson. They're aiming to row in the Australian under-19 pair this year, so they'll be competing in that boat at the National Championship. So watch out for the Ballarat Clarendon girls in the first crew race, certainly with our Australian representatives on board. And as we go now to the Division 3 race, it's Caulfield Grammar in lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in lane 3, and Ballarat Clarendon in lane 4. So it's Caulfield Grammar joining 3 Ballarat schools. Caulfield Grammar, Sarah Rudden, Stella Meyer, Emily Thompson, Sophie Osman, Amber Barter the Cox, coached by Jasmine Bell Lowe. Ballarat Grammar, Emily Whitwell, Eve Cassidy, Georgia Walsh, Alexis Hawker. I guess that's the sister of Jess Hawker, who's in the Victorian youth team. Madeline Barclay Smith is a coxswain, Loretto Ballarat. Emma Gowans, Tess Squire, Lily Delaney, Amelia Hoffman, Madison Lane the coxswain. Ballarat Clarendon, Emily Davies, Annabelle Maloney, Maya Salmi, Kate McClure, who would be a younger sister of Ellie McClure from the Australian 8, and Polly Stepnell the Cox. The coach is Claire Boatman. But with 250 metres left to run, this isn't the crew in the middle of the course. It's in front here. It's the Caulfield Grammar School crew. We notice that Jasmine Bell Lowe's been coaching alongside Hannah Every Hall. So Hannah there, and also Annabelle Eaton heads up the coaching program at Caulfield Grammar School. So this looks like at the moment it could well be a win, and the first win of the finals to Caulfield Grammar School, as they set a length and a half out in front of the crew in lane 2, which is Ballarat Grammar School. Back to Loretto, Ballarat, and Ballarat Clarendon close for third and fourth place at the moment. But it's Caulfield Grammar School in lane 1 making every post a winner here, out a length in front of a tight race for second, third and fourth. Ballarat Grammar should hold on for second. Clarendon flying on the far side. They might get the better of Loretto. But Caulfield Grammar School come down to the line and they've got the win here. Ballarat Grammar are going to get up for second, Clarendon for third, and Loretto in fourth place, but only third to a half a length separating those second, third and fourth place getters in a wonderful final of the Open Division 3, and well done to Caulfield Grammar School. And on the track already we've got the Quad Skull Open Division 2 final, which is Corowa in lane 1, Wrighton in 2, Melbourne Girls College in 3 and Strathcona in 4.
Thanks, Noel. Yes, after all that talk of the Ballarat schools and the success in Cox fourth, Caulfield Grammar come from lane 1 and take the win over the 3 crews from Ballarat. But a deserved win there in the Open Division 3-4, and another new school name added to our list of winners here. I think that's 15 different schools now have won a title so far today. This is the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Skull with Corowa in the inside lane. They've spread a bit on the course here, but there's quite a gap between lanes 1 and 2 for some reason. But the lane 2 crew from Wrighton, probably because they are quite substantially in front, in fact. That would be our race leaders there, Wrighton lane 2. Chloe Dillon, Lucy Gillen, Matilda Pilkington, Grace Hereford and Pippa Reid, coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. And they've got some, probably 2 lengths it would be, back to Melbourne Girls College in second place. Gwynethorpe Toog, Livy Tribe, Hannah Scothern, Sarah Lay and Estella Davidson Rios there in the Melbourne Girls College boat. And then either side of the course, Corowa and Strathcona, the 2 chasing crews. Strathcona lane 4, Belle Gemmell, Nicole Tesh-Ornelas, Matilda Stoltz, Ellie Turnham and Leah Kerno. And in lane 1 from Corowa, Hannah Curtin, Zoe Teo, Stephanie Petropoulos, Sienna Valanis and Julia Rogers, coached by Catherine McCarthy. But certainly it is a Wrighton girls out in front. They'd likely be favoured, you'd think, to win Division 1 in a few races' time as well. At the moment they sit well clear in Division 2. This Wrighton juggernaut in the Quad Skull events had some good results in Year 10. And they've claimed a title already in the Year 10 event, and they're going to make it 2 wins here, it looks like, on lane 2 in the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Skull. They are well clear of the other 3 crews in the race. Still Melbourne Girls College sitting in second place, tight for third, then maybe Strathcona still from Corowa just. But Wrighton Girls will come across on lane 2 and take out the win in race 494, a 2-length win to Wrighton over Melbourne Girls College, who will finish in second place. Third will go the way of Strathcona on the far side of the course, and fourth will be the crew from Corowa in lane 1. So it's Wrighton who take out the win in the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Skull, and it looks like the 8s are on their way too. No, the Open 8 Division 2. And unsurprisingly, it is Loretto Turak who do have the lead here as the boats are about to pass under the McIntyre Bridge, and well clear, in fact, Loretto, as they have been the dominant force in Division 2 Open racing so far this year. Winners of the state title, and I think almost every regatta that they've participated in, heading St Catherine's, who'd be there in second place alongside them in lane 2. Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 1, and also MLCQ, the crew over on the far side of the course. So it's looking very much like Loretto Turak here. The crew on lane 3 of Neve Thomas Leach, Sophie Dole, Rohi Curry, Olivia Hope, Isabella Morello, Olivia Carroll, Bianca Court, Maisie Richards and Lucy Marsh, the Cox. They're coached by Sam Fennessy and Amelia Garley, and this is a very well-drilled crew here from Loretto Turak with a Clearwater lead on St Catherine's. It would be still there in second place. Mietta Passon, Catherine Suter, Sienna Rigg, Rhea Werner, Georgia Zare, Emily Snellbliss, Rosie Oxley, Olivia Howard and Millie McIntosh in the Cox seat of that crew from St Catherine's, whose lead is only narrow in second place over Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Sophie Davies, Emily Twitt, Emma Cafferty, Jessica McLennan, Emily Walters, Lulu Burney, Felicity Batten, Cara Duffy and Audrey Surace. As we hear the noise of the crowd once again as these 8s race on down towards the finish line. Little doubt about our winner, and MLCQ still there on the far side. In fact, might be able to pinch a silver medal here late in this race. Loretto Turak will certainly get the win. It'll be very tight for second and third, but Loretto go across in first place. It will indeed be MLCQ flying home down the outside lane, who will finish in second place. So MLC beat home St Catherine's in second and third, and then fourth goes the way of Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But Loretto Turak completes a very, very significant season with a win in Division 2-8 at the head of the Schoolgirls.
And what's your tip for the final of the first cruise there, Richard? The same 4 crews? Do you think it'll be the same order? Do you think the James Rook-inspired Loretto Turak might try and take a march? We'll hopefully get a corner of the screen that'll show us the start, and they'll need to be on their game to keep up with St Catherine's there too. But that's a good effort from St Catherine's second crew there from what they'd done earlier in the season there. They've moved up quite nicely and just got pipped on the post by MLC for the second place there too. As we move to the next event, which is the Open Division 2 Cox 4 final between Haileybury in lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in 2, Ballarat Clarendon in 3 and Loretto Ballarat in lane 4. So again, Haileybury only join the Ballarat schools in these Open Division Cox 4 finals. Haileybury, Ellen Riddell, Chelsea Jarrett, Estelle Werner, Vivian Robinson and Tessa Searle is the Cox. Ballarat Grammar, Eloise Adam, Winnie Taylor, Olivia Moll, Ella Gleeson, Ava Croker is the Cox. Georgina Kemp, Mackenzie Cope Veldus, Amy Godson, Delaney Troon and Samantha Crellins, the Cox of the Clarendon crew. And the Loretto Ballarat is Bridget Bales, Jessica Stute, Amelia Ridley, Rosie Hunt, Tia Kinnersley is the Cox, and they're coached by the Director of Rowing, Mr. Craig Smith. And as we've got a little bit of a look on them at the moment, I think it's the crews in the middle of the course. Could be the crew in lane 2 from Ballarat Grammar School. We're shaded from view at the moment from Haileybury in lane 1, but looks like in lane 2 it's the Ballarat Grammar School just narrowly ahead of the school alongside them in Ballarat Clarendon. We can see the crew from Loretto Ballarat there, but coming into our view shortly will be Haileybury, and this is going to be another close race as we get to about the 1,000-metre mark. No, it's Clarendon as we now get a cross view of that race. It's sit half a length in front of Ballarat Grammar School, another half a length further back to Loretto Ballarat, and Haileybury are in 4th place in this final of the School Cox 4 Open Division 2.
This event last year was won by Ballarat Grammar. It was an all Ballarat affair last year, with Ballarat Grammar beating Ballarat Clarendon and Loretto and then Damascus the top 4. But of course Haileybury in the field this year representing the Melbourne schools, but it does certainly look to be the 2 Ballarat crews there in the centre of the course. Ballarat Clarendon in 3, Ballarat Grammar in lane 2. The distinctive yellow then of Loretto Ballarat out there on the southern bank of the course. And all through 4 crews now safely under the McIntyre Bridge. They've got about 300 or so metres to race now towards the finish, with the Ballarat Clarendon crew and Ballarat Grammar still locked in a fairly tight tussle for the lead. And I wouldn't write off Haileybury still on that northern lane. There's only probably about 3 lengths between the field here, but Ballarat Clarendon looking to go one up on Ballarat Grammar, who won this race last year, as they head towards the Harrison Bridge in the last couple of 100 metres now of this race. And that crew in the distinctive red colours there from Ballarat Clarendon College: Georgina Kemp, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis, Amy Goodson, Delaney Troon and Samantha Krell. And it would be by probably the best part of the vote length now on the defending champions from Ballarat Grammar there in 2nd place. Probably then the far side, Loretto Ballarat might be just 3rd, although Haileybury very much in contention for 3rd spot as well on either side of the course. But could yet be an all Ballarat podium here, but certainly looks likely to be Ballarat Clarendon, who'll be on the top steps, and we'll probably see that again in a few races' time when the Division 1 crew comes down. But Ballarat Clarendon here in front by Clearwater now on the other 2 Ballarat crews in the field. And Ballarat Clarendon will go across and take the win by 2 lengths. It's getting tight for 2nd place, but Ballarat Grammar will hold on and finish with the silver medal, about 2/3 of a length to Loretto Ballarat, to complete an all Ballarat podium in the Open Division 2 Cox 4. Haileybury will finish in 4th place, but it's Ballarat Clarendon who take out race 496 and add their name to the list of winning schools here today as well. That is their first victory at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023, but I think it may not be their last.
And we've got the Open Division 1, so we now move into the Division 1 races to conclude today's 2023 Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. In lane 1, Seymour College, Lily Rose Hall Crowes, who rose out of Nagambie Rowing Club, coached by the great Tim Brew, a former Australian lightweight representative. From Cedar College is Zara Kafuri, coached by David Orchard. Zara rose out of Yarra Yarra. Toorak College, Sophia Miller, coached by David Orchard, also rose out of Yarra Yarra. And in lane 4 is Loretto Toorak's Annabelle Bamford. Zara Kafuri's taken all before her in most of the races this season, and at the moment she has a commanding lead in this final of the Schoolgirl Single Scull Final. She would hold a 2-length lead, 2.5 length lead at the moment over the sculler alongside her, which is her teammate Sophia Miller from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, and then back in third place, quite close between the crews in lane 1, Lily Rose Hall Krause from Ngambie or Seymour College, and in lane 4 on the far side of the course is Annabelle Bamford from Toorak College. But it looks like it's going to be Zara Kafuri who will race the national championships in the under-19 category and the schoolgirl category, and she's been very competitive this year, taking all before her, coached by the very experienced David Orchard, who's is very familiar to taking young girls under his wing and teaching them the basics. He's had the likes of Rhea Thompson in the past, Olympic bronze medalist, who's back in the Australian quad this year, and he's done a great job here with Zara all season. As Zara's coming with 150 metres left to run. Her teammate Sophie Miller is in second place. She's racing for Toorak College here down at Carrum. And then in third place, it's quite close between the crew in lane 4, Loretto Toorak, Annabelle Bamford, and the Seymour College sculler Lily Rose Hall Krause, the Tim Brew coach sculler. It might be at the moment the Loretto Toorak College sculler may well just have the bronze medal position in her keeping. As we come to the line, it's Zara Kafuri from Cedar College, first across the line. Well done, Zara. Great season so far, capping off the head of the schoolgirls title. Sophia Miller, likewise, teammates together there, coming over the line in second place. Third place is going to go to Loretto Toorak, Annabelle Bamford, and in fourth place, 3/4 of a length back in fourth, is Lily Rose Hall Krause from Seymour College and the Ngambie Rowing Club. With the next race on the course, which is the double scull Division 1, in lane 1, Xavier High School, Evangeline Broad and Bella Heaney, coached by Wes Canny. Albert Park College, Eva Levashova and Saskia Payne, coached by Virginia Lee. Another Albert Park College, Ella Kilpikoski and Olivia Lewis. And in lane 4, Cardinia College, Monique Gesk and Layla Murphy, coached by Andrew Logan. But at the moment, it looks like the Albert Park College crew in lane 3, Ella Kilpiski, I'll say that again, Kilpikoski and Olivia Lewis, coached by Virginia Lee, who look like they may well take out the title for 2023.
Yeah, Albert Park College, the defending champions in this race, and remarkably, in fact, 3 of the 6 medalists from last year are competing in this event. Eva Levashova won this race last year in company with Tish Speed. She's rowing this year with Saskia Payne in lane 2, but unfortunately for them, they are well back in the field, that second Albert Park combination. It is the lane 3 crew that lead it here, which is Ella Kilpikoski and Olivia Lewis. And also watch out for Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney, who were the bronze medalists last year, and it looks like they might at least repeat that dose, because Cardinia International College on the far side are the other crew here, which are finishing very quickly. Monique Guest and Leah Murphy, with Albert Park just wobbling a little and coming across one extra lane. They should be able to hold on from there with only a few strokes to go, but Cardinia maintain a straight line right down towards the finish. But Albert Park College will defend their title in the Open Division Scull. Open double scull Division 1. It is lane 3 that gets the win by about 1.5 lengths in the end, so closer than it was looking for a long time. Cardinia International College finish in second place. Third will go the way of the it's the Xavier High School and Corowa Rowing Club combination of Evangeline Broad and Bella Haney. So bronze medalist 2 years in a row, the combination from Xavier, and then it will be the second Albert Park double scull, Eva Levashova and Saskia Payne, who I'm not sure if there was an issue earlier in the race, but they are certainly coming across now to complete the field in 4th position in the Open Double Scull Division 1. And Albert Park College add their name to the winners list as well at the 2023 head of the schoolgirls. And we've got the 8s on the course in race 499. Who are you on here, Noel?
I don't really know, to tell you the truth. All I know that is Loretto Toorak in lane 4 look like they've thrown the gauntlet down. They were behind in the semi-final, Richard. Looks like from our screen here that they've got a little bit of a march, certainly on the crew in lane 3, which is Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who won the second heat. I'm going to leave it to your expert judgment to call this, and I'll try and see if I can point things out in the background.
Thank you for that. Yes, it was a great semi-final yesterday between these two crews. St Catherine's led by almost a length, and then at the end it was just 0.02 of a second as Loretto flew home, and you'd expect them to throw down the gauntlet here. The James Rook coach crew over on the far side of the course, but St Catherine's Lane 2 look to be coming through strongly now in the middle stage of the race. MLCQ thereabouts as well, but it does look to be the Loretto-Toorak combination by about a length at least as they head underneath the McIntyre Bridge. So they are asking all the questions in the middle stages of this race. Loretto-Toorak, who have never won the 8th race at the head of the Schoolgirls. St Catherine's are the double defending champions, the national champions, of course, the champions of the world as the winners at Henley as well. They swept all before them last year, but Loretto-Toorak over in lane 4 asking all the questions here. Zoe Kritikides, Stephanie Barre, Charlotte Lloyd, Claire McGurr, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Claudia McNee, Isabel Mellor, Eloise Bull, and of course James Rook, the coach of that crew in the blue boat of Loretto-Toorak. St Catherine certainly will chase hard, but here Freya Cantwell, Zara Peel, Scarlett Shelton, Zoe Hall, Lucy Green, Chloe Nevins, Sienna Darcy, Jemima Wilcox, Scarlett Pringle, John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle, the long-serving coaches there, and also MLCQ are in the hunt for the medals down the northern bank of the course. Melbourne Girls Grammar School would be 4th, but it is the two crews we expected to fight this one out as they head underneath the Harrison Bridge. Still there, Loretto-Toorak on the far side of the course, but St Catherine's do look to have made up some ground over the last few hundred metres. We'll see if it's as close as it was yesterday. Still the Loretto-Toorak crew has their boat in front as they look for their first ever Head of the Schoolgirls Open 8 title. The crowd start to get excited here in the blue colours of Loretto. St Catherine's in danger of being swamped, in fact, by Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLCQ late in the race as well. But Loretto-Toorak in front with only a couple of strokes to go, and they've got a clear water lead, and Loretto-Toorak will take out the Open 8 Division 1 for the first time ever at the head of the Schoolgirls in 2023. Loretto first, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School will sneak home for second place. St Catherine's third, a link back to MLCQ in 4th place, but jubilation for Loretto-Toorak there in the centre of the Barwon River. They have held off the challengers, and they've won the Open 8 Division 1 at the head of the Schoolgirls for the very first time. Congratulations to Loretto-Toorak for that win.
And moving right along, we can celebrate that later as we go, because we've got the Cox Quad Skull final here. Gippsland Grammar School in 1, Cardinia College 2, Wrighton in 3, Melbourne Girls College in lane 4. And on the screen we saw earlier, it's the defending title holders from Wrighton Girls School who are out in front. They got away well right from the very beginning of the race, and as they now come through the 1,000-metre mark there, they've got a clear water lead over a very, very close race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Gippsland Grammar School have been great competitors in the sculling field, both boys and girls rowing in the last few years, and narrowly in 2nd place. And that Cardinia College and Melbourne Girls College are close in 3rd and 4th position. But it's Wrighton Girls School who may well go back-to-back in this race, as well as they come down now with 400 metres left to run with a clear water lead in this race. So it's going to be a really interesting go for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions in this race. Looking at the moment, it could well be the crew in lane 1. Gippsland Grammar School still holding 2nd position, narrowly over Cardinia International College and Melbourne Girls College over on lane number 4 on the southern side of the river. But it's Wrighton Girls School coached by Matt Wilson. He's an absolutely brilliant coach there. His record's unbelievable at this level of rowing there too. They've got the race not in their keeping at this stage, but they've certainly got a nice advantage. Gippsland Grammar School moving up, holding 2nd place. 3rd and 4th still very close between Cardinia International and Melbourne Girls College. With 175 metres left to run, it's Wrighton who still hold the lead. Gippsland pressing hard. There's no lack of effort across all boats at the moment. I'd say it's Wrighton in front, Gippsland in 2nd. Over on the far side, it's Melbourne Girls College. May well almost be moving up into 2nd place and just holding off Cardinia International College. But it's Wrighton. I think it's Melbourne Girls College have moved into a clear 2nd place now, ahead of Gippsland. Wrighton coming to the line, 3 or 4 strokes to go. Melbourne Girls College moving up with every stroke and are going to take 2nd place. Wrighton over 1st, Melbourne Girls College 2nd. It'll be Gippsland Grammar 3/4 back in 3rd place, and the Cardinia International another half a length back in 4th place in a wonderful final of the Quad Skull and defending title holders Wrighton Another victory in this event as we go to the last race of the day. The Cox 4 Open Division 1, Loretto Ballarat in 1, Clarendon in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3 and Toorak College in 4. So 3 Ballarat schools again, joined by Toorak College, with Clarendon at the moment the favourites of the event. Over to you, Rich.
Thank you, Noel. Great win there to Wright and reversing last year's result. So they're back in the winner's circle, but it's Ballarat Clarendon College here in lane 2. As Noel mentioned, they've swept all before them for the last couple of years. They've won the last 2 head of the Schoolgirls titles. They took home, I think it was 2 national titles last year in both the under-19 and the Schoolgirls Quad Scull. They won the head of the lake earlier this year, and they are well clear now into the final third of this race. The last race 501 of the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. Ballarat Clarendon lane 2. The very well-credentialed crew of Lily Dwyer, Taya Kirsanovs, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson, coxed by Chloe Tippett and coached this year by Matt Olver. And they are in their familiar position out in front here, the red colours of Ballarat Clarendon College, about 2 lengths at least over Ballarat Grammar it would be. In second position, that's lane 3, Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant, Perry Eaton and Angie Gouty. They are coached by Andy Tyndall. And then the race for third between the crews on either side of the course. Loretto Ballarat, lane 1, Sarah Augustine, Bridget O'Brien, Gemma Phillips, Talia Whittle and Lily Davis, that is, coached by Steph Siri. And Toorak College, lane 4, Mia Hamilton-Smith, Lucinda Johnston, Maggie Davies, Charlotte Logan and Alice Peterson. The fun fact I learnt last night is that Toorak College is not in Toorak at all, but actually in Mount Eliza, so you never stop learning in this sport. But the Toorak College crew over in the far side looks to be in 4th place, and Ballarat Clarendon College continue here with their strong 2-length lead. It's a crew that we've so often seen out in front. Half the crew winners last year, so looking to make it 3 years in a row, and they are well clear here of a good race for second. Ballarat Grammar or Loretto Ballarat will fight out the silver medal over the closing strokes of the race. But race 501 of this big 3-day regatta, the Open Division 1 Cox 4, is going to go the way once again of the crew from Ballarat Clarendon College for the 3rd year in a row. It's Ballarat Clarendon who take out the Open 4 Division 1, and they win it by just over 2 lengths. Ballarat Grammar will finish in 2nd place. 3rd will go to Loretto Ballarat. So an all Ballarat podium in the last race of the day. And then Toorak College will finish just outside the medals in 4th place. But Ballarat Clarendon, very impressive there once again. And they'll go to the National Championships in Perth in fine form.
Yeah, those finals came very, very quick and fast on us to round out the program there. So Wrighton girls winning the Cox Quad. We didn't give them individual recognition. I'd call that they were the defending title holders. They got beaten here last year, but they were the national champions. So, and maybe they'll be the national champions again. But congratulations in the Quad Scull to Constantina Kafasi, Sarah Haben, Charlotte Crozier, Asher Gowans, Sundu Palmer, Gunasekara, the coxswain, and coached by Matt Wilson. So great win to Wrighton in the Quad Scull final. And then Ballarat Clarendon we saw just take out the girls, Cox 4, Lily Dwyer, Teja Kursanovs, Katie Jackson, Lucy Richardson, Chloe Tippett, the cox, and the coach was Matt Olver. So winners in the last 3 the big races of the day: Loretto Toorak, the girls 8, Wrighton girls, the girls quad, and Ballarat Clarendon, the girls Cox 4.
That does conclude the racing for now, but presentations will follow shortly, and I would call for all A final winners to please head to the presentation area as soon as possible. They will take place on the hill behind the main spectator area here on the north bank, so we're not too far from the finish line and the judges box here. So all A final winning crews, please head along to that presentation area, and those presentations will be underway, I envisage, as soon as those crews can possibly get there. There's a few presenters, I'm sure, who are keen to get out of here at some point before sunset tonight at Geelong after a big weekend here for the head of the Schoolgirls. So that's for medal winners. A final winners, please head to the presentation area. Second and third place medals are to be collected by the directors of rowing from their respective schools at the bottom of the judges' tower. So presentations of trophies to all winning crews, and the hill behind the North Bank spectator area, and that will commence as soon as possible. So all crews please head there, and second and third place crews, you can collect, or your directors of rowing can collect the silver and bronze medals from the bottom of the judges' tower, and those, I understand, will be available shortly. Noel, it's been a great pleasure to sit here with you for a couple of hours and talk some rowing. You got any final thoughts on what you've seen?
Yeah, it's a good luck to all the crews from the head of the schoolgirls here going to the national championships. It's a long trek over to Perth. Wrap those boats up and go on and enjoy what's meant to be close to a record number of contestants at Champion Lakes there too. So a magnificent 3-day regatta here. It was great to be here today. I was in Nagambie yesterday for the other race, and good luck to you, Richard, calling the head of the river next weekend. 2 magnificent weekends in a row of fine rowing in Victoria, and then we are all over there in Perth to round out the season for 2023 before we bring on the international part of the season. Great to be here, and well done to you, Richard, for leading the commentary team for another great year at the head of the schoolgirls.
Thank you, Noel. It's been great fun, and congratulations. We didn't get the chance to discuss, but your appointment to the Australian team for the under-23 men's forward, which will take overseas, I think, to Bulgaria later in the season. So that's a great achievement. 11 years after your last Australian coaching job, you've been a bit busy in other places in between. But thank you for your time here today as well, Noel. We will go through the final leaderboard. This is very unofficial, but by my maths, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, clearly the most successful school of this regatta with 10 wins out of the, I think it's 30-something finals overall. He's had 10 wins to Melbourne Girls Grammar School. A late charge from both Loretto Turak and Wrighton netted them 4 wins each, so they finished effectively in equal second place there, and 3 wins to MLC and Strathcona, and 18 schools in total winning ahead of the schoolgirls title, which is a fantastic spread of medals, and I think compares quite favourably with the results from just a few years ago, where there were 2 or 3 schools that used to dominate, but now 18 different schools showing the strength of Victorian rowing from right across the state. So that does just about wrap up proceedings from here in the finish tower. Thanks again to Noel Donaldson, Lynn Charge, and Jane Horn especially for their assistance over the last 3 days. And as always, we thank the umpires and our hard-working volunteers, and the finish timing team behind us here have done a magnificent job keeping us up to date with some wonderful numbers and photo finishes which were required in several races. It has been a wonderful regatta. We thank, of course, Rowing Victoria and the head of the Schoolgirls Committee for their work in making this all happen. And presentations will follow shortly from the hill behind the main spectator area, but that does just about conclude things from here at the finish line. So thank you all for your attendance at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2023. As Noel said, the head of the river comes up just next Saturday at Nagambie, and the national championships will follow in Perth a week after that. If you can't be in Perth, you can catch the live streaming for the full 7 days of that regatta. So plenty of great rowing to come, but for now, from the Barwon River, it's bye from me. Not quite bye from me. A reminder that all banners must be removed from the McIntyre Bridge, and any other banners around the regatta venue do need to be removed promptly, but particularly those flying on the McIntyre Bridge. A great sight over the course of this regatta, but they have now served their purpose, so please, if you can remove all banners promptly, and as we've said a few times, please ensure you leave the regatta venue in a pristine condition before you leave Geelong today.